Shh. Silence. Cities.
Making sure I'm not in too deep. If you steal my sunshine, keep me bursting on my feet. If you steal my sunshine,
I got a hammer and I got a bell and I got a song to sing all over this land. It's the hammer of justice, it's the bell of freedom, it's the song that love between the president and institute all over this land.
This video is composed of 5 sections. The time of each section and subsection is provided in the following graphic so the viewer can understand all the information contained in the video and choose what content, if any, they want to watch. The first section takes place during the autumn of 2019, or the Little Preset as this video calls it. The story begins just before the repo markets tanked, and the narrator or protagonist attending at least 7 public meetings to try to get the name of the monster removed from the city charter in all public places, and only have the request totally ignored. Of the 7 public meetings that he attended, 4 were with City Council. Next, communications with council members' aides related to changing the name are provided. Next, analysis of the legal theories for council inaction are provided. Then draft language to amend the charter is presented. Finally, a discussion of why I'm creating this video is provided. The second section takes place during the early Great Reset, during the Summer of Hate. First, the mattering of Black lives is discussed. Next, the Great Reset to control the narrative of this time, planned by organizations like the World Economic Forum, is discussed. Next, thoughts of local power elite during the Great Reset are provided. Next, we explore disharmony, locally exemplified via protests and rioting. Next, we explore the apparently new signage rules in the community. We then explore local instances of attempts to reset, like Flavortown or renaming sports teams, or removing statues. Kind of reminds you of that line out of 1984. We then examine the protagonist's last presentation to the city, which requested that they remove the monster's power from the charter. Finally, we examine the mask ordinance at that same meeting that was passed on July 6, 2020. Though not originally part of the story, the actions of Councilmember Remy and Council President Harding have forced it to become part of this story. The third section discusses the actual news that for some reason the public sphere so far been totally insufficient in analyzing in a meaningful way. A libertarian cultural shift witnessed in recent years that correlates with the mass diffusion of digital technologies into American society is discussed. We then move on to discuss whether racism is endemic to humanity or whether it might be a more modern, learned phenomena. We then discuss interesting notes about the JFK assassination. Furthermore, we examine the real Martin Luther King Jr., not the whitewashed one who would tolerate his nightmare for half a century. Continuing forward, we then discuss universal basic income, its recent embrace by the Democrats in technological unemployment. We then examine Columbus City Schools. Next, we discuss how 23 cities worth of citizens, a city is 5,000 people according to the Ohio Constitution, currently are silenced by the local legislative body and intentionally receive no representation with the taxation that these voters are forced to pay. And that this is a goal and plan of the local centrist Democrats that do not want these 23 cities worth of voters to have representation in the legislative body. We then discuss the drug war, mass surveillance, and possibly government teleological acts, each in their own sections. We then analyze the supposed suicide of Jeffrey Epstein. We then examine phenomena that seem somewhat similar to the anonymous speech of the Federalist Papers during ratification known as QAnon. We then examine how many ridiculous hypocrisies are interestingly totally silenced about the Democratic Party and how its candidates act. The Overton window shifting activism of Kanye West in recent times is then noted. Finally, we conclude this section with a discussion of the lack of free speech in our society currently. The fourth section then requests action from 1. All elected officials and any criminal justice officials. 2. President Trump. 3. DNC. 4. Local public officials. 5. Activists concerned with injustices. Next, they had the power the entire time to remove the monster's name from the charter, but did not act now in 2020 when voter participation is likely to be highest for the next 4-year cycle. A statue garden will be constructed locally and possibly non-locally to commemorate such silent betrayals. Finally, a sequel will be created and released 1 month from the time this video is posted. All individuals and organizations mentioned in this film may submit a video that explains the responses to this video and the ideas in it. In the fall of 2019, the Change the Name movement sent representatives to testify and implore 3 different area commissions to request City Council place a charter amendment to remove the monster's name from the charter, and has used the maximum power of the charter to remove his name from any references to him from all taxpayer-funded domains, digital and spatial. The following is a short history of the Change the Name movement. Hey, Beto, how's it going? I appreciate your straightforwardness.
Thank you.
And I like how you talk about 1619 and everything. I was wondering, Christopher Columbus was a genocidal child sex trafficker. He sold Arawak children who were ages 9 and 10 into slavery. Would you support changing the name of Columbus, Ohio to Arawak, Ohio?
Well, I hadn't thought about that, but I guess I'd begin by listening to the people of Columbus, Ohio, and
Sure.
kind of follow their lead on the issue.
Do you call on President Trump to address this issue?
Yeah, I think you're calling on him to address this
Definitely,
issue.
definitely.
But
As stories like Rumpelstiltskin discuss, names are important and give power. Christopher Columbus was essentially the Jeffrey Epstein of the 1500s. Columbus enslaved and genocided the indigenous Arawak peoples. Columbus may have child sex trafficked children ages 9 to 10. At the end of it all, after being shortly caged for his cruelty, Columbus was granted a sweetheart deal to escape justice. Fast forward to the namesake city dedicated to this pirate. Columbus City schools have been failing our young people, and in our automated world of abundance, homeless line major streets despite unlimited money for war and trillions of dollars being improperly accounted for by the US government. We intend to help with realizing justice in our lifetime, starting with renaming Columbus, Ohio to Arawak, Ohio, for victims of Christopher Columbus. Words have meaning, and it's time for the people of Central Ohio to no longer champion one of history's monsters. I'd like to commend Columbus City Council for already abolishing Columbus Day a year or 2 ago, so they're moving in the right direction. So hopefully the 5th by Northwest Area Commission can have a motion tonight to recommend the City Council to put this charter amendment on the ballot.
So unless I hear anyone else, that sounds like a political endorsement, and we can't get political endorsement.
Oh, this is not at all a political endorsement. This is just a recommendation for a charter amendment. This has nothing to do with partisan, anything partisan.
It's just not within our scope.
Columbus City Code 3109 is extremely broad. I can pull it up if you'd like me to. It's definitely within your scope to recommend charter amendments to City Council.
We have a tradition of not getting endorsements for any of that kind of stuff unless I stand corrected.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, it's definitely within your scope, though. So, I mean, if you choose not to, then that's you guys essentially abdicating your power that Columbus City Council has delegated to you.
We appreciate the comments, but it's just not in our. Yeah, it's not in our role. We certainly
Cool.
help. We handle. We're more as a conduit between the city, Department of Neighborhoods, and the neighborhood itself. We solicit public comment for the benefit of our public servants here, and we talk about zoning cases. But other than that, we have a long-standing policy of this commission not to endorse anything of that nature. And that's not.
So this isn't an endorsement, this is just saying that you guys support the residents of Columbus having a choice on this name. To not be named for a monster.
We're here to represent the interests of the community of the Northwest. So we welcome your public comment.
So what would it change your guys' opinion? I forgot to mention ABC 6, I believe, had an article about Jeffrey Epstein being accused of raping someone in New Albany. So, I mean, we need to rebrand the city like it's getting out of control. And the correlations between Epstein and Columbus don't just go beyond their tyranny. They both got sweetheart deals from the powers that be. Christopher Columbus, after he was accused of tyranny, he was incarcerated for 6 weeks and then given another voyage. Almost lining the streets of Columbus, walking up and down High Street, despite us having unlimited money for wars and the U.S. government having trillions of dollars and improperly accounted for dollars that are missing. Additionally, Columbus City Schools, many of them have an F rating from state evaluators, and it seems like nothing's being done there. So, in line with Columbus City Code 3109-14, Section A, subsection 3, area commissions under the functions and duties are able to recommend legislation, and then as well as subsection B, 5 as well, talks about initiating proposals. So I'd like the University Area Commission tonight to recommend to City Council that we change the name of Columbus, Ohio to Arowak, Ohio, or to put it on the ballot, essentially. And so I'll open it up to commissioners. I'd like to get a motion and then a second as well.
Arowak as a name. I'm not opposed
Sure,
to
sure.
Arowak, but you feel pretty strongly about that?
I'm not super tied to it. Some of my buddies are. We're talking about like Tecumseh, Ohio, or Jesse Owens, Ohio, but we couldn't come up with something good for Jesse Owens.
Buster Douglas, Ohio, maybe?
Who's that?
Buster Douglas, Ohio.
What did he do?
It's heavyweight champion,
Okay,
Buster Douglas.
we'd be receptive to that.
Does anybody else have anything for the good of the group? Yes, sir.
So I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Columbus, Ohio is named for a pirate, essentially. The Epstein of the 1500s. Christopher Columbus sold girls who were 9 and 10 years, or he has a comment about how girls aged 9 to 10 were in high demand at the time. He also talks about how he could send as many slaves as were in demand by King Ferdinand back to Spain. So I think we should change the name of Columbus because Christopher Columbus was essentially a monster, and I think we should rename it Arowak, Ohio, because the Arowak Indians were the victims of Christopher Columbus. So there's multiple ways to change a name. We can change a name today. You can start calling Columbus Arowak, Ohio today. I'm here to talk about changing the name of Columbus, Ohio to Arowak, Ohio. The Arowak Indians were the Indians in the Caribbean who Christopher Columbus tortured and genocided. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to live in a place dedicated to that man. And as Dr. King said, in the end, we will not remember, or we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. So I'd like to first appreciate City Council for abolishing Columbus Day 2 years ago, I believe. And I'm here tonight to ask you guys for further leadership. And, I imagine as politicians, you guys don't want to say that you support something controversial, but it's going to be $60,000 probably to put it on the ballot to ask the electorate of Columbus to change the name. And so I'd like you guys to not cost me $60,000 and just put it on the ballot here tonight. And so I'd like a motion and a second as well. Sure, yeah. If you guys have a motion to make.
Well, actually, we've already concluded the meeting, so.
I can come back next week if you want. And I think you said you have office hours Thursday or something. Cool. so I can come talk to you guys and during the regular session next week. I'd love it if you guys would put it on the ballot because, you know, your constituents are always talking about, you know, money is speech from McCutcheon's VFEC and Citizens United. And, you know, it's just ridiculous to charge $60,000 to have access to the ballot in a country where we overthrow other countries in the name of democracy. So, thank you very much for your time. See you next week. And where's the thing on Thursday? Tim Hortons, South High Street. Cool. Thanks for your time. Y'all enjoy the summer before it gets cold. I don't care who's on Arwalk City Council. I haven't come out to candidate forums. I haven't started canvassing residents of the city yet. And I also understand if Arwalk City Council does eventually grant ballot access to change the name, but if this doesn't occur until after the November election. If Council in Action forces an initiative, I probably want to be prepared to start signature collection until like March or April anyways, because, you know, it's cold out. So therefore I'll be waiting until the November 18th Arwalk City Council meeting to decide if Council has failed us and chosen silence over leadership. I just want whoever the new council is to take a stand for democracy and having a government responsive to the opinions of mankind, or humankind, not mankind, and not for anti-democratic costs of ballot access for basic questions like whether or not we should continue to be named after a Hans Frauenfeld type character. Whether Arwalk City Council crafts this change or an initiative occurs to try to minimize any semiotic related costs for taxpayers, this movement advocates a gradual attritionary policy of changing the name when new signs or other media are created, and that those things only be replaced on the existing schedule, not an expedited schedule. Therefore, hopefully there shouldn't be any increased cost of changing the name. It is my understanding that all of you are affiliated with the Democratic Party, so I'd like to know if any of you guys are going to be at the debates next week. Well, do you guys think it's appropriate to ask the Democratic presidential candidates whether or not they support changing the name to Arwalk, Ohio, or changing the name in general?
Sir, this is your time speaking.
Cool. Well, I just wanted to mention, so I want you guys to answer whether or not you think it's appropriate to ask the presidential candidates. It's okay if you guys don't want to answer that. And then I also, just sitting through the meeting with the first responders, I want to encourage you guys to take a look at some of the recent research out of the University of Alaska Fairbanks Institute of Northern Engineering, as well as the Franklin Square and Lenson Fire District, about the criminal mass murder of many first responders about 20 years ago in New York City, because they have some interesting research about whether or not we're being told the truth. These are legitimate bodies. So thanks for your time. Hope you guys get to enjoy the weather, and you know, it's gonna get cold soon, so cherish the weather. Hope you guys are good. Maybe come back next week, but you know, the 18th. Well, gang, I haven't been able to get ads on YouTube or Facebook. So the social media oligarchs seem to not want people learning about how we live in a city essentially named for the Jeffrey Epstein of the 1500s. So I've done some reflection, and there's like hundreds of thousands of other residents in the city, so I'm not going to try to dictate what the name should be. I'm going to try to start a discussion. So I'm going to be opening up the process for names that I'd like to put on the ballot. You know, I like Arwalk, Ohio the best, but, you know, potentially like Buster Douglas, Ohio for the champ, or Jesse Owens, or Tecumseh, or somebody else if you guys have any suggestions. So yeah, I'm gonna wait till November 18th, see if you guys will put it on the ballot. You know, I'm not expecting you guys to put it on the ballot on the 18th, but publicly discuss a timeline and open up, you know, meetings so that you guys can take suggested names from the people of Columbus. And yeah, it's going to cost a lot more. It really doesn't make sense for this kind of initiative to be done by a ballot initiative, because it's now going to take like 10 or 20 initiatives and 10 or 20 times the amount of signatures and pencils and papers, or pens, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it really doesn't make sense for me to do this as a ballot initiative, so I really hope council will act. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Ball's in your court. I'll see what you guys do on the 18th. If you guys put it on the ballot or open up a process, that'd be really dope. And, you know, I like Arwalk, Ohio, and even if you guys don't, if you have suggestions, let me know. And, yeah, thanks for your time. See you guys in a little over a month. And thanks again for your leadership on abolishing Columbus Day a couple years ago. So, enjoy the rest of as shown in the following videos. Both YouTube and Facebook have taken steps that have silenced this movement. YouTube approved ads for the Beto video, but ultimately those ads were ineffective and only required the viewers to watch the first 5 seconds, which were titles without any audio, and then that exact same video, and then also the general Arwalk, Ohio, changed the name video. Google has refused to sell ads for those videos and for the video that already previously had approved, so that's very interesting for a second different kind of ad that wouldn't be the first 5 seconds and would hopefully be more effective to getting out the message and getting people to consider this movement's content. Facebook wouldn't let us post videos to the Arwalk, Ohio Facebook page or purchase ads for those videos. The videos have been in review since September 26th, so over 2 weeks. Still no update to the review of whether or not they are truly in non-compliance with community standards or spam or fraud. And now Facebook will not even let me post links to the arwalkohio.com website in my posts, comments, or even private messages. We're talking about the Jeffrey Epstein of the 1500s, who is a Hans Sprungfeld type character. Both were accused of victimizing children, and both may have been released on sweetheart deals from the powers that were of their time. The time is now to change the name. Perhaps the statue at City Hall of Christopher Columbus should be supplemented with a statue of Columbus's genocide and his victims. Or others might want to remove it totally. We don't want to do this movement top-down. So between now and December 18th, we will be soliciting alternative name candidates for the name change, so that any of the residents of Columbus or any cognizant being with internet access can submit names for consideration for getting signatures to put that possible name on the ballot, in addition to Arwalk, Ohio, to let the people of Columbus decide. To try to stifle amending the charter, the Constitution of the city, as City Attorney Klein, City Council President Harding, and Mayor Ginther assert the charter to be, these elected officials conspired to assert that people of this area and its legislative body lack the basic ability to amend their own constitution. Their Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 narrative stifled this movement, as who will try to engage, volunteer, or fund a process that supposedly is inapplicable to changing a name. How subversive for them to put out these lies. One council's aide admitted that their narrative was not true to me when I presented them with analysis of the laws that I had seen. Another council aide asserted the state legislature has the ability to change the name, while refusing to provide any reference to laws supporting such theory. In the spirit of the Columbus Way, also known as silencing at least 23 cities worth of voters, and the only other response I received to my request for representation, instead of sharing data about these legal theories that Klein had provided to council via Brian Shin, one of Klein's employees, I was instead just given a link to the formal process for a public information request, which is not very collegial and responsive, which is how Council and Klein like to represent themselves as when they're anything but when it comes to removing the monster's name from the city charter.
The naming process of the city is completely outside of council purview. It goes to state code. More than happy to bore you with what I know on that, but it's like a court of common pleas process that requires petitioners proving the support of 3/4 of the city's inhabitants. Which is not electors, right? Not voters. We typically do petition processes, ballot initiatives based on who turns out in elections. This is inhabitants, right? So it's a gargantuan effort.
I would have loved to have any information from City Attorney Klein and Council concerning their theories, but as discussed in the preceding section, they have only provided their betrayal, which is silence. 3 reports related to Home Rule or Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 were discovered on government servers. The Ohio Legislative Service Commission paper asserted the powers of local self-government are independent and not limited by Ohio Constitution Article 18, Section 3, limits on Home Rule concerning powers of police, sanitary, and similar powers. As various local elected officials opine, the city charter is similar to a constitution. Except, according to their insane theories, the charter is not controlled by the electorate like a normal constitution, instead by 3/4 of inhabitants, effectively taking the charter outside of the hands of citizens that actively vote. Under what basis does Klein assert that the electorate cannot amend the charter? Is Ohio Revised Code 707 general law that might overcome some local rules? Or is there a noted exception to local rule of an extraterritorial impact as discussed in Gotherman page 4 and OLSC page 2? Page 4 of the Ohio Attorney General report asserts owners of a property get to name an area. As we discuss further herein, Section 1 of the city charter specifically names the area. Indeed, pages 5 through 6 of the Ohio Legislative Service Commission paper asserts that if the ordinance relates solely to matters of local self-government, the analysis ends because the Ohio Constitution authorizes a municipal corporation to exercise all powers of local self-government within its jurisdiction. On page 8, OLSC goes on to assert the following about the Ohio Constitution, quote, Section 1F of Article 2 reserves for the citizens of each municipal corporation the right to initiative and referendum on all legislative matters. This right cannot be eliminated by a municipal corporation, but the procedures to effectuate this right may be provided for in a municipal charter. It sadly appears these bureaucrats may be engaged in an obvious and very stinky, might I add, red herring, genie in the bottle type tactic, where what I've asked for, which is amending the charter, is not what they answer when they say there's all these other things that other bodies can do. But just for fun, let's arguendo assume that Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 can't just be summarily ignored for a charter city like Columbus in regards to amending the city charter. As part of the Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 narrative, an enabling act of those provisions via Columbus Charter Section 232. If so, how can the charter delegate a power that it cannot in the future undelegate or redelegate? Furthermore, when the secret ballot voted to adopt the initial charter with the name Columbus in 1914, the current Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 language did not exist. To let City Attorney Klein invent this power for the state of Ohio to modify the terms the voters approved in 1914 by removing inherent legislative authority from the council and initiative process, the voters that agreed to the original charter may not have done so if they had known that the clause of the state government would creep in 50 years later to deprive them of their ability at the time to rename the name via amending the charter, not changing the Constitution or some other thing that obviously City Council has no power on, unlike amending the charter, which Council has constitutional authority to do from the Ohio Constitution. Our Walk City Charter Section 4213 conflicting questions and issues specifies that conflicts of laws with ballot issues are to be resolved by the highest vote earning proposal prevalent. Thus, Arwalk City Council can easily put multiple name change charter amendments on the ballot, and the highest one would win, should that highest be above the affirmative vote threshold for charter amendments. Arwalk City Charter 45.3, Notice of Charter Amendments Conflict of Laws provision, specifically gives deference to charter and ordinances of council over imperial one-size-fits-all subjugation from the state of Ohio. Indeed, there may be a conflict of laws no matter what, unless somehow from some unforeseen magic unknown force creates simultaneous change across all structures of government. Article 15, Section 1 of the Constitution of Ohio declares the seat of government as the word Columbus, with no specification of what the seat is, whether city or state house area, or just a place inside each one of us. Should this be the basis of the theory the state house has the power to change the name, then again this is a red herring to my request for maximum power to change the name via charter. It is not what I asked for, and is trying to change the subject. I hope the Constitution of Ohio can remove the curse of the monster's name as well, but that has nothing to do with my request. A seat of government is likely not a common term in today's parlance, and most people can avoid talking about seats of government for their entire lives. Unlike what Klein and Harding had hoped that I had said, I instead asked and continue to ask the monopolistic Imperial City Council to use the power they do have to place a charter amendment to remove the monster's power from the charter. The city charter inherently declares its power to name this area in Section 1, which explicates the power thusly. The inhabitants of the city of Columbus, as its limits now are, or may hereafter be, shall continue to be a body politic and corporate by the name City of Columbus, and as such shall have perpetual succession. It shall have all powers that now or hereafter may be granted to municipalities by the Constitution or laws of Ohio, and all such powers, whether express or implied, shall be exercised and enforced in the manner prescribed by this charter. City Charter Section 2, like the Federal Constitution's 9th Amendment, explicates that enumerating powers does not mean that non-enumerated powers do not exist and are not retained by the entity in reference. City Charter 227 provides the only explicit reference to Ohio Revised Code in the City Charter, and it specifically defers power to charter provisions and acts of council and any conflicts of laws with general laws. Apparently, many of the publicly elected city officials seem uninformed of home rule powers, even though many of them were happy to try to use home rule discrepancies with the state of Ohio's regulation to try to shake down the poor with red light cameras from the Red Flex scandal. Ohio Constitution, Article 18, Section 3, delegates to all municipalities all powers of local self-government, and a limiting clause to adopt and enforce within their limits such local police, sanitary, and other similar regulations as are not in conflict with general laws. Section 7 of the same article provides for municipalities to adopt charters subject to the provisions of Section 3. Ohio Constitution, Article 18, Section 14 defines the requisite percentage of electors for any petition to be based on the total vote cast at the last preceding general municipal election. City Charter Section 41 defines the regular municipal elections as occurring in odd-numbered years. Ohio Revised Code 731.28 specifies requisite signatures for initiative petitions as being calculated based upon the last gubernatorial election, or in even years if you think about it. Thus, there are already sections of Columbus Charter that are not in total harmony with both the Ohio Constitution and the Revised Code, yet not a peep about this instance of the failure to confirm City Attorney and City Council's tyrannical theory of complete harmonization between charter provisions and all other Ohio laws. Ohio Revised Code 731.41 bifurcates charter cities, which adopt their own processes concerning legislative actions. Ohio Revised Code 733.78 explicates that charters win over the laws of the state of Ohio for that area of law. Ohio Revised Code 733.85 specifically defines municipal corporations as used in that section in reference as not operating under a charter. Ohio Revised Code 701.05 discusses the authority of municipal corporations operating using a charter as having the power to legislate in ways different from general law. Under Klein and Counsel's presumed theory of justified inaction due to needing unity and changing all names at all levels of government, the conflict of laws already exists with Home Rule, as discussed concerning which elections count for ballot access, requisite signature calculations. In fact, City Council created a conflict of laws when they abolished Columbus Day on a local level because Ohio Revised Code Section 1.14 subsection G designates the second Monday in October Columbus Day. Ohio Revised Code Section 1.47 presumes all statutes in Ohio, subsection C, result in just and reasonable outcomes, and subsection D, the results are feasible to be implemented. Ohio Revised Code 1.49 subsection E notes the consequences of acts as important in determining legislative intent. In a similar vein, void for vagueness doctrine might also provide a vector of attack against Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26. How are the 3/4 of inhabitants to evidence their assent to a name change? And what calculation of 3/4 of the inhabitants is to happen to a dynamic population? Is it the census estimate or what? Ohio Revised Code 1.51, Conflict of Laws provision, gives deference to local and special provisions over general provisions, unless the general provisions were, quote, later adoption and manifest intent, that is, the general provision will prevail. Ohio Revised Code 1.51 and 1.52 conflict of law resolution mechanisms emphasize the importance of the timeline of when conflicting laws were adopted. Ohio Revised Code 1.47 and 1.49 were adopted in 1972, which is later in time than when Ohio Revised Code 707.25 and .26 were adopted, which was in 1952 and 1967 respectively. The state, like the city, is too cheap to even count its own people, instead relying on the federal census, as exemplified by Ohio Revised Code 1.59 and City Charter 7-2. How is organizing 3/4 of a population of nearly 900,000 people a reasonable undertaking for private citizens when an even larger body of government, the feds, must pay the bills for even basic things like a census of inhabitants for both the state and local levels of government? The following two amendments remove the monster's name from the charter. The first is a placeholder so that multiple name change candidates can all be placed on the ballot, and the highest vote getting one, if passed a majority, would become the new name. This amendment would also replace all state-sponsored references to the monster in the charter. So we'd also remove CBUS and US and other things like that from all semiotic artifacts across the city. The second is just in case of anti-log rolling single-issue theorists who, assuming the validity of Zach Klein and Counsel's theory of justified council inaction via ORC 707.25 and .26 theory being enabled by Charter Section 232, and avoid that provision for a name change. How can a charter delegate a power it cannot redelegate or temporarily inactivate? The Second Amendment is likely unnecessary, but as the Columbus way is for imperialistic elected officials like Klein and all council members to refuse to provide the basis for the legal interpretations, all while actively denying 23 cities worth of their fellow residents any representation with their taxation.
Believing in oneself, while seemingly idealistic, is ultimately a disappointing, soul-destroying exercise in futility. Once you've realised your limitations as a human being, you can see positive thinking for what it merely is. Thinking. As cynics will gleefully tell you, doing is something else entirely. For me, believing in myself came at the expense of common sense, which I discarded in a bottom drawer as I proudly dusted off my hopes and dreams in order to display them in a shiny glass cabinet of delusion. The reality was the cabinet doors weren't big enough, and smashed as I tried to force them closed in a fervour of hysteria. So unless you enjoy sausages of disappointment, encased in a bun of unfeasibility, and garnished with a sauce of shattered dreams, I'd avoid the church open day altogether. Believing in oneself rates a meagre 1 star. Keep going. Stacks of room. Plenty. Keep going. Yep. Lying, while malicious and painful for the recipient, can often be amusing for the liar.
What are you doing, you dickhead? Just maybe back.
I said stop.
If you said stop, I would have stopped.
I said stop about 5 times. If you can't drive... Well, I'm sorry, but that's the last time I tried to help anyone.
I'm Columbus.
I am 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 Columbus.
There is an urgent need to take advantage of this moment that we have at this time to build upon the momentum generated by peaceful protesters across the nation and in this city to make the change we all seek and that we know is right.
Answer the call and follow the direction of the community. We are here because folks have worked hard, but we are here because folks have demanded. We can't lose sight of the moment that we are in. Some estimate that this may be the largest social movement in our nation's history. And at a moment's notice, our streets could fill again with folks who want to see change and not see it tomorrow, but see it yesterday. While this review will focus on the past, it will help guide our city's work in the future. I don't think I or anyone up here thinks this review replaces the substantive legislative, budgetary, and policy changes ahead of us. Obviously, this review doesn't replace the work of reforming our division of police. This doesn't replace a community engagement process to reimagine safety leading into the 2021 operating budget or creating a new structures for accountability.
Phony. Utterly worthless. False faces struck deviously and ruthlessly. Can't we stop this master of devilish disguises?
Commissioner, there's only one man living who can unmask Falseface.
It is at best a record of ignorance, or at worst a contemptuous two-faced, false-faced doublespeak against reality for the President and City Council to attribute any sort of changes, at least in regards to actions of City Council, to the power of protest. Any changes that have been realized, like the Civilian Review Board for police use of force, removal of statues, and possibly removing the name of the monster from the charter, are powers that Hardin, as a member of the legislative body, has power to vote on, totally independent of protests, riots, or other red herrings. As this documentary records the Herculean story of our narrator and protagonist in the quest to ask the electorate of the Central Ohio capital city if they would like to remove the monster's name from the charter and to use the maximum power of the charter to remove all references to the monster from all public places to the maximum power that a charter can reach. Unfortunately, the curse of the monster's name continues, as we see in this Borg-type collectivist propaganda chanting his name, giving power to the word. It is important to note that Facebook and YouTube silencing, refusing to sell ads on both platforms, and Facebook banning the rwalkohio.com website in posts, messages, and comments, and not allowing the posting of videos to the Facebook group has continued. Facebook recently sent me an unsolicited offer to sell me advertising for the website, and then when I tried to accept the offer, it said that I was banned from purchasing ads for that website still for an unsolicited offer, which is pretty uncool. I guess social media publishers are not platforms that allow people to speak, but instead choose who and what gets to speak. Silencing Arwalk while elevating Flavortown. The protagonist in our story is himself of Italian descent and has been totally silenced by tokenistic local and national media, only permitting tokens that fit their scripts to have their views disseminated in their quote-unquote news networks. In some ways, this story exposes Adam Smith's critique in Wealth of Nations that division of labor can lead to humans becoming as stupid and animal-like as possible. As the refusal of the press to do their job on the name change story might seem like just one instance of failure to report on the city and its people, unfortunately, as discussed in the 4th section of this video, it is not. A lot of stories have at best fallen through the cracks of the shock jock balkanizing news cycle. In our Great Reset world, dare we wonder if scientific management, in the vein of Frederick Winslow Taylor, Tayloristic processes, haven't just been applied to labor, but perhaps academia, public policy, and dare we worry even the press? Indeed, reading Edward Bernays' propaganda might be interesting. As the Thomas theory of social construction, there is unlikely perfect information among individuals, but instead, levels of information asymmetries. The status quo seems to enjoy their images of normal men that are propagated in the flashing lights and phonographic signals and noises that construct the public sphere. Psychologist R.D. Laing guesstimated up to 100 million human beings may have been murdered by governments during the early to mid-20th century, all enabled by normal men. Laing asserts society turns people absurd and asleep. George Novak in Genocide Against the Indians asserts an observable phenomena, a social lapse of memory, like those of an individual lapse of memory of Freud. In exploring a social lapse of memory, Novak seems to construct it as representatives of the ruling class engaged in systematic forgetfulness. Novak goes on to assert, the abominable treatment of the Indians is extremely unpleasant to contemplate and equally unpleasant to explain on page 8. The delusion of the just migration and colonization of the area known as North America in a section of the speech by President Conan of Harvard in 1948. In the first place, this nation, unlike most others, has not evolved from a state founded on military conquest. As a consequence, we have nowhere in our tradition the idea of an aristocracy descended from conquerors and entitled to rule by right of birth. On the contrary, we have developed our greatness in which a fluid society overran a rich and empty continent. The lapse of memory of council members, the city attorney, and mayor, not just on their basic powers and ability to affect things within their powers which are directly allocated to them by the Charter and the Constitution of Ohio, and their ironic sad embrace of anti-indigenous words by refusing to remove the monster's power from the Charter is sad. Liz Brown's solicitation for replacement statues for the area, once dedicated to the monster at City Hall, again shows white supremacy and an individual lapse of memory by not including a choice in the survey for an area dedicated to the monster's victims. Liz Brown asserts, quote, we want to be pro-progress, pro-change, pro-civil rights, but her actions reveal her two-face. The councilwoman's statements about trying to start a discussion just seem totally asinine when one knows how she seems to detest the public and refuses to even respond to basic questions when she actively participates and preserves a monopoly that prevents 23 cities worth of voters in the area from having any representation with their taxation.
Secret Confessions of Jebediah Springfield? Know ye who read this, there is more to my life than history records.
Firstly, I did not tame the legendary buffalo. It was already tame, I merely shot it. Secondly, I have not always been known as Jebediah Springfield. Until 1796, I was Hans Sprungfeld, murderous pirate, and the half-wits of this town will never learn the truth.
Hey, stop! I've got nothing but respect for the office of town crier, but this is well outside your jurisdiction.
Oh, yeah? Well, put this in your pipe and smoke it.
What the? Hey, I'm an antiquarian, damn it! It's my job to seek out the truth.
But when you found the truth, you couldn't take it. You couldn't stand that you devoted your life to a fraud, so you covered it up, didn't you?
No,
didn't you?
No, that's preposterous. I mean, I couldn't. You can't.
Words have power, and the words we explore in our public sphere might shift the frontiers of alternatives as discussed by the Overton window construct. This video will examine various aspects of your world, Citations to mainstream media, academic, and government sources for various claim statements of various actors in reference are provided and are the sole basis of ideas discussed in this video. To attack the information in this video is to attack the very media that is the basis of the opinions expressed herein. Discussion of topics later in this video does not mean an endorsement of a certain theory. Discussions of Private First Class Eugene B. Dinkin and David F. Christensen does not necessarily mean the narrator believes the U.S. government murdered and or covered up a conspiracy to murder a U.S. official. Discussion of QAnon does not mean that the narrator necessarily believes the president or someone he trusts is engaging in anonymous speech. Discussion of Pedogates, Epstein, and Maxwell doesn't mean it's debunked. In fact, there is undeniable evidence of children being improperly trusted to be around elites and humans of authority, as demonstrated by Jimmy Savile, Dennis Hastert, Jared Fogle, Jerry Sandusky, the Catholic Church, and Ghislaine Maxwell, among many other people and institutions that shouldn't have been trusted. Due to anticipated ad hominems and people retreating into their own personal bubbles of information these days, I figure I will state some economic positions, since it seems people can't just have opinions absent total context on their subjective bias, requiring it to also be explicated with any political opinions.
Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it.
What the web does to collaboration in economic speak is it lowers the transaction costs.
I do not think it is impossible that coercion-backed state central plans could realize optimum pricing for every good in the economy and thus maximize utility among actors subject to some teleological value judgment. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if the first 9/11 never occurred and Salvador Allende's Project Cybersyn had been permitted to continue to experiment. Or perhaps some internet socialism could optimally allocate. I also do not think it's impossible for free markets that inherently embrace the subjective theory of value exemplified by the Publius Syrus quote earlier. Free markets may realize the optimum pricing and allocation of goods subject to some value judgments, teleological and even deontological, unlike approaches that permit immoral means to reach desired ends. Robert Nozick's Lockean proviso is interesting. The construct essentially asserts that protecting private property and the ability for people to be rewarded for their labor can facilitate large, increasingly specialized, increasingly productive economic exchanges. Free markets with a strong culture of non-aggression principle and the right of self-possession are inherently neutral to positively summed gains, as each actor prefers or at worst is indifferent to an exchange. I think free markets are usually, if not always, the better strategy than coercion-backed central plans. My views on political economy are not the subject of this video. If money is speech and corporations are people, but the Supreme Court refuses to deny political parties a blank check to make lies to the public while soliciting donations, then perhaps the best strategy, instead of trying to silence other speakers or sell out to get coverage from the consolidated, controlled networks and private interests, is simply to just try to educate people so they no longer fall for misinformation, logical fallacies, and the tricks of the status quo that seeks to prolong injustices so long as possible.
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, Mr. Beale. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
This video is an attempt towards the creation of a Matrix-style heuristical learning device composed of phonographic and visual signals and stimuli of import that may not be in vogue with the current Overton window of permissive thought. By the power vested in me by 17 U.S.C. 107 and the First Amendment of the United States, the use of popular copyrighted works without any payment or anything else is absolutely imperative for trying to make more mass appeal and create the stimuli necessary for maximum information dissemination via this video. Clips of each video do not necessarily appear in a chronological order. These popular works may very well provide the mass appeal camouflage of familiarity necessary for this video and works like it to have a chance of significantly impacting the public sphere and the Overton window.
Bobby, what's the idea of acting up in class?
Acting out, Mr. Hill. We call it acting out.
I just sang a song parody, Dad. Like Weird Al Yankovic.
Bobby, Al Yankovic blew his brains out in the late 80s after people stopped buying his records. He's not worth getting into trouble over.
I just don't know if people would get it. You know, I don't know if people are...
Well, do people get what you're doing now? You're not that popular.
Right.
You have no menu.
That's true.
I mean, what do you have to lose by trying?
I mean, what do I have to lose? I don't know, actually.
Elias was on board, but he did have one major concern.
I definitely could not afford a lawsuit with Starbucks. Definitely not.
Based off what I read on Wikipedia, it seemed like my approach was legal. But just to be sure, I retained the services of attorney Peter J. Marks to guarantee we were protected.
What's going on? It looks like the asteroid's on a straight trajectory towards Earth.
The purpose of the video is political speech about what has been said, to who, how elected public officials have acted, and recommendations for improvement. The use of the works helps some possibly alien-seeming concepts subliminally feel more familiar. Additionally, any works used may be satirical or parody in context. For the copyrighted works used, we have tried to never use the entire underlying works. Additionally, as this is political speech, and acts of Congress are not to abridge speech, especially related to redress of government grievances, all uses of works help promote their ideas to the world, while not threatening constitutionally permitted impacts on works' value and market for the work. So as to create as broad a base as possible, this video mentions voluntary abolitionist Lysander Spooner, who, though was against state interventions, provided a justification for even voluntarists to vote out of self-defense, or to, quote, ameliorating their condition. The ideas of one of those anarchists the president keeps talking about is exemplified by how Council President Hardin flaunts his mask-up ordinance, continuing to not wear a mask, even after I asked him to. So much for his two-faced plea to love thy neighbor as thyself. Despite me wearing a mask the entire 3-hour meeting, outside of grabbing an occasional drink at the water fountain, such mask wearing was not reciprocated, even though requested. Council President Hardin and Councilmember Remy's refusal to comply with Mayor Ginther's mask-up executive order at a public meeting passing mask-up order is just absolutely insane. But so much for the fake news covering your world, I guess. Both of the politicians wore masks at different parts of the meeting, yet refused to extend common courtesy and wear it when asked, and at a time when their presumed exemption when making speeches during a broadcast was no longer available, as the public comment section is not broadcast. It is not clear why councilpersons Hardin and Remy couldn't just broadcast from their offices or homes like the other responsible members of council that didn't attend a public meeting and refused to wear a mask when not giving a broadcasted speech. The public comment section is not broadcast, and thus councilpersons Hardin and Remy would have been violating their mask-up ordinance they passed at that very meeting, had it been in effect at the time it was approved, and of course assuming it is a lawful order. Had the public comment section occurred 4 hours later, Hardin and Remy would have been subject to a $25 civil penalty because they refused to mask up. Let's hope COVID-19 takes heed of Councilperson Hardin and Remy's hypocritical legal mind tricks that their ordinance wasn't even in effect yet. How despicable they write our laws while denying to even follow their own pleas to love thy neighbor. Then they use city resources to even subvert the laws they definitely don't follow when not yet in effect. Perhaps if 23 cities worth of people in the city were not denied representation with their taxation, as will be discussed later in this video, the members of legislative bodies might act honorably, and we might have a press that holds power accountable.
Patience, so bifurcated one.
Price as hell, we want him dead! And nothing brings out the Batman like a little murder and mayhem, baby.
Well, the least you could have done is let me in on the caper. We could have organized this, planned it, pre-sold the movie rights.
The shit's chess, it ain't checkers.
No, we don't need to change Congress, excuse me. You know, people have a great misunderstanding about this. People in Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected. The same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
In an exigency into which he had been forced by others, and in which no other means of self-defense offered, he, as a matter of necessity, used the only one that was left to him. Doubtless the most miserable of men under the most oppressive government in the world, if allowed the ballot, would use it if they could see any chance of thereby ameliorating their condition. But it would not, therefore, be a legitimate inference that the government itself that crushes them was one which they had voluntarily set up or even consented to. To take a man's property without his consent, and then to infer his consent because he attempts by voting to prevent that property from being used to his injury, is a very insufficient proof of his consent to support the Constitution. It is, in fact, no proof at all.
But I have some good news, which is that right now is one of the best times to try to get people to question the concept of authority because of everything going on. Basically, the government is making people think about these things. It's making people think, well, at what point are we just going to disobey? At what point do they not have the right to do this to us and we have the right to just say no and disobey and not do as we're told?
If the two face fit for thee, not for me conditioning for more laws no one follows to create a culture of disrespect for the law at the July 6th, 2020 council meeting wasn't enough, the city's video after that meeting promoting the Park of Roses is despicable in context of their pleas and threats of civil penalties to mask up. The people not complying with Harding's order to mask up might worry about their privacy. Hopefully they consented to be in the video. The city government's messaging video shows many different groups of presumably strangers interacting with no masks in violation of Harding's mask up ordinance. The video goes out of its way to highlight non-compliance as some positive activity, as shown by two dog walkers touching each other's leashes in the prescriptive video that seems to normalize, if not celebrate, such activities that risk up to a $25 civil penalty for repeat violations. The saddest part of where we are now is that council seems to admit the monster was a bad guy and shouldn't be revered using resources collected under threat of coercion. November is likely going to have the highest voter turnout until the next presidential election in 2024, so if and when voters are asked to amend the charter to remove the monster's power, the turnout to possibly change the name will be much lower, limiting the amount of voters supporting a name change.
We still have so much work to do to solve these problems that have existed long before each and every one of us. And we have to remember the principles upon which this system was built. The truth is, they weren't originally designed to include all of us, but we are here now.
If the police did what we saw 3 weekends ago and pepper spray you, Congresswoman Beatty and Commissioner Boyce, then what the hell will they do to me? In order to transform public safety, we need our collective imagination. Elected leadership does not have all the answers, but we're committed to working with the community to reimagine what public safety is in our city.
Sitting in a newsroom, listening to your producers and your assignment editors talk about the stories that we're going to cover for the 11 p.m. news, having your assignment editor yell out, "Hey, we got another shooting on the Near East Side," and the producers say, "Another shooting on the Near East Side? Okay, we'll put it in the second block. We won't even send a reporter, let's just send a photographer to spray the scene." And then you sit there and say, "No, what do you mean another shooting? A life was lost. It's not just another shooting." And they, "Yeah, okay, there she goes again," and then they go on about their business. About a month later, there's a fatal shooting in Dublin. You would have thought that the world had ended. The whole newsroom was up in arms because, oh my God, somebody in Dublin had been shot and killed. Well, we're going to tag team it. Oh, it's definitely a lead. We got to make sure we do something new for the 11. And I said, so is that person in Dublin deader than the young man who was shot on the Near East Side last month? And again, they look at me like, oh, there she goes again. That's what racial bias in a newsroom is like.
Unfortunately, we do not yet appear to live in a society that judges people based upon their character, not descriptive identities. Council members Favor and Harding's comments, as well as the newswoman's comments, are sad, but unfortunately do not appear to be one-off instances, but instead possibly a norm. Stories like those of Khalif Browder being denied Sixth Amendment rights to a speedy trial are worrisome. Retired Marine Kenneth Chamberlain Sr.'s murder at the hands of police, who may have said a racial slur before breaking into the man's apartment and executing him, just because the guy's life alert pendant went off and he couldn't cancel the call to the cops. Totally unacceptable. Closer to home, John Crawford III was shot by police while shopping in a Walmart. Crawford was carrying around a toy gun sold in the store when another patron called into police that Crawford was walking around the store with a gun. Some Walmarts, possibly even that one, sold guns at the time of the shooting. The injustice system's continued threat to innocent, nonviolent black life and liberty is unacceptable and hopefully changing.
We sat down with John Crawford's parents this afternoon. Both summed up their feelings about their only child's death with one word. Natasha Williams shares that live at the Walmart. Natasha?
Well, angry, that's the one word that John Crawford's mother and father both are feeling right now. They say they were robbed of their son, and they want justice. It's been a year, but John Crawford Jr. and Tressa Sherrod are still having a hard time believing their child is never coming home again.
This year has really been rough. I'm so used to talking to my son every day, hearing him call me or, texting me every day.
Crawford Jr. says he's angry that on the anniversary of his son's death, little has changed, little has been done, and justice has definitely not been served. He believes the officer who shot his son lied.
None of the evidence that we have from Officer Sean Williams, be it his verbal or written or otherwise, match the video footage. Everything he says, and Ronald Ritchie as well, is a lie. Flat out lie. He said that my son pointed the weapon towards him. That's a lie. We were robbed. He was robbed of his life.
Yeah.
Not even knowing where it was coming from. He had no idea that he would go inside of this store and not walk out.
And even worse, his boys, John's two little boys, will never get to know their dad.
My grandchildren will never know their father. I will never get to hold and hug and kiss my son.
A local grand jury, found the shooting justified last September, but the feds tell us a year after the shooting, they're still reviewing the case, with no deadline set for their own decision.
And tonight, the community came together to remember John Crawford III. They held a vigil at Courthouse Square in downtown Dayton.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact I want something for my community. I would love to see.
Take a look at my record, man.
We next examine some of the ideas of the local elected officials and chief of police post-Great Reset.
The City of Columbus will remove a larger-than-life statue of its namesake from the grounds of City Hall downtown. Columbus State Community College has dismantled its own statuary likeness of the 15th century Italian explorer, Christopher Columbus, following a nationwide trend amid protests after the police-involved death of George Floyd in Minneapolis on Memorial Day.
Frankly, we have a lot of real work to do to root out racial injustice, change policing in Columbus, and systemic racism. And symbols matter, and they're sometimes the easiest to fix. So I think first priority goes to, in talking about Columbus, goes to addressing things like the statue, the flag, the city seal. We need fewer statues of politicians, more statues of people, more ways to revere the folks who are responsible for change and progress in our country, which every time are activists
Christopher Columbus enslaved people and tortured people. I think that's different than being not perfect.
I don't see I see this going down a slippery slope, and I really don't see a distinction or a way to stop to say take down the statue but keep the name of the city Columbus. Earlier, you said, you almost brought it up as a joke, and that the councilwoman said that, well, that's not my responsibility, and that's the state's responsibility. So people are punting on making a change that is much more permanent, which is the name of our capital city.
Welcome to Community Connection with Columbus City Attorney Zach Klein. Join City Attorney Zach Klein as he connects the dots between the laws, policies, and legal decisions that impact Columbus now and into the future.
Hi, I'm Columbus City Attorney Zach Klein, and you're watching Community Connection, where we highlight the many ways the community is connected to the legal and policy decisions we make in the City Attorney's office. Well, it's a great opportunity being the City Attorney. I want to thank the voters directly for entrusting me with this opportunity. 2 years in, I can't believe that it's been 2 years, but being entrusted to being the City Attorney and having direct control over reforming our criminal justice system, being the lawyer for the City of Columbus and all the departments, and then actively being engaged in issues like civil rights and healthcare that really matter to everyone in the City of Columbus. We're trying to use the full breadth of the office to make a difference in people's lives, which is why I joined City Council, why I wanted to be Council President, and why I'm now City Attorney. Is like, how can I use an opportunity in an elected office position to actually make a difference for the better? Since becoming the Columbus City Attorney 2 years ago, we've had an intensive focus on reforming the criminal justice system. We're doing it for 3 reasons. The first is social justice. The second is practices that actually make our community safer. And the third is using the criminal justice system as an economic development tool. When I think about criminal justice reform, I think about 3 things. One is social justice. The second is actually making our community safer. And the third is economic opportunity. And it's in that space that I feel like we can talk more and do more to promote criminal justice reform. The goal is not conviction. The goal is recidivism. Because if we don't treat the underlying root reasons why someone commits a crime, then how are we going to make our community safer? We're not. That person will continue to steal to feed an addiction, will continue to steal to feed their family. So until we take a step back and treat that root reason, we're not really making our community safer, we're not helping out that individual. And to me, the true essence of the criminal justice system is asking and addressing and answering those questions and treating them. And I think this is the future of criminal justice, is having a more holistic approach of how we can treat individuals and give them the opportunity to change their lives for the better, to be the moms and dads they want to be tax-paying citizens, and that truly makes our community safe. I will say that there have been some other cities that have now reached out to us. I won't name what they are, just for confidential reasons, but they have reached out to us and they're interested in replicating the model, because I think they understand that that definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, that's the way we've done the criminal justice system, and it's yielded no positive metric that actually makes us safer or has changed someone's life for the better. So asking and identifying and treating those root reasons for crime is the direction we need to take if we're going to make our community safe. And I think we have that opportunity with the 150 people that work in the City Attorney's office. I mean, it's the 14th largest city in the United States, and I think we have a tremendous opportunity to set a standard and be the standard bearer for protecting civil rights, protecting health care, standing up for others, reforming the criminal justice system, and just being and being a champion for all the members of our community, regardless of where they live in the city. So this really is a comprehensive overall that's focused on the fact that addiction and having low-level possession of amount of drugs is a brain disease. Like, these folks aren't criminals. They need help, not incarceration. And for far too long, our criminal justice system has really been the addiction center specialist or the mental health center specialist, because we have no place for these folks to go, and we relied on the criminal justice system as a housing, as a warehouse for them to get treated. Like, that's not acceptable. That's not the way we should be doing it. There's no metric in the criminal justice system that says that is a successful model. Every aspect of someone's life. It doesn't matter how rich you are, how poor you are, whether you're white, you're black, you're gay, you're straight, male, female. You are never immune to the possibility of addiction. And so having a criminal justice system that's tailored to addressing those issues, I think, is the way that we should be looking to the future of the criminal justice system.
Campaign Zero, the national think tank who put forward these recommendations, chose that name intentionally. The goal is to end police violence in America. The goal is 0 instances where an officer kills a resident of any city. I and my colleagues on this call are not under any illusion that this new policy alone or any press conference independently will solve the issues that we face.
And it means ensuring our residents feel safe wherever they go, including their interactions with police. Because there is no greater inequity than the brutality that can happen at the hands of a police officer.
Columbus is taking action and is making real change, but as we raise our collective voices to take a stand against racism, we must also pause to listen to each other.
Peace. No peace. Peace racist.
Demonstrators who circled the State House and marched on the short north tonight take the protest right to the front door of Columbus Mayor Andrew Ginther.
It has been a tough, emotional, painful few days for our great city. We have all heard the anger and frustration in the voices of our neighbors, and we feel it too. I know that this past weekend brought incidents from the Columbus Division of Police that did not meet my or the community's expectations for professionalism and protection. We fell short on protecting public safety while allowing peaceful protests. The goal must be to do both, not one over the other.
Can we make adjustments? Where can we legally, medically, and tactically make safe changes to policy that's going to keep everybody safe and reduce the opportunities to have bad occurrences like we saw in other places in the country? And so that's the idea behind it. It's going to be, forward-looking. It's going to be able to change policy going forward. And I look forward to those conversations. I think we'll build better bridges, having that community input directly between me and the community, with oversight from the mayor and city council.
Racism and discrimination exists. It exists in the Division of Police. It exists in city government. It exists in your newsroom. And it exists in places throughout this community. Our job is to acknowledge it exists and own the remedy to address it and move on. The second part, no, there were never direct orders to the chief on tactics. I shared with him on Sunday morning that our response and engagement, the way that we dealt with peaceful protesters, specifically on Saturday and Saturday morning, early afternoon, didn't meet my expectations and the community's expectations. He heard me out, he understood it, and he changed the strategy, the approach, and the tactics. But there have never been any direct orders of tactics or anything else other than me sharing feedback on what I was hearing from a lot of very active and engaged, peaceful protesters that wanted to do their part to make sure that the protesters stayed safe, the officers stayed safe, and that things didn't escalate. And quite honestly, that those two groups would start working together to eliminate this criminal element that was threatening to hijack and take over the movement.
You guys have a number of times so far said that there are two different elements that are involved here, but the thing is, tear gas doesn't discriminate. So, is that really the best tactic for end-of-night policing? If you want to, distinguish between people, tear gas isn't going to do it. Is arrest the better move? And then also, Chief, I understand this is two questions at once. I apologize, but we saw images yesterday, early on in the evening, of you and other leadership officers milling with the crowd. But then at the end of the night, for the second night in a row, we saw the curfew enforced with tear gas and pepper spray. So what do you say to residents who see that first show of support as disingenuous?
Well, the issue of dealing with peaceful protesters, as you saw yesterday in the downtown area, was a welcome relief. and we've been able to start building bridges and get on a path to this remedy that is so overdue. What you saw in the campus area were people who were not downtown peacefully protesting, but were up throwing bottles and rocks and getting ready to create more damage in our university area. We had to take some action to distinguish between those who we want to walk with and want to work with and want to hear from, and those that are here just to either create havoc or force some other agenda on the city that has nothing to do with what the real heart of this is about, racism and public servants. The use of chemical agents and other munitions that are used to disperse crowds is not discriminate. They saturate an area, and that's the way these items work. Because our goal is not to have to go put our hands on people, make physical arrests, take people's civil rights away, which we have the authority to do, to take their freedom away, but that's not our goal. We want them to leave the area and disperse. That's the idea of the agents we're using, is to get people to move, not to have to then take people, put a criminal charge on them, have that on their record, have to go to court, have to hire an attorney. We just want them to leave and stop damaging our city.
Well, let me be very clear. I do not support or advocate the defunding or abolishing of the police. We believe police absolutely have an important role in the safety of our community. But we also need to be very clear that policing will likely look very different than it does today, and it needs to. The community is demanding change and reform, accountability and oversight, and a division of police that is focused on serving and protecting all, not policing and over-policing just some.
When we are done exhausting all the work that we would do on reform, if we have not fundamentally transformed what community policing looks like in our community, we would not have gone all the way. And so we look forward to that process of wholly reimagining what policing looks like in the city of Columbus. If it looks like it's the same way it does today, then we have failed. And we do not intend on failing on this critical mission.
Yesterday, we had a question about the phrase defund the police and whether we believe in it. I think the reality is there are dangerous people in our society. There are murderers, domestic violence, rapists, human traffickers, and police have an important role to play in protecting society from those folks, as well as solving crimes associated with their conduct. But we have asked the justice system, that includes police, judges, prosecutors, and the penal system, to do things beyond that. We've asked them to deal with homelessness. We've asked them to deal with drug addiction. We've asked them to deal with mental health. And I think the cold stone reality that we're facing as a society, that's not unique to Columbus, but this is an American problem, is that police may not be and probably aren't the best people to handle those sort of situations. But that's where we've asked it. We swept it into the criminal justice system rug. And we've said that the criminal justice system is the one who's going to handle these sort of societal systemic issues. And I think that's been a failed approach that we all are responsible for, that's decade long in the making, that really started in a lot of ways with the war on drugs and has got it to where we are today.
But we've heard a lot about what officers should not be doing the last few days, no tear gas, no pepper spray unless it's a violent incident. And we've heard from a lot of police officers about what we're hearing, what we shouldn't be doing. What should we be doing if there are 2,000 people downtown in Columbus blocking an intersection, surrounding cars, like we've heard anecdotally, jumping on on cruisers, jumping on civilian cars, trying to pull civilians out of their cars. And officers are told they must just get on a PA and tell them to stop. And we've heard frustration from police that they're not being given any direction as to what they should be doing.
I guess I disagree with the premise of the question. I think our officers know clearly from the chief and the leadership of the Division of Police what the expectations are based on these changes and reforms. I think the chief spoke to some of those yesterday.
What your message is to the business owners, particularly in the downtown area and the Short North area, that have seen their businesses damaged or harmed by some of what became aggressive protests in those first few days in particular. And, the inability of police to arrest some of those officers. When you were asking police to fully prosecute anyone who would destroy your property when they were protesting outside your house last week, I was wondering what your message would be to those business owners when there seems to be a bit of a double standard for what you're expecting officers to do in those situations.
Not sure I understand the premise of your question. Are you suggesting that I have directed the Division of Police to not investigate and charge people involved in criminal activity? It's a pretty strong suggestion there.
Well, that's not what I'm suggesting. I believe the suggestion was earlier in those, particularly on May 28th and May 29th, when we saw people breaking into the State House and destroying parts of the Ohio Theater, things like that, that officers were not able, because of the large amount of destruction, the spread out nature of the incident, that they weren't able to handle some of those situations as best as they would have liked. And those business owners suffered as a result. And yet officers are being asked to be at your house and to fully prosecute anyone who might cause damage to your property as a result of protests that were outside your house. What would you say to those business owners that might feel like there is a bit of a double standard there?
Well, obviously, that is not a complete and accurate premise or suggestion. I have visited with a number of business owners whose windows have been broken and that lost, goods that were in their stores and that are part of the process for, rehabbing, renovating, and then potentially reopening. Many of those small businesses, by the way, had been shut for several months because of COVID. I've been very clear with them and with the chief that any evidence that we have that can lead to an investigation and potential charges against individuals who vandalized, stole, or demolished property needs to be a priority, whether it's in a downtown business or any private residence. And so I think I've been very consistent and clear about that.
Chief Quinlan mentioned yesterday 187 of his officers have been injured.
Certain interesting concepts seem to be regularly talked about among these officials. The Columbus Way seemed to be a reference to their collegiality among those who suck up to them, while refusing to have the city work for those who aren't their puppets. A common theme of an equity agenda repeatedly was discussed, with no discussion of abolishing poverty despite the vast sums of money the federal government spends every year and the up to $6 trillion intervention for Corona as the time of publishing this video. Interestingly, claims of championing accountability were asserted. Common platitudes about being a leader and other stuff were also interesting. Change was also a concept, as well as metaphors for paths and journeys. Lastly, and ironically, these actors all seem to use the word reimagine a lot, which, with the now passing but significantly below average via a D rating Columbus City schools that were previously failing until the last report, is perhaps not a good example for public safety. People don't want to wait a century to have A-rated public safety. If solving these protests and riots and looting and unaccountable police justice takes the trajectory of the Columbus City schools, then perhaps by 2100 we might be somewhat close to the goal of Project Zero.
At the same time, how do you take the next step and be the 14th largest city in the United States and act like it?
To speak to your other question about the long-term impact of Columbus, I think we're continuing to see the Columbus way, believe it or not, even in this crisis.
Who set that standard of, how do we row in the same direction? How do we build partnerships if we actually want to get stuff done? And I think that's where our politics are good in the city. And you don't see that when you travel to other cities in Ohio or even across this country, because you just don't see that collegiality. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone comes in and agrees automatically, but it means that we keep an open mind and we work together because there's clearly a community interest that needs to be solved. And we collaboratively and through partnerships and teamwork try to tackle that issue together.
And that kind of collaboration with all of those people coming together to achieve a common goal is really part of what makes our community so special.
It's something that's unique to Columbus, because even when you travel just Ohio, let alone the country, the fact that we work bipartisanly, the fact that we bring labor and business and faith and neighborhood all together, you know, some people dub it the Columbus way.
That calls us to account, to take action to fight racism and discrimination and inequity. As you all know, in February, I laid out an equity agenda, an agenda that calls out racism and discrimination where it exists, and my plans to address it. I am committed to that agenda.
We owe to every family in our city the same opportunity and equality we want for our own families. Let's leave Columbus better than we found it. We want to look beyond the current model for policing and answer that fundamental question of how we keep all residents in our community safe. Again, we know we have things in our community that is working. We have things like the violence interventionists employed through Columbus Urban League and Community for New Directions. We have our APPS program. We have the CARE Coalition. We have so much good work being led by communities. We have organizers like the People's Justice Project in communities working with people about how to heal from trauma and avoid violence. Let's strengthen what we know is working.
I heard residents say they felt left out of the prosperity of Columbus. And they told me my job as mayor is to help close that divide and bring equity to the entire community. Those opinions are what led now to my top priorities, our equity agenda, an agenda that calls out racism and discrimination where it exists, and my plans to address it. And so you'll continue to hear us talk about this. And it is part of this larger equity agenda. Police reform is an important part of it. But the way systemic racism and discrimination impacts the health, the quality of life, the wealth of our neighbors is something that's going to be a top priority of mine with our equity agenda moving forward. But police reform is something that we have to take action on right now. And that we seek the oversight and accountability and the justice that our community is demanding.
I'm here this morning with my colleagues on Columbus City Council to lay out a path forward. At this press conference, we will tell you what we plan to do. We will tell you when we plan to do it. And I ask the public to hold us accountable for what we say today.
That means we have to hold everyone accountable for their actions. It is not just our police officers or our mayor. It is each of us here at City Council. It is our city attorney. It's our judges and the courts. It's our teachers, our educators, and our business leaders, and our corporate community. We all have a responsibility to do the work at every level, and I take that responsibility seriously.
If there was a perfect roadmap to a safe and just community, we wouldn't have the mass demonstrations from coast to coast.
But it is an important data-informed step in a much longer march toward a safer community. And we're all in this for the long run. So thank you, Mayor, for your leadership.
Real talk, real change, not just talking and studying and analyzing, but acting. Moving with a sense of urgency, purpose, progress. But it's critically important that we show action.
To set the standard and be a leader.
Well, that's a lot to focus on, but of course we don't do it alone. We talk a lot about how important cooperation and partnerships are to our office. Can you?
Very clear, and the council president spoke to this. We're taking immediate steps for change and reform. The community is demanding it. The community expects it. As I said yesterday, when we banned the use of tear gas and pepper spray to disperse peaceful protesters, the time to act is now. Again, I want to emphasize that we are committed to change and reform. Join with me in calling for change with police policies and rooting out the voices within who want to maintain the status quo. President Barack Obama said, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek."
It's not just me. It's not just one council member. It's all of this council is standing united in the belief that we as a community can come together and create fundamental change. Now is our moment. Now is our time. We can do this, Columbus. Look forward to engaging with each and every one of you as we go about this process. It won't be clean, and it won't be always neat and tight, but that's what hard work looks like. That's what legislative bodies do. They bring us together. We have the conversations, and then we make good policy.
And so it's going to be like holding a compass, and you take one step and you see if that gets you closer to north. And then you take another step and you see if that gets you closer to north. And our North Star is out there.
Just fighting the global pandemic and putting us on a road to recovery. But we can't get there until we do this very difficult work right now. And I think that's exactly what the people of Columbus are looking for, to speak out to the injustice, to say the names of these individuals who have died in the hands of law enforcement, who would be alive today had that not happened. Call it what it is and change it. Own the remedy and own the change. Progress is a journey, not a destination. I urge you, I ask you, I implore you to join me on this journey. It will be difficult. It will be complicated. It will be messy. Mistakes will be made. But if we seek together change, truth, justice, and reform, the entire city and all of our neighbors will be safer for it. We're at a crossroads, and the path we take is up to us.
These solutions will reimagine the role of law enforcement in providing services to the community they serve.
And this is a long road when we talk about reimagining public safety, reimagining justice.
The time is now to act on reimagining what public safety looks like in Columbus.
As Council President Hardin spoke about, Council last month announced a short and long-term efforts to reimagine public safety in our city.
Look forward to continuing our work in reimagining, rebuilding this strong and proud community.
And that's why after our legislative break and heading into our budgetary process, we will provide a venue for folks to reimagine public safety. The current system is not working, and we need to develop something better together.
The important takeaway is that we must find productive activities for our youth during these trying times. Employment, day camps. We're spending CARES dollars to expand those possibilities through other nonprofits, adding to our capacity as a community to serve our young people.
As of today, there are 67 homicides in the city and 469 felonious assaults. The felonious assaults represent an increase of 125%. Over the weekend, we had 4 officers violently assaulted. Typical protocols for the review group are being altered because of COVID. And what we normally would do in the public, we're having to do canvasses by phone and other means that are not as effective.
We know that because of the pandemic, we know that because of economic disparities, we know that because of systematic racism, we know that because of lack of affordable housing, we know that because of neighborhoods, none of us should really be shocked by what we're seeing, because this is a result of those disparities now coming to light. All right, but what I'm not doing is condoning those. We have young people who have been, as someone told me earlier today, that they have cabin fever. We have young people who do not have economic opportunities such as jobs for the summer. We have young people who have not been in school for the past 3 to 4 months. Unfortunately, because of COVID, our rec centers are closed. So when you have all of these things come to a perfect storm, you end up with these kind of negative results that then spill over into our communities.
My name's Paul Rakowski, and I'm currently the interim director of the Columbus Recreation and Parks Department. As a department, our mission is to connect the people of our community through the power of nature, wellness, and creativity. With nearly 400 parks, 29 community centers, 230 miles of regional trails, our vision is to ensure that every resident has access to all of our department's many services. Columbus Recreation and Parks continues to be an active partner in providing resources for Columbus's families and, most importantly, Columbus's youth. People often ask what our department is doing to help our young people grow and succeed. What is the department doing to ensure that young people have positive spaces and fulfilling recreation activities to keep active minds engaged and off the street? Well, today I'd like to share with you a few of those positive steps our department is taking to be part of the solution as it relates to this unprecedented summer that we're all experiencing.
The sad truth of it is violence is occurring in our city every year. This year it's higher. We've had other years where we've had higher rates with no riots or no COVID. We are seeing the fact that because of the pandemic, there are more people that have less other parks and recs and park and other places to go to be constructive with the time they spend.
Grant funds will support much needed supplies that encourage social distancing, such as cleaning supplies, masks, and signage. Grant funds will also address the gap in programming due to COVID-related reductions in service. Programs include virtual and in-person summer camps that focus on school readiness, science and technology, arts and crafts, workforce development, financial literacy, and much, much more. Funds administered through the department will support over 25,000 Columbus youth.
How are we going to change? How are we going to come together as rank and file police officers and citizens in a new partnership? A partnership that listens to one another, respects each other, that holds each other accountable. A partnership that can exist, that can come out of all the turmoil of this summer. And as the city attorney said, this is just one step in a really long journey that all collectively we have to be in. We have to root out racism. We have to root out hate. We've got to bring fairness to all aspects of our community. And we are very proud to stand with our community in this very important step to bring fairness and a new partnership in how we think about keeping one another safe, how we hold each other accountable, how we bring police and the community together, not divided. And so, Mayor, City Council President, and all of our leaders, we appreciate your leadership, and we stand very proudly to ensure this is an important step to a future Columbus that we can all be very proud of.
What I hope all of us can agree on, no matter where you fall on this issue, is that we can't go back to the way things were.
That's true.
And we can disagree about the details of it, but we can't go back.
Again, this administration seems to be turning its back on science and instead saying, open up, take a risk. Oh, by the way, open up the schools. Open up the schools.
Hey, class of 2020. Columbus City Council President Shannon Hardin here. And on behalf of my colleagues on Columbus City Council, I want to congratulate each of you on completing your senior year and reaching graduation. Resilient is the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about you. You've proven that you will overcome even the toughest challenges put in front of you. In fact, my commitment to you is that we will always have your back and will continue to fight for you each day. From this point forward, your community and I will also need you to join the fight. and fight through the many challenges that you will still have in front of you. Now, you've already overcome so many challenges that many of us have never ever experienced. And that's why I have so much faith in you and your generation. The truth is, we're counting on you. We need you to lead and become the next generation. Scratch that, the leaders today and the experts today in how we move forward. So in closing, congratulations, class of 2020. We can't wait, but more importantly, we need to see what you're about to do next. Congratulations.
And they keep bringing up how we need a new social contract. Well, I hate to tell you guys, there was no old social contract. Where's my social contract? I can't seem to find a copy anywhere. But now they're saying we need a new one.
And we're talking here also in the Great Reset about the need for a new social contract.
I thought Klaus introduced the need for a new social contract because this will build trust very eloquently.
Am I the only one hella creeped out by these guys sitting around scheming on how to win our trust?
Trust really gives us our credibility. It's really the essential piece to ensuring that we can continue to do the work that we do.
We need to sustain people's trust.
You need enormous trust between the private sector and the public sector for this to actually work.
And I thank Kristalina for the greener, smarter, fairer world because it fits right into this frame.
Strongly agree that we need somewhat of a reset here. You know, as someone running a business, you know, I've said that I believe the best way to improve both public health and economic opportunity in this country is to focus on beating this virus first.
The preceding videos discuss how 2020 has so far been different from past years, skyrocketing unemployment, closed schools, and a seeming new world emerging. Indeed, the World Economic Forum's YouTube has a video and many videos discussing a great reset, a narrative they're trying to construct to describe this time to the public. Statues being removed, names of hate being removed across the country. It seems Naomi Klein's theory of shock doctrine, never letting a crisis go to waste to institute changes that otherwise less likely to be adopted absent a crisis, suddenly become a part of the Overton window and the collective experience of billions of humans are forced to live through. It is interesting how suddenly parts of society have run out of change. The cashless society advocates must be happy with that. In the Great Reset locally, City Council is permitting local area commissions not only to meet digitally online, but also promoting and disseminating these videos to the public.
Call to order the Wednesday, July 8th, 2020 meeting of the Victorian Village Commission. Is that it? You both swear or affirm the testimony you'll give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I do.
Okay, and welcome to the first meeting of the Teachers Association. The meeting will now come to order. So this September, we will be starting the first school year. Yeah. And so the government has asked us to babysit the nation's children so their parents can become more productive workers. So we need to lay down some ground rules. Why don't we start off with what time we meet every day?
Oh, what about 8 a.m.? That'll really piss off the kids.
Okay. Don't know about your motives, but sounds good. Next, let's move on to what we should be teaching the children, subjects. All right, so start throwing out some ideas.
Math?
Sounds good, yeah.
Science! I got an idea for a subject. It's called detention. It's like kid jail. That'll really piss off the kids. It's perfect. We'll make a set of arbitrary rules, and then if the kids step out of line, wham! Detention.
That all sounds fine to me. Now, we need to develop some sort of grading system so we can judge how poorly the kids are doing.
And we should send a report back to their parents. That'll really piss off the kids.
Would you sit down?
They came for the kids, the schools, and the proms. It seems perhaps some adults were just trying to do things the kids would hate, while telling everyone to be pseudo-anonymous wearing masks to protect from an invisible enemy, while having massive unemployment. And then they came for the skate parks. Perhaps the scariest part of the local protesting, rioting, and looting in the city was a picture of the city's police possibly kneeling on a protester's back as circulated on social media. Such events, especially if they turn out to be fatal, risk potentially creating more instances of conflict and disharmony between civilians and police. Many local businesses seem to have had their windows smashed as a result of the disharmonies. Ultimately, the cop who killed George Floyd and the other officers who did nothing to stop it were not charged until after the first nights of unrest. Perhaps they would have still been charged absent unrest across the nation, but we can never know now whether they would have been charged absent unrest.
To facilitate a safe walk for the community. Officers, as you see clearly, put themselves in danger and stand between the risk from the criminal element to the public, but we don't want to create risk for the public. We're dealing with imperfect human beings in imperfect situations. Mistakes will happen, and we will take action to correct them and make sure that we do not allow our mistakes to be repeated.
So I'm not talking to you today as your mayor, I'm talking to you as a dad. And to see what we're seeing in our streets, it isn't unique to Columbus. We know that shootings and violence are up around the country, but I'm not, and you and I aren't responsible for communities around the country. We're responsible for this community, for our neighbors in the neighborhoods in Columbus.
There are a lot of communities in the city who feel that there is a mistrust of officers or they don't get the proper level of service from us. But I want to make very clear that we are doing everything we can to make sure each community feels that they have an equal say in what happens in their community.
Now, breaking news from NBC4.
And we are following breaking news. Protesters met with police in riot gear as chaos erupted and spilled through the streets of downtown Columbus. This comes just days after a man from Minneapolis died while in police custody, and that has set off a wave of anger.
And several businesses here, Matt and Monica, have been damaged this morning. People waking up. Honestly, the looks on their face is just absolutely shocked. This window broken out, several of them in every business here around town. There are a lot of broken glass places. You know, we did hear from officers. They were saying that things were peaceful until about 9:30 last night when things started to turn into an unrest where there was lots of broken glass, trash cans picked up, they were thrown to the ground. And what exactly sparked this? That's still a question here that we're looking to answer today. Local for you in downtown Columbus, Hattie Hawks, NBC4.
Oh, yeah, Matt and Monica, like Hattie said, over there on High Street, lots of businesses have damage, especially right here on State Street. The Ohio Theater, $15,000 worth of damage. It's been boarded up since. Well, let's take a look over here. These are multiple businesses near 4th and State Street. You can see all of the glass shatters on the ground. All of the windows have been smashed in, and these are just about to cripple right here. You can see there that it's fairly new over there. Over here, this restaurant, you can see right into the restaurant because all of the windows and these glass panes on the doors have been shattered as well. You can see the chairs on the ground, tons of debris within this restaurant, and you can just hear the glass on the ground piling up over here. Pretty dangerous stuff. You want to make sure you don't step in any glass if you see it. And over here, some of these other businesses, this is a law firm. I guess they were proactive and they decided to board up late last night, early this morning when they saw there was going to be damage to be done. And there are multiple more businesses on State Street all the way leading up to the Ohio Theater that have significant damage. It's going to take quite some time for these businesses to repair, and it's quite unfortunate.
Tensions mounting downtown after a weekend of relatively peaceful protests in Columbus. Things take a turn as protesters clash with police and officers using what appears to be pepper spray on demonstrators. It happened less than 2 hours ago on High Street downtown near the State House. That's where protesters have been gathering for several weeks now.
You can see some of the police still blocking the intersection. There have been some conversations happening between some of these demonstrators and police, but that is much different from what was happening earlier today. The protesters were on High. The scene is not something we've seen down here for a couple of weeks now. Protesters have been here on High each day and have been on the street, but we haven't been seeing Columbus police down here. The crowd has started chanting here again, now chanting whose streets are streets.
I don't think you really want to talk to me. I think you want to talk at me. But no, go ahead.
I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the gentleman in charge.
No, not right now.
Yes, right now. That he reports to me. You report to the chief of police, who reports to the mayor, who reports to us. So when I say I'm going to talk to you, I'm going to fucking talk to you.
I think there's a little difference to that, sir.
No, there's not. Look, sir, you're every time I need you to listen and just take it in.
Listen, but when I give you a response, you're not listening.
Because you don't get to have an excuse in this town. You don't. Yes, no, there is no explanation. You busted signs that angry people made in front of them because you thought it was fun and oh, let's piss them off even more. That incites violence. When you grab signs from people that angry people have made and bust them in front of them, put them in the back of your van, take them somewhere else and destroy them.
Jesus here.
That's your ass.
Sorry about that.
We got lawyers. I'm going to your ass out of everything. So touch me. I'm already suing your big ass.
Hey, yo, name tag backwards.
Touch me. No, because they got me fucked up and they make me in my
That would be the day.
It'll be the day.
I hope you took his badge number, and we are going to report him. So I hope you. Thank you.
Just so you know, the deputy chief of Shawty, he needed to go report him.
I understood. Okay. I heard what you said.
I didn't want you to think we were trying to be rude.
No, I have a level of respect, but there's a certain anger in this moment that I need to, and I'm thankful. I hope he listened.
He did.
I hope he did.
He did. Did you listen?
I listened, but right now is not the time for us to listen. Right now, the problem is the systemic racism within the police department.
We're all about getting rid of that.
I know.
Trust me. We're all about getting rid of this. But here's what the citizens of this town pay taxes to drive on these streets.
I'm one of them.
I know. So am I.
Okay. But I live right there.
Yeah, but I live here too.
Yeah, I'm not mad that the street's closed.
So, but there are people who deserve the right to do that,
and they will.
And nobody has the right to take that away from them.
But there are also people who deserve to live and not be attacked for their color of their skin. No, not sure there are. Like racism comes before driving on this street. Yes,
I think we can do both.
No, because we haven't. In the hundreds of years this nation has existed, we haven't done both. We've always discriminated against black people. Okay. Now is the time to fix it.
I think that the facts would disagree with you. I think we've made progress. We think we have a ways to go. We're going to work with it.
This proves we've not made it.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, this proves we haven't made it.
I know you goofy as fuck, because why is your name tag upside down?
Because it fell off and I got it on the wrong way.
Cincinnati is not the only major city in Ohio dealing with clashes between protesters and police. Earlier today in Columbus, they were deploying chemicals and making arrests at a large protest outside the state building.
Protesters at the State House gasping for breath as they try to wash tear gas from their eyes. Police making arrests. At least one policeman injured as they try to disperse the crowd. Just an hour earlier, just a block away, a very different vibe from a gathering of clergy and followers of all different denominations.
And so we are here to offer solidarity and lament. These are movements led by people of color, but they need to know that I support them.
People are being killed by police, and if the church doesn't have anything to say about that, then I don't know why we're in business at all.
If you can't march, do something. And this is the time to take a stand.
Around the corner from the clergy protest, they're cleaning up at PNC Bank, victim of the unrest here last night. But one of the people who was at the clergy protest this morning said, if this upsets you, you don't get it.
The shield, Get out of the street. Get out of the street. Get out of the street. Because we gotta open the street. Please go yell at us from over there. Yell at us from over there, please.
So y'all can put us in slavery anywhere y'all want to be.
Go yell.
Go niggas want to protest, niggas gotta protest.
Get out! Get out! Back up. He's a coach.
Hey, get the fuck up!
Get back. Back up. He's a code 3. Code 3. Code 3. Pull him in. Pull him in. Take his shit. Go on the sidewalk, and you are going to the sidewalk. All of you to the sidewalk. On the sidewalk. Do it. Do it. I'll blast you in your mouth. Oh, you want it?
What's up?
Go on. Back up.
What's up?
Back up. Who's the organizer?
Sorry, I'm going back up on him.
Who's the organizer?
Ain't nobody no organizer. We all together. We as one.
I understand that. Who organized this today?
And nobody organized it.
Who has the voice here right now? Who can I talk to who has the voice?
What happened? 12!
Listen to me what I'm telling you right now.
Okay, go this way. I can hear you because they check.
I need somebody with a voice. Whoever's here, whoever organized this today, I need somebody to be able to listen to me. Listen to me today.
I'm listening.
I understand the protest. We want you to be able to protest. But right now, you're blocking Broughton High.
Okay.
You listen? You hear what I'm saying? I want to tell you that we have to move. You're out of traffic. We got cars blocking in no parking zone. So if we're gonna give you a little bit of time to get out of the intersection. If not, we're gonna have to come back and do enforcement. That, as far as enforcement, that's gonna be towing vehicles and issuing citations. Right now, we can't block traffic. We can't do that.
Okay.
For one, it's dangerous. We got cars out here turning, making U-turns. There might be somebody who might not understand what the cause. You know what I'm saying? They might just come through here so you're causing a danger to not only yourself but the other motorists.
We do have the power. We do have the power.
This is not the way to do it, though. I promise you that. This is not the way to do it.
This is our First Amendment right to do this.
No, you cannot block traffic.
This is our First Amendment right to do this.
The protest, whatever.
And we're protesting right here.
No, you can't do it. You got to go on the sidewalk.
We pay you.
Listen to what I'm saying.
We pay you.
Listen.
We pay you.
All right.
And we pay you.
Listen.
To serve and protect us.
Okay.
So if y'all want to do your jobs,
all right, listen.
make sure we don't get hit by a car.
Are you gonna listen to me or are you gonna argue?
Just listen.
Are you gonna listen?
And it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
I don't give a fuck.
Can you listen to me for a second? Listen to me. I'm not going to steer you the wrong way. We let this go on for a week plus. But right now,
Y'all let it go on.
Listen. Hold on.
No problem. Y'all let it go on. No, we're gonna keep it going on.
Okay.
Y'all not letting nothing.
Okay. Who can I talk to? Who can I talk to who can rationalize with me?
Yeah.
Could you guys block off the roads for us? No, we can't do that because right now it's dangerous. You got all this traffic right here trying to proceed, and they can't because the traffic.
They can go somewhere else.
No, we can't do that.
They can go somewhere else.
Block off the roads for us. No, we can't do it because you gotta. Do you have a permit? You gotta.
We're gonna make
No, we're not gonna do that. But you gotta have a permit to take over intersection.
What are you gonna do to us?
What's that?
What are you gonna do to us?
So listen, if you don't have a permit, I'm actually at one place. Do you have a permit to take over the
I
intersection?
don't need a permit.
Okay.
My blood has been spilled in this country. I don't need a permit.
Okay.
Blood in the streets. This is the beginning of time. Native Americans, I don't give a fuck about the justice system. Because it's failed. It's flawed.
So what you're telling me now that you don't...
It's flawed. I don't care. So do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Do what you have to do.
So we will have to come back here. We have to take
Do
the car.
what you have to do.
If you guys would just block off the roads for us,
do what you have to do.
So we can't do that today.
Do your job.
We can't block off the road.
Serve and protect. Serve and protect.
Oh yeah. We can't block off.
Everybody over here in the side of my way.
We can't block off the traffic today. We did that for a week, and it's dangerous. And right now, there's people right here.
It
wasn't dangerous because you guys just redirect the traffic to go elsewhere. Yeah, but we don't have the manpower to do that. So
we've been blocking this shit for days now.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah.
Stand with us.
What's that, man?
I want some with you, brother. I know you ain't no monkey for the hoe.
This has nothing to do with
my
We're not productive. Hey, but I ain't done yet, man. This I ain't done yet.
Hey, they got their time.
Yeah. But
go home. 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 Go home.
You gotta listen to what I'm telling you.
I don't gotta listen to shit.
Go home.
Of listening. It's time for action. It's time for action. It's time for action.
No, we're not doing anything wrong.
I need to be told about this.
Just stop. Yeah.
Go home. Go home.
Deja vu, man. Alright, Chopper, I'm not sure what they've got going on out here. They've just kind of surrounded a car. They're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to get into it or what they're doing, but everybody just kind of ran up to this car. You had people jumping on top of it, trying to get in it. That's what we're just 160. And they're going to be right at State and 4th. Yeah, they're throwing, it looks like they're throwing objects at the car. Bringing you down. Alright. They got them ripping the driver out? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah. There you go. Hands up here. Yeah, we're kind of in a tight orbit here trying to keep them in sight. I've lost them a little bit over the buildings, but yeah, they're smashing the windows. They're trying to smash the windows on this car. 4300 and up. Alright, we're set up. Female black and red had in the silver car just put something up inside the car. Obstacle. Yeah, he's getting in that car. Warning. The door's open. Obstacle. Yeah, just got into a silver car. The one in the red just got into a silver car.
Obstacle. Warning.
It's that Dodge coming right at you. She's moving off right there. That
Warning.
Dodge.
Obstacle. Obstacle.
So essentially what happened was they're in the street and you just accidentally bumped into one of the girls?
Yes. I couldn't stop. Because all of them was in the street. I'm trying to turn.
Where's the bicyclist at?
I don't know. I don't know they all left. You know, I hope she's all right.
And that's the girl you hit was on the bike?
Yes, I hope she's all right, man. That's all I want to know, that she's all right. That's all I want to know.
How hard you hit her?
Because I couldn't stop. You see, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop, man.
How hard you hit her?
Sir?
How hard you hit her?
I didn't hit her hard because I had my feet on the brakes and the gas. But they wasn't all on crossing the street here. That's why I know I could take this turn here. The light was green. But then here she come, you know, and then when she come, I'm putting on immediately stop, you know. I just
crowd over there saying the bicyclist continued on. Yeah.
Okay. She ain't hurt then.
It looks like, well, your key's still in the ignition, and it looks like you with some pliers or something to turn it off, and then you should be able to fix it, okay?
Do we have the vehicle that was surrounded here that they take all?
As the interactions between the public and government officials continued, non-local instances of police and National Guard persons dancing with protesters make people wonder what exactly their taxes are going towards.
Here's a live look once again downtown Atlanta, and Hope Ford is live for us down there right now. Hope, what can you tell us from your vantage point?
Okay, so a lot of people are leaving from back at Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street because that curfew. We all just got the alerts on our phones. So a lot of people heading down this way. So this is a completely different vibe. There are people taking pictures with the National Guard here right now. They're taking pictures, and they're all dancing together again. So a completely different vibe from probably what Brendan is seeing on the other side with that police line and those protesters at the beginning. But these are all before we head out for the night as that curfew approaches. So that's what we're seeing right now. The rain didn't stop them today, so now they're coming out here. It's kind of funny to see some of the National Guard members trying to jump in, but they're not getting the dance yet, but they trying out here. But you see kids out here. You see,
looks like there's a little electric slide in there at the same time.
Oh, so we actually have
the National Guard tries to.
If you guys can hear us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you guys hear?
Okay, so I just want to say this is one of the most encouraging moments that we have seen since the protest started days ago. Just seeing the National Guardsmen get in a line, doing what we used to do, what I used to do back in the day with the electric slide, mixing it up with the folks who are protesting as well, showing that we are all human beings, and we want the same thing. We want peace, we want justice, and we don't want violence. And that actually was displayed in the video, the story that you and Tyson just captured right now. And it's encouraging. It really is encouraging.
Scenes like this just continue to pop up, just showing unity throughout the nation as well. This, what you're looking at right now, officers and protesters in Nebraska coming together and
In the new Great Reset, many businesses along High Street in the downtown and Short North neighborhoods put up pretty nice-looking paintings to make the plywood coverings, presumably to protect glass. Honestly, I like it better than the corporate consumer little pink houses norm of the preset. One must wonder about if and when people during the little preset before this period had full control over their signage along High Street, or did they face sign ordinances and government reviews of the time, place, and manner of their presumably less protected commercial speech?
There were, to my understanding, in the last couple of decades, new historical records discovered in Spain about Christopher Columbus's rule in the areas of the Western Hemisphere where he landed. And he did really act as a ruler of indigenous people when he landed. He brutalized them so much that that representatives of the Spanish monarchy, when they came over to check up on things, actually chained and jailed him and his brothers and brought them back to Spain because of their brutal treatment. There are things about who he was and what he did that possibly were not understood in the 20th century when people made decisions to put his statue up. Maybe they were understood and ignored, but there are new facts that emerge. And additionally, those facts, those records about his punishment from the Spanish government also show this isn't a case of a man who is being measured by today's standards and was the status quo of his time. He was punished for his brutal treatment. I mean, he cut people's hands off when they didn't bring him enough gold. Parading a woman for insulting him through the streets naked and cutting off her nose and tongue. I mean, these are things that I hesitate to say too much because I do recognize I'm not a historian, but these are some things I've learned over the last years. And we need to recognize that maybe our country chose the wrong person to revere in some kind of founding myth.
In Baltimore, in Little Italy, the statue of Christopher Columbus was removed or taken down. And I wondered if you have anything to share about that.
Again, if the community doesn't want the statue there, the statue shouldn't be there. That doesn't diminish my pride in my Italian-American heritage and the fact that it was a country discovered by an Italian, named for an Italian, Amerigo Vespucci. So I have that pride, but I don't care much of that.
Especially should that be done by a commission or the city council, not a mob in the middle of the night throwing it into the harbor?
People do what they do. I do think that from a safety standpoint, it would be a good idea to have it taken down if the community doesn't want it. I don't know that it has to be a commission, but it just could be a community view. And sometimes it's something that's been there, that view has been there for a while.
Look at the stuff. Now they want to change it. 1492, Columbus discovered America. We grew up, you grew up, we all did, that's what we learned. Now they want to make it the 1619 Project. Where did that come from? What does it represent? I don't even know.
It's slavery.
That's what they're saying, but they don't even know. They just want to make a change. Cancel culture. I hate the term, actually, but I use it.
But are they teaching
cancel
people
culture.
to hate America?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Look at the professors. Look at what's going on in the colleges. If a conservative goes on a college. And look, we have as many as them. Excuse me. I think, to the best of my knowledge, we're sitting at the White House, and the Oval Office is right behind me. We have as many as them. But
who's them?
The liberal, radical left, and I'm not talking all. I think liberal. I could tell you I like a lot of liberal people. I like a lot of liberal governors and senators. But
like how they agree on most issues, Pelosi and Trump seem to agree on letting the statues to genociders of our indigenous persons remain on public properties. But locally, the monopolist Imperial Democrat political cartel had decided to remove the statue while leaving the name of the city that everyone uses, not just passing Broad and Front Streets. Various elected officials condemned the racist and monstrousness of the man for which a statue at City Hall was dedicated, and the very city's name a dedication to in the Great Reset. Some who wanted to change the name got traction with Flavortown, while corporate goons possibly engaging in a quid pro quo may have tried to bribe the public with free chattel in exchange for an affirmative vote, perhaps with the corrupt intent of earned media free advertising. The tokenistic media, both local and national, promoted this Flavortown and statue removal while only discussing Italian descent tokens who seemed to oppose change, while refusing to mention the narrator, who went to over 7 different public meetings last fall to try to remove the monster's power from the charter. At least sometimes, it is unfortunately very true for people to utter the words fake news or corrupt news or enemy of the people when describing what is lauded as the fourth estate in this society. Liz Brown, in her solicitations of input for coercion-backed messaging via statues at City Hall to replace the tribute to the monster previously at City Hall, exemplifies her white supremacy by not including a suggestion of a statue for the Arawak victims of the monster, whose name she actively refuses to permit citizens of this area to remove from the charter and the lips of anyone trying to reference this area in line with what the charter names it.
There is no longer a Christopher Columbus statue in front of City Hall.
Yeah, crews started working to take that statue down overnight, and NBC4 was the first to break the news to you. Our Hattie Hawks explains what this means to the city and others.
Right behind me is where that Christopher Columbus statue
once stood. This is a historic
stood.
day in Columbus, regardless of how you feel.
Don Sellers, out early getting a tire fix, didn't know he was about to witness history or the emotions he'd feel.
I actually had to do like this, and as black people, we feel a certain type of way about the symbol of Christopher Columbus.
City leaders announced the statue would be removed after calls from the community saying Christopher Columbus is a symbol of racism and not someone who should be glorified.
But I also saw a guy who I was taught discovered America. So whether that's true or not, it's still a statue and it's still a symbol.
She's a member of the Piave Club who helped get the statue to Columbus and says its removal should have been voted on.
Whatever the nationality of the immigrants are, this is a slap, because that's what this is about. Brotherhood, sisterhood. That statue was a gift from Genoa, Italy to Columbus, Ohio. And I hope it goes back home. I hope Christopher goes back to Genoa. He doesn't need to stay in America.
The Columbus Arts Council is working on a plan on what exactly is going to go into this spot. They say it'll include diversity and Columbus's inclusivity.
July 6, 2020, I let them know that they likely have the absolute right to place a charter amendment on the ballot that would remove the monster's name from the charter and use the maximum power of their charter to remove the monster's name from all places and digital and spatial domains that are supported by government that mention the monster or reference him in an indirect way as CBUS or us. I also asked them to wear masks, and possibly in contravention to Mayor Ginther's mask executive order, they had to wear a mask unless under exemption. The public comment section is not broadcast, so the claimed exemption Hardin's aide wisely claimed for Hardin's refusal to wear a mask during the meeting was inapplicable during the non-broadcast public comment section. President Hardin, do you have any comments on why you weren't wearing a mask?
He's threatening zoning meeting, Charles.
Interesting.
You got a time to speak on the agenda, dude.
Okay, I'm allowed to ask a question. I know that.
That sounds good, dude. Just please don't interrupt the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Oh, mask's off again. Interesting. This is a public space. Interesting. So I just put on a mask this time. Even though previously you chose not to wear a mask. Can you guys put on some masks? It's an epidemic. Masks. Do you know why they're not wearing masks?
Yeah, I can explain the legislation
Okay.
if you want.
You can come explain to me, please. Because it's an epidemic, you know, there's 130,000 Americans who have died at this point. So can you explain to me why President Hardin's not wearing a mask?
Yeah, so the legislation that they're...
No, I know they're not legally obligated to wear a mask. I'm saying morally.
So the legislation that they're considering later tonight includes an exemption if you're giving a speech or testifying before a public audience. So because of that, and because the public health director has been comfortable with them not wearing a mask.
So, I mean, aren't they potentially giving COVID to everybody in the room right now? Especially if they're positive, because I thought that masks mostly only work if somebody is already positive with COVID, and so masks help spread help decrease the spread if somebody's positive. So,
absolutely.
I mean, potentially.
That's why the council president has gotten tested.
Well, I mean, the elites have been the ones who have had the virus. You know, like all these world leaders and celebrities have been. Like, if you're a celebrity, you're much more likely to get coronavirus. So, I mean, they pal around with these people.
I mean, maybe.
So they have a much higher likelihood of having coronavirus than an average plebeian.
That assumes that they haven't been socially distancing. And that assumes
Sure, if they hadn't been, well, I mean, the ones that aren't here are being responsible. I mean, they at least are not wearing a mask, but they're in their home.
So the Public Health Commissioner's guidance is for no more than 10 people to be in a room. I believe we're under that number based on the folks that are in there.
No, I know. Well, that's assuming that's even a lawful order for him to give that order. And that's like a red herring. I'm not talking about whether or not they legally have to wear the mask.
Commissioner's
Okay.
directive. So I don't know who else you would want to take a directive from about public health.
Well, I mean, just scrolling through Harding's social media, it looks like he has been saying people should wear masks. And this is a public meeting. And there's 3 people up there not wearing masks, and they're potentially infecting these members of the public. I mean, I think this is a pretty big scandal.
If you think it's a big scandal, then
I think it's going to be. So, I mean, it should be if we had actually fair news after people do a $6 trillion bailout in Washington, $2 trillion through Congress, which was at least voted for, $4 trillion up to $4 trillion through the Federal Reserve. So I think this is ridiculous.
Okay.
But obviously, I mean, I'm just giving you my feedback.
No, I feel that, Charles. I mean, you're welcome to contact.
We both know I will.
Joyce Beatty, Senator Brown, Senator Portman.
No, I'm not contacting them. I'm going to let the people know what's going on here.
That's fine.
If you guys want to claim that this is an epidemic and we have to ruin the economy and have a 10% unemployment rate, and then Shannon Harding says that this is the power of protest, that's demonstrated by taking these statues down, even though I was asking in October to change the name.
That's totally right, man.
Yeah. So I don't want to lecture you. I don't want to screw with you.
You're all good, man.
I think you gave some good answers, but I'd like Harding to talk to me after the meeting and give me his answers himself. I mean, I understand under HIPAA you don't have to wear a mask, and that's even assuming that there's a lawful order to even wear masks. But you don't have to reveal if you have like, you know, a respiratory thing or something, and that's more like a common carrier situation. But
I mean, I can tell you that Council President Hardin has gotten tested, and he does not have COVID.
How recently was he tested?
Has been tested within the past week, 2 weeks.
So he very well could be positive right now. He wasn't tested yesterday. And even if he was tested yesterday, he could very well be positive, right?
Based on the Public Health Commission's recommendations.
Will he take a test tomorrow to prove that he wasn't positive tonight?
I'm not going to go into this with you, Charles.
Well, obviously you can't. Obviously it's up to him, but I'd like him to take a test tomorrow and get back to me.
That's cool. You can email him. You can call our office and request that, man. I can't have you interrupting the meeting by like calling out from back.
I feel that it is a defense of necessity because of, you know, he's saying that it's a very important thing. So I apologize for interrupting, but I feel I was totally justified.
You are in the system as a non-agenda speaker.
I know.
So you're going to.
I'll speak when it's then. I just feel that if it's an epidemic, I should speak as soon as possible to try to prevent this from getting worse.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Sure, I know. I think we agree, and I like you, and
yeah, I know.
I hope you're doing well. I just want to screw with Harding and Remy and all the people on council A guy's like running back. Is everything okay?
That's because it's probably starting the agenda.
Cool.
Because it's 6:30. But yeah.
So, everybody else has their masks on. How y'all doing today?
Great, sir. Great, sir.
Cool.
You have 3 minutes. You can't hear it, so I'll give you time.
Oh, sure. Right on. Well, yeah, I wanted to. I mean, it looks like President Harding. It looks like just during this meeting, you've tweeted this mask up Columbus stuff. So I don't get it. Why aren't you wearing a mask in this public meeting?
Continue. We finished to speak.
That's fine. But yeah, I just find it interesting you guys aren't wearing masks. I'd like to point that out. Especially, the mayor of Atlanta right now has just been diagnosed with COVID. And, 2,800 Ohioans have supposedly died from COVID at this point, with almost 53,000 Ohioans testing positive. So, I mean, no offense, I find your request to mask up kind of disingenuous at this point, President Harding. But with that said, I come before you tonight to talk about your guys' ORC 707.25 and .26 theories for why you're not putting renaming Columbus or changing the charter. Essentially, we all know that you guys have the absolute right to put charter amendments on the ballot if 2/3 of council votes in such a way. ORC, so arguendo, let's ignore that Columbus is a charter city, because as a charter city, ORC 707.25 does not apply unless it falls into one of the exemptions to Ohio Constitution. I believe Article 18, Section 3, the Home Rule Article, whichever one that is. So, I mean, it doesn't even apply most likely, but let's assume that it does apply. So then we have a conflict of laws problem. And if we look at ORC 151 and 152, that are conflict of laws resolution, conflict of laws mechanisms in the Ohio Revised Code, they have provisions for later in time statutes taking precedent. So ORC 707.25 was adopted in 1953. 707.26 was adopted in 1967. ORC 1.47 was adopted in 1972. And 1.47, ORC 1.47 asserts in enacting the statute is presumed subsection C, a just and reasonable result is intended. Subsection D, a result feasible of execution is intended. So, I mean, even just if we arguendo assume that you guys are telling the truth, which I don't think you are, I think you guys are completely lying, no offense, about what your power is. So even assuming you're telling the truth, it's very much an argument whether or not we have to even follow it. So, I mean, we have the highest turnout right now in 2020 is a presidential election year. We're going to have the highest turnout. So if we do end up changing the charter to remove the 29 times the monster's name is in it, Columbus being that monster. Okay, well, yeah, just so where it's at, I'm going to see if you guys end up changing the charter in a year or two, because then you guys will essentially admit that you lied to me this entire year, and the people of Columbus, especially Liz Brown, going out and saying the 707.25 line. So if and when you guys admit that, I'm going to make a statue of each of you guys, like concrete or whatever's cheapest, and I'm going to make a public park which commemorates you guys lying about this issue. So yeah, I'd like to schedule times to get pictures of each of you guys for your sculpture. So thank you for your time. Enjoy the weather. Thanks. Oh. Section 9 of City Council's mask ordinance passed at the July 6 meeting created a civil penalty of $25, equivalent of that for possessing 100 to 199 grams of marijuana for people in places open to the public, not wearing masks without an applicable exemption. Section 8 assesses a fine to businesses that do not enforce the mask regulations in the ordinance of up to $500 for the second warning and more for future ones. Section 6 asserts failure to provide documentation may result in the assessing of civil penalties, so potentially establishing a duty to provide documentation and force people to speak and identify if they fit into an exemption. Section 10 provides an executive branch health board appeal authority for civil penalties, potentially violating the 7th Amendment right to trial by jury for an amount exceeding $20. Perhaps they should have made it a fine of $19. Additionally, if due process means judicial process, then the 5th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution might also prohibit the mask ordinance. Additionally, rights to privacy and issues of compelled speech might also provide interesting legal questions. Interestingly, no civil penalty is provided for people who are COVID-19 positive and may engage in risky behaviors potentially directly polluting the built environment, rather than people who might not have COVID-19 who are forced to wear a mask, who otherwise would be totally fine potentially. So you guys just aren't listening to him? You guys aren't listening to him? I don't know how you're listening to him when you're talking. Huh. Typical imperialist council. No wonder they can't put changing the name on the ballot. Absolutely despicable. Cool, yeah, my name is Charles Roble. I live in the South University District. Councilmember Remy, what were you guys talking about when that person was testifying? That they couldn't hear you because it's a Zoom meeting? Interesting. Well, I'd like to demand that both of you guys put on masks, all three of you. Councilmember Remy, will you please put on a mask? Council President Harding, will you please put on a mask? I'd like to know what exemption to Ordinance 1643 you guys cite for not having a mask right now. This is, if I'm not incorrect, this is no longer a broadcasted speech. So what is your exemption to the mask ordinance? Officers, I'd like to request that you cite these three human beings for violation, or not for violation of the ordinance, actually for Ohio Revised Code 2917, Section 11, subsection A, subsection 5, for potentially threatening me with harm and creating a civil disturbance. So I'd like to request a citation.
Your request is noted. We're not enforcing that at this moment.
Cool. I'd like to have some communication with Quinlan tomorrow, but I'll talk to you guys after the meeting. This is absolutely unacceptable. You guys have threaten the public with civil penalties, and you guys won't follow your own laws. Under Ordinance 1643, Section 4B, all public buildings run by the City of Columbus, people are required to wear masks. Any exemption you might cite, 6E you might cite, is inapplicable because this is no longer broadcast as it's part of public comment. 6O that you might cite for this being part of your offices or somewhere that the public doesn't go is also inapplicable. At the July 6th meeting, I have you, Councilmember Rennie, talking to two members of the public who walked up here to talk to you within 6 feet. This is unacceptable. Council President Harding, how many deaths in Columbus have you accounted for?
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Unacceptable. Despicable. You guys should be ashamed.
Good night, sir.
Yeah. Good night to you guys. Let's see what the news thinks about this. You guys are hypocrites. And when the police enforce this order, if they ever do, this is going to show what you guys were doing when I asked them to enforce it on you. Despicable. Despicable. And in September 14th, I'm going to ask your colleagues to throw you guys off council. And if they have any fucking balls, they're going to. You guys should be ashamed. Hundreds of our fucking neighbors have died, supposedly. No, you're out of order. You should be cited right now. You guys are creating the disturbance, not me. Yeah, good night to you.
This infection is predominantly spread through droplets. When you cough, when you sneeze, when you talk loudly, when you sing, during normal conversation, droplets can be spread. And wearing a cotton mask has a major impact on really preventing droplets from being spread. Keep in mind too, the other things that we have in the toolbox are social distancing and not touching your eyes, your nose, or your mouth in the circumstance where you could touch something that still has an infectious virus on it. That is a minor way that the COVID-19 is spread from person or from touching something.
My mission was to make Oak Glen Petting Zoo a destination. What they needed was a star animal. The plan? To create a hero pig by staging a viral video in which he rescues a baby goat from drowning.
Oh, okay.
So I think if you had a video like that, people would come from places as foreign as Japan, and even more foreign like China, just to see your hero pig.
That would be great.
The first step was picking our animals. Vince would be our hero pig, and Gangster the goat would be our victim. The zoo had a large trout pond, so this would be the setting for our rescue. But when I brought Vince near the water, I realized he was an incredible coward. Okay. So we hired some animal handlers to bring in a professional movie pig that looked identical to Vince. Word couldn't get out that this was fake, or it would be a disastrous scandal for Oak Glen. So I asked everyone on set to sign non-disclosure agreements stating that they swore not to tell anyone the rescue was fake, or else they would face the death penalty. Even though my lawyer said the death penalty clause was not enforceable, I still wanted to leave it in there so people knew how serious I was. And after several failed attempts, we finally got the rescue on tape. We had our video. I never got his name or his gender. Now repeat.
Give me a minute.
I sometimes
take the animals out to the pond.
Watching the video again, I started to doubt that this would fool anyone. All I could do at this point was upload the video and let the public decide.
Go in the water!
When I woke up the next morning, I was astounded to see the video had been posted on Gawker, E-Bombs World, and a bodybuilding message board. It had over 3,000 views, and that was way more than I ever expected. Then I saw it was climbing the charts on Reddit. Then I checked the view count an hour later.
By the way, this may sound like a sea rescue, but a baby goat, gets stuck in water.
This is some pig. You have to see it. A goat at a petting zoo got stuck in a lake. This really happened. Cool.
Have no fear, there's a pig there. I mean, you couldn't do this at Warner Brothers as a cartoon and make it seem more realistic.
We were duty-bound to pass this on. It's the leading web video today. While we have no way of knowing if it's real, this was apparently shot at a petting zoo. That's a baby goat who got out into too deep water, begins crying for help. Enter this pig.
看到下面这个片子，您肯定会对小哥翘起大拇指了。
It seemed like the whole world was talking about my video. For a moment, I felt bad because it wasn't real. But then I realized that didn't matter.
Interspecies, he went and helped. Learn from it, humans.
In these cynical times, people are desperate for something to believe in. And I gave people a reminder that it's okay just to believe.
Your movers are very in shape. Our guys are in shape, yeah. Lifting all those boxes and furniture, that's a great way to get fit.
Yeah, the guys are getting a great workout. They're always getting a great workout.
And that's the idea. You see, the average gym member in America spends over $700 a year to perform physical labor that's very similar to the work that David's employees do. So if we can make a convincing argument that moving boxes and furniture from house to house is a better workout than going to the gym, David could tap into an endless supply of labor that would actually pay him for the opportunity to move stuff. The plan? Turn the job of moving into America's next fitness craze. So I rush-published a bunch of copies and mailed them to media outlets throughout the state in the hopes I'd get some interest. And as luck would have it, we soon got the big break we needed.
So anyways, yeah, you might want to read it over to get a sense of what your life is like before tomorrow.
Okay.
In the later chapters, it actually says you spend a lot of time volunteering with jungle children. I don't know what that is, but you might want to bring it up because audiences love someone who gives back and is charitable.
Okay. I'll tell them, what they want to hear.
You're watching San Diego 6 News in the morning.
Welcome back. We are in spring, but we're always looking ahead to summer.
Throughout the region.
Our next guest lost more than 100 pounds and never stepped foot in a gym.
Can you lose 100 pounds just by moving boxes and furniture? One guy says it's possible.
Look at this man. He lost over 100 pounds, and now he's sharing his fitness tips with all of us.
Jack, your story of inspiration.
That's it. It's simple as this. I do charity work, with jungle children.
Jungle child is what?
Yeah, jungle child are children that live in the jungle. A while ago, I was working with a jungle child. His name was Dandy. He was a great inspiration for me. And unfortunately, tragically, he died when baboons kidnapped and ate him. It was actually one of the worst days of my life.
Where is this? Jack turned out to be an extremely compelling spokesman, and he was really hitting our message home.
In my opinion, gym stands for giving your money away. Never been to a gym in my life. Never stepped a foot in the gym in my entire life. I got this body by simply just moving boxes and furniture. If I could do it, anybody else could do it.
Internet lets us be social in ways that we haven't been before. And it turns out that one of the really big changes isn't getting to use digital tools for more access to information. It's using digital tools to have more access to each other. And that's I think, where the really big social transformations are coming from. What the web does to collaboration in economic speak is it lowers the transaction costs, which is to say the hassle factor. Anybody who's ever tried to get 5 or 6 people to agree on a movie to go to or to come over, for a birthday party at a particular time knows it's hard to get groups of people to agree to coordinate with one another, do things together, and so on. And the web makes it easier for people to find each other. They can do it even from being in geographically remote locations, right? People can collaborate from half the world away. It can go from having a very small group to a very large group. If you have a dinner party for 6, you need a different kind of room than if you have a dinner party for 60. But if you have a mailing list or a bulletin board for 6, it can scale up to 60 or 600 or 6,000 effortlessly. And all of those effects together mean that there's just a lot of new tools around for people to start experimenting with.
Clay Shirky, in his book Here Comes Everybody, asserts the mass diffusion of personal digital devices has lowered the social organizational costs for 1, communication, 2, coordination, and 3, computation, enabling new structures for collaboration and economic interactions. The diffusion of these technologies is correlated with a libertarian shift in American society away from arbitrary tyrannical government interventions like treating homosexual dyadic corporations in a non-equal way to heterosexual dyadic corporations, essentially respecting a religion or speech or culture, or the criminalization of cannabis. Biden had so embarrassed Obama when Joe endorsed gay marriage, he publicly apologized for supporting equality to President Obama. Additionally, Ohio Senator Rob Portman switched his stance on gay marriage equality only after a clear trend toward a majority pro-equality stance by his next election, especially with intergenerational cohort replacement of older populations with more libertarian, anti-centrally planned morality counterparts. Portman tricked the media and everyone else into thinking he was just a tyrant. Whether that affected Portman's utility function or not, it clearly was in his political interests to quit supporting government legislating morality on the issue.
Hey Lucy, are you racist? Well, I'm half black and half white, I guess, so I'm half racist, and the black part of me can't be racist according to that idiot. Don't they all know it's just a big distraction from the corona hoax economic collapse?
The power elite and narrative constructors of our current public sphere seem to solely assert racism as an endemic problem of implicit biases. But this is not necessarily the case. Elites in the past may have engaged in interracial interactions. Julius Caesar and Cleopatra, and possibly a Solomonic Ethiopian dynasty, in which Solomon begat Menelik, who may have transported the Ark of the Covenant to Aksum, Ethiopia, where it very well may be today, as some claim. If racism based on phenotypic gene expressions were endemic to actors, we might expect dogs and other animals to show racism, but they seem not to, thus implying it very well may be more nurture, if not entirely nurture, than nature, and just a part of the failed school system and society's failure to judge people on their own merits.
Let the FBI deal with this. Said yourself we don't know the full extent of this conspiracy. We can't trust any government official. Only hope is to get on that plane.
Go put your daisy in somebody else's rifle, hippie. I gotta put some serious lead downrange.
I'm talking about government-sanctioned murder here.
What is this, another one of your wacko conspiracy theories? Like who shot JR?
JFK.
Whatever. My point being, you're wasting your life, man.
One statement, please. I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
Kill the president?
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man. Did you shoot the president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy. Well, I was questioned by a judge. However, I protested at that time that I was not allowed legal representation.
In bringing Oswald out, they were, of course, doing something that you would never see happen today. But they were trying to cooperate with the press with the understanding that there would not be questions shouted at him.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
Stated his case logically and passionately, but his perceived effeminate voice only drew big gales of stupid laughter.
Lee Harvey Oswald did not receive legal representation before he was executed while in police custody. They couldn't even keep Oswald safe despite knowing of a plan to assassinate Oswald. Oswald maintained he was a patsy. It is interesting to wonder about the supposed photographic and auditory evidence linking someone claiming to be Oswald to a KGB assassin at the Soviet embassy in Mexico City before the assassination of JFK, but perhaps all just some sort of coincidence, I guess. Interestingly, in the public sphere, the fact that two different government agents predicted the murder of Kennedy shortly before it happened, one predicting it in Texas, and both of them being involuntarily committed to psychiatric facilities, seems totally ignored, if not silenced. It's not impossible such coincidences might occur, even if statistically unlikely. I'll even acknowledge that I have no idea about the data of such predictions, so I lack the ability to make a statistical argument here. But the fact that the stories of each actor, if only coincidences, seems like it might have been suppressed from the public sphere due to people's seeming ignorance of the stories of these two veterans. If the government murdered and/or covered up a conspiracy to murder JFK, we might all feel especially sad for the possible whistleblowers who tried to save Kennedy's life and how they were treated. David F. Christensen and Eugene B. Dinkin may well deserve the Presidential Medal of Honor if this is the case. Additionally, Aquila Clemens' description of the murder of Officer Tippit does not seem to describe Oswald, who was unlikely to be seen as chunky and short. If the government murdered and/or covered up the murder of the duly elected president and still will not tell everyone the truth after 50 years, such secrecy attacks the very claims of living in a democratic society. Voters cannot have informed consent if they are denied the truth about their world. If secret cabal parts of the government have the secret coup assassination power, then they should be upfront about it so the electorate and politicians can be more informed in their votes, actions, and framing of issues.
Mrs. Clemens, where were you on November 22nd, 1963?
I was working for Miss Smotherman, 327 East 10th, just down the block from where Tippit was killed.
Did you know Officer Tippit?
Yes, I saw him pretty many times.
And did you hear the shots?
Yes, I heard the shots.
And what did you do?
I ran out into the street and looked down the street, and I ran back down the street where he was lying, and I looked at him.
Now, when you heard the shots and you went out of the house, did you see a man with a gun?
Yes, I did.
What was he doing?
Oh, he was reloading it. When I said he was reloading his gun.
And how would you describe that man?
Well, he was kind of chunky. He was kind of heavy. He wasn't a very big man.
Was he tall or short?
Yeah, he was kind of short guy.
Short and heavy?
Yes.
Was there any other man there?
Yes, there was one on the other side of the street. All I know, he told him to go.
Mrs. Clemens, the man who had the gun, did he make any motion at all to the other man across the street?
No more, told him to go.
Well, he waved his hand and said, go on?
Go.
And then what happened with the man with the gun?
Oh, he unloaded and reloaded.
And what did the other man do?
Man kept going straight down the street.
And then did they go in opposite directions?
Yes, they was. They wasn't together. They went this way from each other. The one done the shooting went this way. The other went straight down past street that way.
What was the man who did not do the shooting, but the man who went in the other direction from the man with the gun? What was he wearing, if you remember?
Well, first I remember he looked like light khakis and a white shirt.
And was he tall or short?
He was tall.
And was he heavy or thin?
He was thin.
But the one who did the one who had the gun, seconds after Tippit was shot, he was short.
Yes,
he
was short and kind of heavy.
Now, did you testify before the Warren Commission about this case?
I haven't said anything to anyone.
Did anyone come to see you after the murder of Officer Tippit?
Yes, he was a man came, I don't know what he was. He came to my house and talked to me. But I don't know what he looked like a policeman to me.
He did. Did he have a gun?
Yes, he wore a gun.
Mrs. Clemens, how long after Tippit was shot did this man with a gun come to visit you?
About 2 days. It was about 2 days. Said that I might get hurt. Someone might hurt me if I would talk.
About what you saw?
What I saw. He just told me to be the best if I didn't say anything because I might get hurt.
When we examine the real Martin Luther King, it quickly becomes apparent he might very well be more angry than adult Jesus among money changers in a temple if he were here today to see his legacy an annual day dedicated to him. I suspect Dr. King would be infuriated by the large amount of power elite and politicians who have claimed to hear his dream the past 50 years, all while silently betraying justice, sitting silent on the easily endable poverty and perpetual pointless wars based on lies and failing schools. The following are some of his ideas that might be most relevant to the ideas of this video and the world of today, a half-century later.
I'm furious that in 2020, we're fighting the same battles for the same causes that our parents and grandparents marched and in some cases died for 50 years ago.
So we must say now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to transform this pending national elegy into a creative psalm of brotherhood. Now is the time to lift our nation. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of racial justice. Now is the time to get rid of segregation and discrimination. Now is the time. And so this social revolution taking place can be summarized in 3 little words. They are not big words. One does not need an extensive vocabulary to understand them. They are the words, all here now. We want all of our rights. We want them here and we want them now.
I come to this magnificent house of worship tonight because my conscience leaves me no other choice. I join you in this meeting because I'm in deepest agreement with the aims and work of the organization which has brought us together, clergy and laymen concerned about Vietnam. The recent statements of your executive committee are the sentiments of my own heart. I found myself in full accord when I read its opening lines. A time comes when silence is betrayal. That time has come for us in relation to Vietnam. The truth of these words is beyond doubt, but the mission to which they call us is a most difficult one. Even when pressed by the demands of inner truth, men do not easily assume the task of opposing their government's policy, especially in time of war. Nor does the human spirit move without great difficulty against all the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Moreover, when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do, in the case of this dreadful conflict, we are always on the verge of being mesmerized by uncertainty. But we must move on. Over the past 2 years, as I have moved to break the betrayal of my own silences and to speak from the burnings of my own heart, as I have called for radical departures from the destruction of Vietnam, many persons have questioned me about the wisdom of my path. At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Why are you joining the voices of dissent? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened, for such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment, or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live. In the light of such tragic misunderstanding, I deem it of signal importance to try to state clearly, and I trust concisely, why I believe that the path from Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, the church in Montgomery, Alabama, where I began my pastorate, leads clearly to this sanctuary tonight.
The most dramatic success in Chicago has been Operation Breadbasket. Through Operation Breadbasket, we have now achieved for the Negro community of Chicago more than 2,200 new jobs with an income of approximately $18 million a year, new income to the Negro community. But not only have we gotten jobs through Operation Breadbasket in Chicago, there was another area through this economic program, and that was the development of financial institutions which were controlled by Negroes and which were sensitive to problems of economic deprivation of the Negro community. The two banks in Chicago that were interested in helping Negro businessmen were largely unable to loan much because of limited assets. Hi-Lo, one of the chain stores in Chicago, agreed to maintain substantial accounts in the two banks, thus increasing their ability to serve the needs of the Negro community. And I can say to you today that as a result of Operation Breadbasket in Chicago, both of these Negro-operated banks have now more than double their assets, and this has been done in less than a year by the work of Operation Breadbasket. And so Operation Breadbasket has a very simple program, but a powerful one. It simply says, if you respect my dollar, you must respect my person. It simply says that we will no longer spend our money where we cannot get substantial jobs. In Cleveland, Ohio, a group of ministers have formed an Operation Breadbasket through our program there and have moved against a major dairy company. Their requests include jobs, advertising in Negro newspapers, and depositing funds in Negro financial institutions. This effort resulted in something marvelous. I went to Cleveland just last week to sign the agreement with Sealtest. We went to get the facts about their employment. We discovered that they had 442 employees and only 43 were Negroes. Yet the Negro population of Cleveland is 35% of the total population. They refused to give us all of the information that we requested. And we said in substance, Mr. Sealtest, we're sorry. We aren't going to burn your store down. We aren't going to throw any bricks in the window. But we are going to put picket signs around, and we are going to put leaflets out, and we are going to our pulpits and tell them not to sell Sealtest products and not to purchase Sealtest products. We did that. Went through the churches. Reverend Dr. Hoover, who pastors the largest church in Cleveland, who's here today, And all of the ministers got together and got behind this program. We went to every store in the ghetto and said, you must take seal test product off of your counters. If not, we're going to boycott your whole store. A&P refused. We put picket lines around A&P. They have 100 and some stores in Cleveland. And we picketed A&P and closed down 18 of them in one day. Nobody went in A&P. The next day, Mr. A&P was calling on us, and Bob Brown, who is here on our board, and who is a public relations man representing a number of firms, came in. They called him in because he works for A&P also, and they didn't know he worked for us too. Bob Brown sat down with A&P, and they said, now, Mr. Brown, what would you advise us to do? He said, I would advise you to take seal test products off of all of your counters. A&P agreed next day not only to take seal test products off of the counters in the ghetto, but off of the counters of every store, A&P store in Cleveland, and they said to seal test, if you don't reach an agreement with SCLC and Operation Breadbasket, we will take seal test products off of every A&P store in the state of Ohio. The next day, the seal test people were talking nice. They were very humble. And I am proud to say that I went to Cleveland just last Tuesday, and I sat down with the seal test people and some 70 ministers from Cleveland, and we signed the agreement. This effort resulted in a number of jobs which will bring almost $500,000 of new income to the Negro community a year. We also said to seal test, the problem that we face is that the ghetto is a domestic colony that's constantly drained without being replenished. You're always telling us to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps, and yet we are being robbed every day. Put something back in the ghetto. So along with our demand for jobs, we said we also demand that you put money in the Negro Savings and Loan Association, and that you take ads, advertise in the Cleveland Call and Post, a Negro newspaper. So along with the new jobs, seal test has now deposited thousands of dollars in the Negro Bank of Cleveland and has already started taking ads in the Negro newspaper in that city. This is the power of Operation Breadbasket. We must develop progress, or rather the program, and I can't stay on this long, that will drive the nation to a guaranteed annual income. Now, early in the century, this proposal would have been greeted with ridicule and denunciation as destructive of initiative and responsibility. At that time, economic status was considered the measure of the individual's abilities and talents. And in the thinking of that day, the absence of worldly goods indicated a want of industrious habits and moral fiber. We've come a long way in our understanding of human motivation and of the blind operation of our economic system. Now we realize that dislocations in the market operation of our economy and the prevalence of discrimination thrust people into idleness and bind them in constant or frequent unemployment against their will. The poor are less often dismissed, I hope, from our conscience today by being branded as inferior and incompetent. We also know that no matter how dynamically the economy develops and expands, it does not eliminate all poverty. The problem indicates that our emphasis must be twofold. We must create full employment, or we must create incomes. People must be made consumers by one method or the other. Once they are placed in this position, we need to be concerned that the potential of the individual is not wasted. New forms of work that enhance the social good will have to be devised for those for whom traditional jobs are not available. In 1879, Henry George anticipated this state of affairs when he wrote in Progress and Poverty, "The fact is that the work which improves the condition of mankind, the work which extends knowledge and increases power and enriches literature and elevates thought, is not done to secure a living. It is not the work of slaves driven to that task, either by the task of that of a taskmaster or by animal necessities. It is the work of men who somehow find a form of work that brings a security for its own sake. In a state of society where want is abolished, work of this sort could be enormously increased. And we are likely to find that the problem of housing, education, instead of preceding the elimination of poverty, will themselves be affected if poverty is first abolished. The poor, transformed into purchasers, will do a great deal on their own to alter housing decay. Negroes who have a double disability will have a greater effect on discrimination when they have the additional weapon of cash to use in their struggle. Beyond these advantages, a host of positive psychological changes inevitably will result from widespread economic security. The dignity of the individual will flourish when the decisions concerning his life are in his own hands, when he has the assurance that his income is stable and certain, and when he knows that he has the means to seek self-improvement. Personal conflicts between husband, wife, and children will diminish when the unjust measurement of human worth on a scale of dollars is eliminated. Now our country can do this. John Kenneth Galbraith said that a guaranteed annual income could be done for about $20 billion a year. And I say to you today that if our nation can spend $35 billion a year to fight an unjust, evil war in Vietnam and $20 billion to put a man on the moon, it can spend billions of dollars to put God's children on their own 2 feet right here on earth. Now let me rush on to say we must reaffirm our commitment to nonviolence. I want to stress this. The futility of violence in the struggle for racial justice has been tragically etched in all the recent Negro riots. Now, yesterday I tried to analyze the riots and deal with the causes for them. Today I want to give the other side. There's something painfully sad about a riot. One sees screaming youngsters and angry adults fighting hopelessly and aimlessly against impossible odds. Deep down within them you perceive a desire for self-destruction, a kind of suicidal longing. Occasionally, Negroes contend that the 1965 Watts riot and the other riots in various cities represented effective civil rights action. But those who express this view always end up with stumbling words when asked what concrete gains have been won as a result. At best, the riots have produced a little additional anti-poverty money allotted by frightened government officials and a few water sprinklers to cool the children of the ghettos. It is something like improving the food in the prison while the people remain securely incarcerated behind bars. Nowhere have the riots won any concrete improvement, such as have the organized protest demonstrations. When one tries to pin down advocates of violence as to what acts would be effective, the answers are blatantly illogical. Sometimes they talk of overthrowing racist state and local governments, and they talk about guerrilla warfare. They fail to see that no internal revolution has ever succeeded in overthrowing a government by violence unless the government had already lost the allegiance and effective control of its armed forces. Anyone in his right mind knows that this will not happen in the United States. In a violent racial situation, the power structure has the local police, the state troopers, the National Guard, and finally the Army to call on, all of which are predominantly white. Furthermore, few, if any, violent revolutions have been successful unless the violent minority had the sympathy and support of the non-resistant majority. Castro may have had only a few Cubans actually fighting with him and up in the hills, but he would have never overthrown the Batista regime unless he had had the sympathy of the vast majority of Cuban people. It is perfectly clear that a violent revolution on the part of American blacks would find no sympathy and support from the white population and very little from the majority of the Negroes themselves. This is no time for romantic illusions and empty philosophical debates about freedom. This is a time for action. What is needed is a strategy for change, a tactical program that will bring the Negro into the mainstream of American life as quickly as possible. So far, this has only been offered by the nonviolent movement. Without recognizing this, we will end up with solutions that don't solve, answers that don't answer, and explanations that don't explain. And the other thing is, I'm concerned about a better world. I'm concerned about justice. I'm concerned about brotherhood. I'm concerned about truth. And when one is concerned about that, he can never advocate violence. For through violence you may murder a murderer, but you can't murder. Through violence you may murder a liar, but you can't establish truth. Through violence you may murder a hater, but you can't murder hate through violence. Darkness can not put out darkness. Only light can do that. And I say to you, I've also decided to stick with love. But I know that love is ultimately the only answer to mankind's problems. And I'm going to talk about it everywhere I go. I know it isn't popular to talk about it in some circles today. I'm not talking about emotional bosh when I talk about love. I'm talking about a strong, demanding love. But I have seen too much hate. I've seen too much hate on the faces of sheriffs in the South. I've seen hate on the faces of too many Klansmen and too many white citizens, counselors in the South to want to hate myself, because every time I see it, I know that it does something to their faces and their personalities. And I say to myself that hate is too great a burden to bear. I have decided to love it. If you're seeking the highest good, I think you can find it through love. And the beautiful thing is that we aren't moving wrong when we do it, because John was right. God is love. He who hates does not know God, but he who loves has the key that unlocks the door to the meaning of ultimate reality. And if you will let me be a preacher just a little bit. One night a juror came to Jesus, and he wanted to know what he could do to be saved. Jesus didn't get bogged down on the kind of isolated approach of what you shouldn't do. Jesus didn't say, now, Nicodemus, you must stop lying. He didn't say, Nicodemus, now you must not commit adultery. He didn't say, now, Nicodemus, you must stop cheating if you're doing that. He didn't say, Nicodemus, you must stop drinking liquor if you're doing that excessively. He said something altogether different because Jesus realized something basic. That if a man will lie, he will steal. And if a man will steal, he will kill. So instead of just getting bogged down on one thing, Jesus looked at him and said, Nicodemus, you must be born again. In other words, your whole structure must be changed. A nation that will keep people in slavery for 244 years will thingify them and make them things. And therefore they will exploit them and poor people generally, economically. And a nation that will exploit economically will have to have foreign investments and everything else, and it will have to use its military might to protect them. All of these problems are tied together. What I'm saying today is that we must go from this convention and say, America, you must be born again. So I conclude by saying today that we have a task, and let us go out with a divine dissatisfaction. Let us be dissatisfied until America will no longer have a high blood pressure of creeds and an anemia of deeds. Let us be dissatisfied until the tragic walls that separate the outer city of wealth and comfort from the inner city of poverty and despair shall be crushed by the battering rams of the forces of justice. Let us be dissatisfied until they live on the outskirts of hope, brought into the metropolis of daily security. Let us be dissatisfied until slums are cast into the junk heaps of history, and every family will live in a decent sanitary home. Let us be dissatisfied until the dark yesterdays of segregated schools will be transformed into bright tomorrows of quality integrated education. Let us be dissatisfied until integration is not seen as a problem, but as an opportunity to participate in the beauty of diversity. Let us be dissatisfied until men and women, however black they may be, will be judged on the basis of the content of their character, not on the basis of the color of their skin. Let us be dissatisfied. Let us be dissatisfied until every state capital be housed by a governor who will do justly, who will love mercy, and who will walk humbly with his God. Let us be dissatisfied until from every city hall justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Let us be dissatisfied until that day when the lion and the lamb shall lie down together, and every man will sit under his own vine and fig tree, and none shall be afraid. Let us be dissatisfied until men will recognize that out of one blood God made all men to dwell upon the face of the earth. Let us be dissatisfied until that day when nobody will shout white power, when nobody will shout black power, but everybody will talk about God's power and human power.
There can be no gainsaying of the fact that the great revolution has taken place in the world today.
In the sense it is a triple revolution. That is a technological revolution with the impact of automation and cybernation. Then that is a revolution in weaponry with the emergence of atomic and nuclear weapons of warfare. Now it's true that the geographical oneness of this age has come to be to a large extent through modern man's scientific ingenuity. Modern man, through his scientific genius, has been able to dwarf distance and place time in chains. And our jet planes have compressed into minutes distances that once took weeks and even months. All of this tells us that our world is a neighborhood. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that human progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals who are willing to be co-workers with God. And without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. So we must help time and realize that the time is always ripe to do right.
We cannot forget that we have a housing problem in Columbus. Whether we are looking at Franklin County's unacceptable high eviction rate that disproportionately affects women of color, the lack of affordable units within our housing stock, or the increasing burdensome of homelessness on our shelter system, we have a major problem. Let us put more effort and intention towards housing equity and justice. I am reaffirming my commitment to fight for housing in this community, and I will continue to examine our budget and advocate for the appropriate...
The major reason it is not feasible today to have a negative income tax is because the present welfare bureaucracy would be out of work. They are the major objectors, as Senator Pat, and now he's Senator Pat Moynihan then demonstrated in his book on the Nixon program. The chief obstacle to getting it enacted was a welfare bureaucracy. They would be spending their own money, and that however knowledgeable you are about how to spend...
They would be spending my money.
They would be spending my money, but it would be one stage less bad. Right now, the welfare worker is spending Mr. A's money to help Mr. C. And there's a big takeoff in the middle, as Tom Sowell said.
The question is not whether people on welfare, on low incomes, can all spend their money effectively. The question is, how effectively do they spend it as compared to how effectively the bureaucrats spend it for them? Comparing anything to perfection or to some arbitrary standard settles nothing. The same thing is true in the education area. They're saying, would families be able to select schools for their kids under a voucher system, for example? Well, the question is, could they possibly do much worse than the current bureaucrats are doing in the public school system?
Can you characterize everything that the Fed has done this past week as essentially flooding the system with money?
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that?
There is no end to our ability to do that.
Is the Fed just going to print money?
That's literally what Congress has told us to do. That's the authority that they've given us, to print money and provide liquidity into the financial system. And that's how we do it. We create it electronically, and then we can also print it with the Treasury Department, print it so that you can get money out of your ATM. I heard from a bank in our region, a well-to-do customer came in and said, I want to withdraw $600,000 of cash. Now, we can supply all the cash that the banks need to meet their customers' concerns, but it just speaks to the fear and the uncertainty that is rippling through the economy.
To the person who is about to grab their car keys and go to the ATM and take out $3,000, you say what?
You don't need to. Your ATM is safe, your banks are safe, there's enough cash in the financial system, and there is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve. We will do whatever we need to do to make sure that there's enough cash in the banking system.
What did we learn from 2008 when you were in the Treasury Department, and how is that being applied today?
There are two big mistakes when I look back at 2008 that we made that I think are relevant today. Number one, we were always too slow and too timid in responding to the crisis. The reason is we didn't know how bad it was going to get, and we didn't want to overreact. And it turned out it got really, really bad, and the right answer should have been overreacting to try to avoid the devastating recession that we ended up happening. So today, whether it's healthcare policymakers, fiscal policymakers, which means Congress, or the Federal Reserve, we should all be erring on the side of overreacting to try to avoid the worst economic outcomes. We are being very aggressive, and I think our chairman, Jay Powell, has learned from the experience of 2008. We're moving much faster than we moved in 2008. We're being more aggressive. Is there more we can do? Yes. Is there more we may end up doing? Yes. But I think we're being very aggressive, and I think that's the right thing.
Are we in a recession?
If we're not right now, we will be soon. My base case scenario is we will at least have a mild recession like after 9/11. The worst case would be we'd have a deep recession like the 2008 financial crisis. We just don't know right now.
And what's keeping us from knowing with any certainty?
Nobody knows how the virus is going to progress. How many Americans are going to get it? How effective is social distancing going to be? How long will it take the healthcare system to catch up?
Nationwide last week, there were almost 300,000 people filing first claims for unemployment benefits.
It could be 5 times that amount next week, maybe more.
Where is the bottom?
If this is a 3-month shutdown, we'll find the bottom pretty soon. If this is a year-long shutdown, this could be very damaging to the U.S. economy and most importantly to the American people.
If the current measures are not enough, what else can the Fed do?
So there's a range of things that the Federal Reserve could do. We're far from out of ammunition.
Far from out of ammunition. Sunday, the Federal Reserve lowered its benchmark interest rate to 0. Can you go below 0?
In theory, we could. Some countries have. I don't think any of us on the committee think that's a particularly good idea. It creates other challenges for financial markets. But in the last crisis, we'd used something called quantitative easing, buying long-term bonds. We've got a lot more experience in how to do that. It didn't trigger inflation. So there are other tools that we've used before that I think we could also use again.
You're not a bad person, but I'm afraid to say you are a moron. Now pull your socks up and get your shoes on. Come on, all of you.
Oh, man.
And listen, while we're at it, there are systems for a reason in this world. Economic stability, interest rates, growth. It's not all a conspiracy to keep you in little boxes, all right? It's only the miracle of consumer capitalism that means you're not lying in your own shit, dying at 43 with rotten teeth.
As Saul Alinsky asserted, we may unfortunately take reality as a series of different alternatives, and a theoretical optimum may not be a possible direct step from one structure to another. As informed by the Thomas theory and Spooner's ideas, to the extent people conjure the state into existence, it may well have the ability to intervene in reality and distort incentives among actors. Advocating for UBI as a replacement to the federal Leviathan since at least 2012, if not earlier, the contemporary times are worrying. For years, the mainstream has said the 2 major reasons UBI cannot be implemented was 1, lack of funds, and 2, worries of worker disincentives. As demonstrated by the $21 trillion in improperly accounted for in your journal voucher adjustments at DoD and HUD, the U.S. government has tons of money. Indeed, the Federal Reserve now claims an unlimited amount of money able to dilute the value of utility represented by dollars, if not proportionally changed via interventions. For $3.3 trillion, we could provide 330 million residents $10,000 per year. This number is below recent annual federal government incomes and much below the total annual federal expenditures. I would prefer an extra $10,000 in my pocket in 2021 and no regime change wars and no war on drugs than the likely continuance of the status quo. Under such alternative, the federal government would still have over $1 trillion for interventions, at least at existing budgets, and people would still have state and local governments to intervene in society. It is important to acknowledge that trucking-based economic exchanges and other users of federal highways is one group that might be worse off, but seems like that may only be about $40 billion to keep some highway subsidies going. Some might worry that $10,000 is not enough for everyone. For specific cases like people with disabilities, a higher amount may be able to be provided, and or charities can always subsidize and create non-coercion-backed interventions. Additionally, whatever existing federal interventions for people with non-typical expenses may be able to be continued up to a certain point of cost. For general cases, market distortions like licensing, state-planned labor wages, and other interventions all may increase costs for consumers.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change.
Additionally, if the world is over in 12 years, as Representative Ocasio-Cortez asserts, perhaps we don't have time to wait to try to preserve the rents of people who have acquired properties in older-style, auto-dependent urban areas. Perhaps if we just let people be free to use real property however they want, people can live for much less than they're being charged currently. The status quo fights people like Sage Lewis, who had a homeless tent encampment in Akron, Ohio. If not for government, people need not be spending $300 plus just to have a private place to sleep and store their chattel securely in Ohio. As for worries of worker disincentives due to an income floor, the current unemployment rate of over 10% has done a good job of showing just how many jobs are not really that needed in our society. The case of the universal basic income being way better than the continued crony statism seems undeniable at this point. Unfortunately, longtime advocates for an income floor like myself's views on how to get there get completely distorted out of the media's coverage. Instead, only technology and VAT-based additional taxation ideas like those of Andrew Yang seem permissible, and even more risky, now the mainstream Democrats from Pelosi to Kamala Harris have endorsed an income floor. Their proposal seems to be to add around up to $5 trillion more to this year's annual budget, if not more. This is without ending the costly war on drugs, nor our perpetual pointless wars based on lies. They want to give everybody $2,000 per month. It seems much less risky to start by just replacing existing ways public funds are privatized and instead just send it to everyone who wants one directly. It especially seems less risky to keep all interventions within the amount taxed. So long as public funds actually are taken from actual people, not printed, there should be little inflation. Inflation is the worst kind of tax because it isn't even voted for. The Democrats' very risky proposal not only could totally fail if implemented due to inflation, and thus destroy the possibility of an income floor for a sustainable, much longer period of time, but their seemingly blasé attitude toward inflation may risk making the problem more complex as each period's issuance of new money into the system accelerates currency curve devaluation of the money without a proportionate increase in utility represented by the money to offset the printing of the money. Don't get me wrong, $2,000 per month for everyone may be feasible, and if possible without changing the value of money in people's pockets would be great, but it seems very risky if their plan is to just print it. Seems Milton Friedman's note on Senator Moynihan's assertion that the welfare bureaucrats prevented an implementation of an income floor via negative income tax, and history may be repeating itself with Democrats trying to destroy the chance to abolish poverty for a generation 50 years after Martin Luther King, and shortly after his death, President Nixon tried to implement via the Family Assistance Program and a negative income tax. How sad they chose to offer a proposal they knew the other duopolist party won't even consider. Perhaps if Democrats introduced a UBI around Romney's level of $1,000 a month, then he might be able to get such intervention to our current tragedy of the commons, the force of law. A universal basic income may be necessary if the Luddite fallacy has or will expire, denying many in society even the ability to labor for an income, absent private voluntary intervention. Osborne and Frey asserted over 40% of American jobs are at significant threat of automation in the coming years. Human labor outside of labor valued for intrinsic human qualities, like service or a personal human chauffeur, may be at a threat of automation. Human labor comes from intelligent bipeds with posable thumbs. We have robotic hands. We have robotic bipeds. According to Google's Director of Engineering, Ray Kurzweil, we may have computers as smart as humans by 2029. Low-pay robotic hard labor jobs may be less threatened by automation than higher-paying analytical problem-solving jobs, which do not require batteries or expensive physical apparatus. Since the 1950s Invention Secrecy Act, the U.S. government has actively stifled technological advance via the classified patent system, which prohibits disclosure of the world and the laws of physics to the public. In fact, a few days before releasing this video, the New York Times and various other media outlets are disseminating claims of the construction of off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
Businesses are going to get sued just because somebody walked in. You don't know where this virus comes from. They'll sit down at a restaurant. They'll sue the restaurant. The guy's out of business. Right. So we do need some kind of immunity. You do need it, just like you need immunity for the police, okay, whether they like it or not. You need immunity for the police. But they do need a form of immunity. You don't know if they caught it, and nobody's ever going to be able to prove it one way or the other. You can't put these, the people out. Look, the Democrats don't want to do that because they're totally captured by the lobby of lawyers. The lawyers' lobby is probably the most powerful in the country.
Is that Brondo stuff?
They're watering crops with a sports drink?
Brondo the Thirst Mutilator had come to replace water virtually everywhere. Water, the basic component of all life, had been deemed a threat to Brondo's profit margin. The solution came during the budget crisis of 2330, when the Brondo Corporation simply bought the FDA and the FCC, enabling them to say, do, and sell anything they wanted. Joe didn't know any of this, but he did see a problem that he might actually be able to solve. With his options running out, Joe took a bold step. He would not get out of the way. This time, he would lead.
For the last time, I'm pretty sure what's killing the crops is this Brondo stuff.
But Brondo's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops?
Yes.
Water? Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing, so I'm pretty sure that the Brondo's not working. Now, I'm no botanist, but I do know that if you put water on plants, they grow.
Well, I've never seen no plants grow out of no toilet.
Hey, that's good.
After several hours, Joe finally gave up on logic and reason and simply told the cabinet that he could talk to plants and that they wanted water. He made believers out of everyone. Joe didn't know it, but the beloved electrolytes. Even enough time, Joe's plan might have worked. But when the Brondo stock suddenly dropped to zero, leaving half the population unemployed, dumb, angry mobs took to the streets, rioting and looting, and screaming for Joe's head. An emergency cabinet meeting was called with the CEO of the Brondo Corporation.
How come nobody's buying Brondo the Thirst Mutilator?
Ah, shit. Half the country works for Brondo.
Not anymore! The stock has dropped to zero, and the computer did that auto layoff thing to everybody. We're all unemployed!
I think that makes the economy suck.
Why is this happening?
I think it's because we switched to water, but...
This is all your fault?
What?
Yeah, this is your fault. This shit started happening when we switched to water.
What's my college?
He tried taking water from toilets, but its secretary not sure who finds himself in the toilet now. And as history pulls down its pants and prepares to lower its ass on Not Sure's head, it will be Daddy Justice who will be crapping on him this time.
We now go live to Violence Channel correspondent Formica Davis at the Extreme Court with highlights on today's trial.
Thank you, Velveeta. Well, it started off boring and slow, with Not Sure trying to bullshit everyone with a bunch of smart talk. Blah, 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 you gotta believe me. That part of the trial sucked. But then the Chief J just went off. He said, man, whatever, the guy's guilty as shit. We all know that.
Nationwide Children's understands that social determinants of health are leading predictors of a child's overall well-being. Economic and social conditions are key influencers of a family's health status.
We believe in reform. And that's what we're committed to, and that is what our plan is. So I accept the criticism. That is part of being the mayor of the 14th largest city in America. And whether or not we're in a crisis or fighting a global pandemic or none of those things, criticism comes my way every day, and I accept it. I learn from it, and when I make mistakes, I acknowledge them.
It's very important that we have this conversation, because when we talk about underfunding our schools by $1 billion, no one says anything. Did you know that the state of New York has been found to constitutionally violate the rights of children in New York City because they have criminally underfunded schools? That is what the Campaign for Fiscal Equity is all about. So the state actually owes the city and largely Black and brown children in our city $3 billion in how much they underfunded our schools, which create the conditions of a school to prison pipeline and criminalizes our kids and all of this in terms of perpetuating a cycle. How many times do you hear that? How many times do you see that on the front page of the New York Post? Almost never. But our $6 billion budget has not prevented this uptick in crime. That this uptick in crime that's happening right now is with a $6 billion New York City Police Department budget. So our $6 billion, there's more. When you add in pensions and retirement funds, it's up to $11 billion. People who hold a curling iron in a hair salon have to go through more hours of training than a police officer does to wield a deadly weapon. So why is this uptick in crime happening? Well, let's think about it. Do we think this has to do with the fact that there's record unemployment in the United States right now? The fact that people are at a level of economic desperation that we have not seen since the Great Recession? Maybe this has to do with the fact that people aren't paying their rent and are scared to pay their rent. And so they go out and they need to feed their child and they don't have money. So you maybe have to, they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night. Maybe it's the fact that unemployment provisions have not been given to everyone. Maybe it's because of the fact that some people still haven't gotten their stimulus checks yet, or that people have been carved out of stimulus checks yet. We are at a time in this pandemic of unprecedented economic desperation. I will bet the farm that has way more to do with any uptick in crime than the New York City Police Department's budget, because all those billions of dollars somehow have not prevented the uptick in crime that we're seeing right now. And the definition of insanity is choosing to do the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. Right. So you want to put more money and crime is ticking up, more money and crime is ticking up, more money and crime is ticking up. Why do you expect a different result? Maybe if we rewind, zoom out, and give people repeated stimulus checks so that they feel like they can stay in their homes, maybe we'll see a mitigation of crime. What does a world where we defund the police, where defunding police looks like? I tell them it looks like a suburb, because in Yorktown Heights and in a lot of these communities in Westchester, what is the most important thing that is politically the most important thing that the world revolves around? It's school funding. People will uproot their entire lives. You will see people go nuts for school funding. What we do know 100% is that what we are doing now isn't working. And it is violent, and that it is wrong. And we have to figure out what right is. Societies and communities every day have children that live without the threat of violence, that do not see police on every single corner, that feel that there is plenty of opportunity for them and their lives. And they are often wealthy suburbs, but that doesn't mean that those privileges cannot be afforded to every single person in this country. And they can and they should be afforded to every person in this country. I am of the belief that crime is a symptom of a diseased society that neglects its most marginalized people. And we do not solve that problem with police. Policing can be a Band-Aid, or it makes some people feel like it's a Band-Aid, but it is not the solution to crime. As much as we want policy to be, I'm going to propose it, I'm going to have all of the answers and put a neat little bow, and we're going to pass this one law once and everything is going to be fixed. That's how we wish all of this stuff works.
Like Representative Ocasio-Cortez discussed in the videos, Ohio, like New York, has had courts assert the funding for schools is unconstitutional. It is very ironic for elected officials in this city to constantly be talking about reimagining police or small businesses with the legacy of the words. By 2013, Mayor Ginther, at the time council president, had convinced us to spend large sums of loot to reimagine our schools. Despite the sums of loot spent, very little seems to have been done to guarantee a sufficient education for all our neighbors. The School Reimagine Initiative refused to discuss the implications of the Coleman Report and emphasize the relationship between poverty and variance and differences in educational outcomes. The mayor continues to not directly advocate for abolishing poverty, instead seeming to try to continue as long as possible. Despite the vast sums of lives in loot, he sits silent as the federal government takes in our name. 5 years later, the schools are still failing, and not every young person guaranteed a great education. 6 years later, the school system moved up to a passing grade of D, despite various schools in the district still failing, and many schools without basic air conditioning. Another recommendation I gave to the Reimagine folks was to examine how much information a child can realistically learn in a day at various ages, and only to that maximum amount of time have high-wage teachers teach kids for that time. To the extent schools are free child care, providing low-wage workers to prevent fights among the students who hopefully won't act in untoward ways is a major cost-cutting strategy. Additionally, having high-quality digital learning content can cut costs significantly for people who actually want to learn and pay attention. Hopefully, digitization of education can advance with COVID-19. For a budget of $600K per year for Columbus City schools with around 50,000 kids, that's about $12,000 per head. We could instead give it directly to the students instead of public teachers and bureaucrats. Students with disabilities could receive a higher amount to ensure that they are put in an equal opportunity to learn with their peers. Students given control over the resources dedicated to their education could all have air conditioning and a free breakfast and even lunch and dinner at a Wendy's or Taco Bell or healthier Chipotle or whatever while attending an online class, for the cost of employing these highly organized groups of voters with vested interests largely opposed to the frugality of average taxpayers without private interests in electoral outcomes. The plight of public teachers who might get laid off in an optimal education system, or even one that isn't just a D rating, might take a back seat to giving our youth a good education. If people are worried about their incomes, then those interests should not be disaggregated from the rest of society. Why should a laid-off teacher or cop's poverty matter any differently than a homeless veteran in the streets?
New tonight, the Columbus Board of Education has awarded $11 million to renovate the heating and air conditioning system at 4 local schools: West High School, Sherwood Middle School, Moeller Elementary, and Duxbury Park Elementary will all have air conditioning in their classrooms for the first time in their histories. Now, this money is part of the Operation Fix-It initiative, which is approved by voters to improve Columbus City school buildings. This plan is to have those systems installed for the start of the 2018-2019
The state
school
report
year.
card looks at data and graduation rates for districts across Ohio. Students are measured on a performance index, which gives an overall look at how kids in grades 3 through 8 are doing on the Ohio Achievement Test.
Performance index D, indicators met F, gap closing F. I'm seeing a lot of Fs here. It's a repeat pattern. Now, what does that say to you?
It is, and those are overall grades for each of those indicator areas. They're not something we shy away from.
According to the report, the district received 5 Fs, including 1 for 4-year graduation rates and overall achievement, 1 D rating, 1 C rating, and 2 A's. While old report cards included test scores for students improperly excluded from calculations because of the district's data scrubbing scandal, this year a different story. Good says the Ohio State Superintendent's office checked the new data for accuracy.
Well, the initial take is we finally have clean data. This is data that's been verified by the Ohio Department of Education as clean.
Good says one of the district's biggest achievements is a community-based summer reading program that helps young students move on to the next level.
By the end of summer, 88% of those third graders were promotable to fourth grade.
Rob Wells.
But you do have a feeling, you said a moment ago just now that you only get power if you wrest it from somebody.
Yeah, well, you only get power as a reaction to a threat, I think.
But that's not true.
Oh, of course it is.
Suppose everybody in this room decided to nominate you as our leader. You would then have power over us. This doesn't mean that you wrested it from us.
If everybody in this room decided to nominate me as their leader, I wouldn't have any power to do anything.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes,
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? If we pledged our allegiance to you.
I'd have a bunch of kids and you. Well, your columns might be of some help for a while.
No, but suppose you just...
I'm looking at it very pragmatically. Living in the world as it is, you don't have the choice of what's best. Every judgment that is made on the basis of alternatives. On that basis, I find myself totally committed to the fact that a free and open, what we call, roughly speaking, a democratic society is the best way of life that we have. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm willing to buy the Churchill definition that it may be it's a lousy way of life, but it's the best way that we know of.
So I'm here with Joe Motel. You stood for election in 2019, right?
Correct, yeah.
And you got around 27,000 votes or so?
Yeah, I think it was just over that.
The 27,000 people in the city who voted for you are currently getting no representation with their taxation at the legislative body, correct?
I'd say that's probably pretty true, yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I think, those 27,000 people who voted for me know what I stand for. I've been active for over 3 decades with city government and very outspoken, especially like tonight again.
On the city's YouTube channel, I hear Zach Klein and Mayor Ginther always talking about the Columbus Way and how collegial they are. Do they share information with you?
Well, we have differing definitions of the Columbus Way. First of all, they call the Columbus Way a partnership.
Yeah, they're always talking about partnerships with the community and listening.
With the Columbus Partnership themselves and other large...
Does Alex Fisher talk to you?
Never even met him before.
Really?
Never met him.
With how involved he is trying to talk to people who live here, he's never reached out to you once?
No, never reached out to me. I've never reached out to him. And it's the Columbus Way that's creating Columbus to be designated as the second most economically segregated city in the United States. And it's the Columbus Way that has caused many of those problems. They think the Columbus Way is what's made the city great. They look at it as a tool. People like myself and others that voted for me and many others, and look at the Columbus Way as a way of being a lack of opportunity, injustice, and unfairness to the people of Columbus.
So, do you feel that you're being represented? Do you feel that the government's representing your opinions and the people that vote for you, or?
They don't really listen. City council doesn't listen to us. It's all pretty much window dressing in terms of public comment and meetings and such.
Well, they don't broadcast public comment.
No, and again...
Do you think if they broadcast public comment, then more people might at least hear?
They did away with years ago, and I remember, there were some very outspoken citizens of Columbus who would come down and speak at the public comment portion of the meeting. So what do? They adjourn the meeting so that they can turn the camera.
So they can't even address an emergency.
Right.
God forbid somebody brings an emergency at public comment. They can't. If somebody says there's an asteroid that's going to hit and some magical way they can solve it, they can no longer solve it at the point of public comment. Right?
There's a complete lack of democracy in this building. When it comes to people, their opinions and things of that nature. When they hold these public meetings and they want input, the legislation is basically already written in stone. And there's so much that needs to be done that people need to start speaking out against. And, these people are basically puppets to the people that control them with campaign contributions and such in the development community and the Columbus Partnership and Alex Fisher and his group. It's like, you know, they're just there to follow orders, follow marching orders. We don't have anybody with courage or leadership that's willing to step out of line and do what really needs to be done in order to address this. If they do, their political career's ruined and they know it.
So do you think we should recall these people, or?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. See, for me, I mean, you bring up that they're puppets, you know, and so I agree that I do think they're all puppets of, you know, Alex Fisher and the local power elite. But I mean, for me, those people should be represented. You know, they're part of our community. They need to stop not representing us. You know, we have a voice too. And so that's my problem, is
there's
that
not enough people that actually come to the table, and they themselves, people in this building, they claim that these people that they point out as leaders in the community are the ones representing us, and they're not either. You know, when you have a former mayor, Coleman, for instance, who is responsible for President Hardin to be where he's at, and he's a city lobbyist, registered city lobbyist still. Who do you think's controlling that young man throne?
And then yeah, let's talk a little bit about why voting specifically is so important this year.
Yeah, you know, and I get this question asked a lot, and you know, one of the things that I try to stress is that, you know, every election is important for voters, whether it's you know, this year where our country is going to decide, you know, who the next president is, or whether you're voting in an off-year election to raise taxes or elect a mayor or governor or what have you. But, you know, voters get their say in how they want their government to be run and how they want their tax dollars to be spent. And, you know, I mean, many people throughout the years have sacrificed for the opportunity for us to vote. And it's just something that, at least, you know, to me and as an elections official, I wish that turnout was higher every election. But obviously the presidential election is always our most participated in election. And as an elections person, you go back to the most recent election, the comparable election, and for instance, of 2016, the last presidential election. We had about 70% turnout, which is high. Some would say, well, gosh, why it should be higher? But 70%, and 40% of that was done either by voters coming up here and voting at our office, the 28-day lead up, or voted by mail. So we anticipate that number is going to be even higher this cycle because of some of the things that we're going through with the pandemic.
This section, which was part of the subtitle of this video, emphasizes the tyrannical anti-democratic actions of the local Democratic Party are not just some happenstance. The lack of representation is planned. Ohio Constitution Article 18, Section 1 classifies cities as having a population over 5,000. As shown at various recent city council races, whole cities of voters for candidates that did not win are receiving no representation with their taxation in the local legislative body, as the local centrist Democrat monopolist goal and continued plan for imperial dominance of the population indefinitely, all while they speak about civil rights and accountability out of one side of their mouth. One interesting trend in the city council races is that Republicans is the candidate against the local centrist Democrats, but as they failed to gain any representation, recent council races have been slates of Working Families Party, Yes We Can, progressive candidates. The local Dems don't even want others on the so-called left to have any representation with taxation. Also, the centrist local Dems can continue their tyrannical, monopolistic stranglehold on the legislative body of this area to the injury of everyone else left out of the conversation about supposedly their government. In 2018, the local centrist Dems amended the city charter to pretend to increase representation, just so they can have nominal change to say that they are not doing nothing while they live high on the hog, silencing the rest of us. Voter participation for the past election cycles, if not everyone in this area, has been highest during presidential election years. In 2016, nearly 100,000 people in this area voted for the president, while 15,000 voted for the two largest third parties, the Libertarian and Green parties. Despite these three groups of Ohioans all mustering over a city or more of a population to the polls, neither group of voters is yet to receive any representation for their political party in the local legislative body.
This morning, the Council President, City Attorney, and I are announcing our intention to put forth legislation to Columbus City Council next Monday to give Columbus voters the opportunity to amend the city's constitution, our charter, to establish a civilian police review board.
In our city's charter, its constitution, from this point forward upon passage by the people, as a strong exclamation point about accountability and review. It will be an apparatus for improving police community relations far into the future.
Adding a civilian review board and an independent investigatory body to our city's constitution is a critical step to making sure that that change becomes a reality.
But we all have to participate openly and honestly.
For Council President Harding, City Attorney Zach Klein, and Mayor Ginther to openly acknowledge that our charter is essentially the Constitution, the binding document of the city, and then not only reject the inherent power of the people to amend such document, but to actively use such document to subvert representing one person is unacceptable. But 23 cities worth of people, 115,000 people, is unacceptable. Such anti-democratic conduct is especially despicable when the system is based on coercion, where we are told that things are so bad that we must essentially draw lots and engage in the threat of violence-backed government interventions, where we force people to conform and act in ways they otherwise might not absent coercion, instead of just letting voluntary association and the best opinions of humankind win out in civil debates. City Council may not be disseminating lies just to the Change the Name movement.
Local officials should not let democracy become one more victim of COVID-19.
On May 1st, 2020, the Columbus City Council chose to flatly deny a citizen group's request to place the Columbus Community Bill of Rights Charter Amendment on the November 2020 ballot.
In response to COVID-19, the community group made the difficult yet necessary decision to cease signature gathering on March 12th.
On April 27th, petitioners requested, given the extraordinary circumstances, that the Columbus City Council could preserve the process by simply using its power to place the initiative on the ballot.
What the charter states is that there are two distinct ways for a charter amendment to be placed on the ballot.
One by a vote of 5 of the 7 council members, and the other by an initiative petition by the people.
In his email reply to the group, Council President Hardin insisted that City Council could not place a citizen initiative on the ballot that has not met the signature threshold. Hardin also asserted that
Council is committed to following the charter.
These are excuses that ignore the Council's ability to directly place the measure on the ballot.
What we seek is simply safety precautions and fairness. A failure of the government officials to address this issue would be really worrisome. It would make a mockery of the initiative process because it would require the people to choose between their health and exercising their constitutional rights.
This was going to be the year we finally made it onto the ballot, but no one could have predicted COVID-19. The voters of Columbus should not be penalized for this unprecedented crisis.
Last year, the group collected over 18,000 signatures for a similar ordinance, passing the signature gathering process.
But we were kept off the ballot by the Board of Elections and the courts.
We shall overcome someday.
The Community Bill of Rights group accuses Council President Harding of lying about City Council's basic authority to place charter amendments on the ballot, as has essentially been conceded by the new move for a charter amendment for a civilian review board of police actions. Just as the Great Reset narrative is just a use of information control to try to obscure the real issues of the world and the real mechanisms that lead to change, the people have been wanting a non-tyrannical, non-insane government for a long time, as evidenced repeatedly by the electorate. Indeed, Saul Alinsky was correct to assert two forms of power as money and people. And unlike some like to pretend, money is not a determinant of elections. People act in a non-totally correlated manner toward money spending. In 2015, a group of 10 thieves tried to delegitimize the government of Ohio by hijacking its constitution and make it so only they could grow marijuana for a profit, despite the attempted kleptocrats pissing away over $20 million on their scheme. Only 36% of the electorate was convinced it would be better than the status quo. Similarly, in 2012, when the automatic ballot referral mechanism, which every 20 years asks Ohioans if they want to call a constitutional convention, despite all political parties at best being silent on the issue, with a near zero budget, nearly 32% of Ohioans voted for it, wanting change. To further highlight the latent nature of our political groups of just representing interests, not actual people, and leaders of such groups taking any non-money-based power only from the rent off the political party, not from actual widespread support in the population. Despite former Ohio governor dishonorably not voting for the candidate of his political party after vowing he would, Trump won Ohio handily without Kasich's help. Additionally, Trump won the Electoral College while spending about half that of Secretary Clinton. So much for buying elections, I guess. Part of the American Revolutionary War involved taxation without representation, according to the Library of Congress. Indeed, some riots and looting is not always looked back upon by everyone as negative from a teleological standpoint. The Boston Tea Party, to many, was a rallying cry against the imperial abuses of tyrants, refusing even to give people a voice when forcing them to pay money to a group they are only meant to be subservient part of. In line with the concept of no taxation without representation, so that the members of the community can have feedback about how money they are forced to pay to the community is used, I'm happy to hear about DACA reform. I'm not a fan of Trump's wall, but its costs don't seem that much compared to the $3 to $5 trillion the federal Leviathan spends every year, especially if everyone is worried about viruses that can totally wreck the economy and shut it down. I don't understand why those who care a ton about COVID-19 at this point could oppose having a wall getting immigration totally under control. Personally, I think the only borders should be private property borders. If people want an immigration-free society on private property, I have no problem with that. If people want an immigration-full society on their own property, they should be able to do that. People should be able to do whatever they want, in my opinion, so long as their actions do not directly impinge upon the reasonably bounded liberty of others. People who are here and who are nonviolent, I don't think should be scared of being kidnapped and potentially dispossessed of all their chattel in the area and their liberty. Sounds a lot like some SS-type stuff, especially if they are doing jobs the rest of the members of the economy want the goods from those jobs. I think funding Trump's wall in exchange for amnesty citizenship for all people here would be a fine compromise that is within the current Overton window.
First of all, we got rid of the individual mandate. Pre-existing conditions will always be taken care of by me and Republicans, 100%.
But you've been in office 3.5 years. You don't have a plan.
Well, we haven't had... excuse me. You heard me yesterday. We're signing a health care plan within 2 weeks. A full and complete health care plan that the Supreme Court decision on DACA gave me the right to do. So we're going to sign an immigration plan, a health care plan, and various other plans. And nobody will have done what I'm doing in the next 4 weeks. The Supreme Court gave the President of the United States powers that nobody thought the President had by doing what they did, their decision on DACA. And DACA is going to be taken care of also. But we're getting rid of it because we're going to replace it with something much better. But we got rid of already, which was most of Obamacare, the individual mandate. And that I've already won on. And we won also on the Supreme Court.
Smoke so many trees that my fucking teeth turn wood. And if they make a monument to me when I die, it'll be a giant abstract joint up in the sky. But you know they're gonna whitewash me, make up some corny shit about me chopping cherry trees. It's hard to control the people if they're found as a thug, so they'll just teach that I was all prayers, puppies, and hugs. But that just ain't the way it was. We set this whole place up with a hell of a buzz. So next time they try and tell you that this stuff is wrong, look at a dollar, light a blunt, fucking sing my song.
I became supervisor of Group 42 for the Drug Enforcement Administration. They cross-designated me. I had to get sworn in as a special agent for DEA. So now I'm doing dual tasks. I'm a U.S. Marshal and I'm a special agent for DEA. That's when I picked up the name Batman. I'm talking about Gotham City, man. We were rolling, man. We were jumping on guys in the middle of the night, all of that, swooping down on folks all across the country. Using these sort of tactical operations that we went out on that you would use in Vietnam or using some type of war-torn drug and gun addiction task forces determining what cities where we're going to hit. I would notice that most of the time was always appeared to be urban areas. That's when I asked the question, well, don't they sell drugs out Potomac and Springfield and places like that? Or maybe y'all think they don't. The statistics show they use more drugs out in those areas than anywhere. The special agent in charge, he says, you know, if we go out there and start messing with those folks, they know judges, they know lawyers, they know politicians. You start locking their kids up, somebody's going to jerk our chain. He said, they're going to call us on it, and before you know it, they're going to shut us down, and there goes your overtime. What I begin to see is that the drug war is totally about race. If we was locking up everybody, white and black, for doing the same drugs, they would have done the same thing they did with Prohibition. They would have outlawed it. They would have said, let's stop this craziness because you're not putting my son in jail. My daughter's not going to jail. If it was an equal enforcement opportunity operation, we wouldn't be sitting here anyway. It's all about fairness, man, and understanding how would I want to be treated. Whether I'm on that one end or the other end, how would I want to be treated if everything was done equally?
My name is Nancy Gertner, and for 17 years I was a judge of the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. During those 17 years, I sentenced over 500 people to sentences of which 80%, I believe, were unfair and disproportionate. I left the bench in 2011 to join the Harvard faculty and to write about those stories, and to write about how it came to pass that I was obliged to sentence people to terms that frankly made no sense under any philosophy, any theory of retribution, any theory of social change. Well, we finished a war, or we should be finishing a war. We finished a war on drugs. And although we were not remotely the victors of that war, we need a big idea in order to deal with those who were its victims. We need a plan to reconstruct neighborhoods, not countries, to be sure. We need a plan to stop punishing, which is all that we have done in the past, and to start rebuilding. What do I mean by a failed war on drugs? This is a war that I saw destroyed lives, eliminated a generation of African American men, covered our racism in ostensibly neutral guidelines and mandatory minimums, which were only applied or largely applied to African American men, created an intergenerational problem. Although I wasn't on the bench long enough to see this, we know that the sons and daughters of the people we sentenced are in trouble, and are in trouble with the criminal justice system. Fostered domestic violence because an entire generation of men were eliminated from these communities, and fundamentally eliminated their political participation.
What do you mean you're saying that crack is not as addictive as everyone says?
Well, when we think of crack, well, we have a beautiful example now that as the past year. The mayor of Toronto, Rob Ford, for example, the guy used crack cocaine and he did his job, despite what you think of him and his politics. But he came to work every day. He did his job. The same is true even of Marion Barry. He came to work every day, did his job. In fact, he did his job so well, so the people of D.C. thought that they voted for him even after he was convicted for using crack. But that's the majority of crack cocaine users, just like any other drug. Most of the people who use these drugs do so without a problem.
Compare it to alcohol.
When we think about alcohol, about 10% of the people, 10 to 15% of the people who use alcohol are addicted or meet criteria for alcoholism. Crack cocaine, about 15 to 20%. Same sort of thing when we look at the numbers. And we've known this in science for at least 60 years, we've known, I'm sorry, at least 40 years, we've known this sort of thing, but we haven't told the
So you're
public.
saying someone who has wine every night for dinner would not be considered an alcoholic in the same way if you take crack every day?
Exactly. So the criteria to me, the way we judge whether someone is an addict is whether or not they have disruptions in their psychosocial function. Are they going to work? Are they handling their responsibilities? Or are they overindulging in the activity? When we think about drugs like alcohol, wine every day, people can drink alcohol every day and still meet their responsibility. The same is true with crack cocaine. The same is true with powder cocaine. The same is true with marijuana. Think about it this way. The three most recent presidents all used illicit drugs, and they all have met their responsibilities. They've reached the highest levels of power, and we would be proud if they were our children, despite the fact that they've all used illegal drugs.
You begin your book talking about a human experiment that you recently did. Explain it.
Yeah, so this particular experiment was featured in the New York Times recently. I had read the literature, the animal literature, showing that when you allow an animal to self-administer, press a lever to receive intravenous injections of cocaine, they will do so until they die. But then when I looked at the literature more carefully, if you provide that animal with a sexually receptive mate with some sweet treats like sugar water or something of that nature, they wouldn't take the drug. They would engage in those other activities. So I thought it would be interesting to find out whether or not crack cocaine addicts could also have their drug-taking behavior altered or changed by providing an alternative. In that experiment, we used as low as $5 cash. And when you do that, you can see that they will take the cash on about half of the occasion.
Wait, explain the scene.
Okay, when you explain the scene, you have a person, you bring a person into the laboratory. They're seated in a chair in front of a Macintosh computer so they can indicate their choice. On the left would be drug, on the right would be money. And they would have 5 opportunities separated by 15 minutes, for example. So every 15 minutes, a nurse would come in and ask them to indicate their option.
Who are these subjects?
These participants are people who meet criteria for crack cocaine addiction. These are people who smoke crack cocaine on 5 days a week. They spend about $200 to $300 a week on the drug. They are committed cocaine users, and we pass all of the ethical requirements to bring them into the laboratory. They have physical examinations. They're carefully monitored by a nurse, a physician, and so forth.
So you have them sitting in front of the computer.
They're sitting in front of the computer, and every 15 minutes a nurse will come in and ask them to indicate their choice. And once they indicate their choice, the nurse will bring in the option that they're selected, whether it's crack cocaine, whether it's the $5 option. And when you provide an alternative like $5, they'll choose $5 on about half of the occasion and drug on the other half. But if you increase the alternative amount to something like $20, they will never take the drug. They'll always take the money. And so sometimes people say, well, they're only selecting the money so they can use drug when they leave the hospital. Now, one thing that was said about crack cocaine users is that they couldn't make rational choices once they have cocaine on board or once they're faced with a choice to take cocaine. Well, they demonstrate, if that's even what they're doing, they demonstrate that they can display or do delayed gratification, which is a good thing. But I know that most of the people in those studies did not simply take the money to go buy drug when they left the study, because we paid some of their bills. They asked us, they saved up the money and asked us to write a check for certain bills and that sort of thing.
Were you surprised by your findings?
I was absolutely surprised when I started collecting these data in 1999, 2000, because I had been fooled or hoodwinked, just like the American public, that crack cocaine addicts, if you present them with a choice to take crack cocaine, they would take every dose, and they'd be crawling on the floor looking for more. And that's just absolutely false. That's a myth.
Finally, Dr. Carl Hart, your assessment of the media in dealing with the issue of drugs.
if since I'm a professor, so I give people grades, I would say a D minus, and I'd say scientists deserve maybe a D plus, a C minus, because it's not only the media. Scientists also contribute to this misinformation, in part because scientists are so afraid that whatever they say will be interpreted as being permissive, and therefore they say very little. Scientists' first goal is not communication. It seems like their first goal is not to be wrong. And we're missing an opportunity to help educate the American public about how to decrease harms related to drugs.
Crime and poverty were mostly independent of drug use. I mean, crime was in poor communities long before crack cocaine ever hit the streets. And annual FBI statistics clearly show that the overwhelming majority of prisoners were not addicted or intoxicated during the time of their crime. Just like the crack cocaine users, the methamphetamine users chose to take methamphetamine on about half of the occasions and money on the other half of the occasions. We next raised the cash reward to $20. And when $20 was the alternative, the methamphetamine users almost never took the drug. They predominantly took the money. Just like the laboratory animals, when presented with an attractive alternative, even people diagnosed with drug addiction do not choose to take the drug. Stated another way, attractive alternatives dramatically decrease drug use. In other words, if you take drugs out of the equation, poverty and crime still exists. It's not drug addiction causing people to commit crime, it's other factors. So, to make matters worse, drug laws are not uniformly enforced across all segments of our society. And this perpetuates the cycle of poverty and crime. The popular notion is that poor black people use crack cocaine, while wealthier white people tend to use powder cocaine. And in 1988, Congress extended the crack cocaine law such that we now punished possessions of crack cocaine 100 times more harshly than those for powder cocaine. Scientifically, it makes no sense. Crack and powder cocaine are the same drug. They both have pharmacological, predictable effects. As the dose of either are increased, so too are the effects on blood pressure, heart rate, euphoria, addictive potential, you name it. It's true that smoking crack cocaine produces a more intense effect than swallowing or snorting powder cocaine. But that increased intensity is due to route of administration, not the drug itself. Because injecting powder cocaine dissolved in water produces the identical intense effects as smoking crack cocaine. And those same laws require that anyone caught with even small amounts of crack cocaine were required to serve a minimum of 5 years in prison. But that's not even the real injustice. Here's the real injustice. The real injustice is this. More than 80% of the people convicted under these laws were black, despite the fact that most users of all forms of cocaine are white. This selective targeting and racial discrimination has contributed to the horrifying statistic that 1 in 3 black males can expect to spend time in prison. I'm a father of 3 black sons. One has spent time in jail because of drug laws. The same number, by contrast, for white boys is about 1 in 20. If our goal in the United States is to have a legal system that treats everyone fairly, one that's just, then we must change the way we criminalize and selectively enforce drug laws. Third, I believe science should be driving our drug policy and drug education, even if it makes you and me uncomfortable. The first step is to be honest about drug use. If we're honest, we can decrease the number of people who die from drugs dramatically. Here's just one example of about being honest. 75% of the people who die from a heroin-related overdose death do so because they combine heroin with another sedative, like alcohol or benzodiazepine. The public health education message is simple. Rather than vilifying heroin, the message should be, if you're going to use heroin, don't combine it with another sedative. People will always use drugs. They always have used drugs. We must learn to live with this fact. We already take this approach with other potentially dangerous activities, such as sex, alcohol, even driving. The drugs themselves are not the problem. The real problems are poverty, unemployment, selective drug law enforcement, ignorance, and the dismissal of science surrounding these drugs. As a scientist, I'm doing my best to lessen the ignorance by disseminating the science. I hope you will take some of the information that I have shared with you today to help join me in my efforts.
Some drug war experts no longer endorse the failed war. Despite the amounts of lives and loot we have let them twist into their system, they have yet to even rid our society of drugs. In the absence of prohibition as a possible outcome, analysis should assess minimization of harm. Due to drugs being illegal, costs increase because suppliers do not have access to courts and police to protect private property and provide a specific deterrence against aggression. Additionally, due to lack of access to courts, consumers cannot easily police against fraud for unpure drugs. Because illicit drugs cost more, users may be more likely to engage in other crimes like theft, prostitution, and/or money laundering. Victims of these crimes all exist because of the illegality of these drugs. If a drug dose costs 1,000th of its cost when legal, then perhaps users will be much less likely to engage in deviance as correlated with their drug use. The increased costs may also lead to more deviants taking extra money out of the user's budget that otherwise might be used to integrate them better into societal norms. Because drugs cost more and are subject to be less pure, users may be more likely to overdose or experience other health problems. Additionally, because it's illegal, it is harder for health advocates to organize drug dens where people can use safely, with access to revival drugs and medical staff. Lastly, criminal illicit drug dealers may be much less likely to care about selling to someone under a certain age than a business that operates more openly in the public. In sum, from a consequentialist utilitarian analysis of the war on drugs, it seems insane. If we assume no net increase in users and their frequency of use if legalized, then there would be no net increase in harms to users, dealers, and third-party victims of theft. But arguendo, even if there were an increase in users' aggregate use, there still would need to be much more users beyond an inflection point for there to be more aggregate harm as a legalized system more subject to market forces and community standards than head in the sands, hands-off prohibition. It is very much hoped that before President Trump leaves office, he reverts to his 90s stance of legalizing drugs. It is time to come out of the shadows and into the light. According to the Garden of Eden meta-narrative, God kicked humans out of the garden to be the crucible of life, so he could be tested as to whether or not to be good or bad. Unfortunately, a group of Satanists seem hell-bent on trying to hijack the public apparatus to try to use it for coercion to mold people into more desirable ones. So much for freedom or religion in a society where people seek to eliminate free will, especially when the conduct doesn't even directly involve a victim or even violence. As exposed by Gary Webb, the CIA and other organs of state power may have smuggled drugs into this country, but to the extent legislative bodies pass laws no one even follows, can one blame the CIA for intervening to not let funds be gobbled up by narco-terrorists potentially independent of U.S. hegemony? Perhaps better black budgets capture the dollars created by the chaos of Congress than narco-terrorists.
Helps people focus on rehabilitation and punishes traffickers. So we're able to split the difference, understanding that people do need help, but there's those that prey on them to deserve to be punished. We want to lift people up.
Go crying to daddy. But look, maybe I didn't play by the rules this time. Maybe I am a bit of a maverick. But I think I've got this case pretty much solved. And yes, I can apologize for how I've done that, but I could never apologize for telling the truth. And the truth is that this woman is evil. And if we let her go today, we are going to be responsible for whatever she does, so help me God and let the Lord be my witness.
Okay, I buy it. Let's just say guilty.
Yeah, I'm with him.
Oh yeah, justice is done. Not actual justice, but what I wanted to happen, which is basically the same thing.
There are still bad people that deserve to go to jail for a very long time, and we will advocate for those criminal sentences. But there's a whole vast majority of people that just need help because they're battling addiction. They need economic opportunity. They have a mental health issue that needs to be addressed. The criminal justice system doesn't always have to be geared towards punishment. There's a time and a place for that, but it can also be geared towards rehabilitation and giving people the hope and opportunity that they deserve. That is true criminal justice. If a defendant says, I'm not going to go to rehab, then the judge has the opportunity to jail that individual. And I think that was a big difference in some of the political arguments that were made in the Issue 1 world, is that here is a presumption towards rehabilitation, which is so important for someone to turn their lives around. But if they don't want to take advantage of it, then the judge still has the ability to send that person to jail. Have been some other cities that have now reached out to us. I won't name what they are, just for confidential reasons, but they have reached out to us and they're interested in replicating the model, because I think they understand that that definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, that's the way we've done the criminal justice system, and it's yielded no positive metric that actually makes us safer or has changed someone's life for the better. So asking and identifying and treating those root reasons for crime is the direction we need to take if we're going to make our community safe.
Like, to me, that is the dual function of the criminal justice system. Again, there are bad people that deserve to be punished, and the criminal justice system has done a great job in doing that.
To be logically consistent, does City Attorney Zach Klein seek to put alcohol dealers at bars, gas stations, and grocery stores into cages, or only illicit drug dealers? If so, what is his basis, if any, for treating the drug of alcohol any differently than heroin, cocaine, or even marijuana? Klein's comments about medicalizing the war on drugs sounds like a new way to try to prolong the drug war, so long as possible, if not indefinitely. Klein provides no scientific evidence for his tyrannical views of one type of drug dealer for alcohol being good, while a different type of drug dealer being bad, deserving contempt and punishment. Lastly, the saddest part of the war on drugs is how it transforms or metamorphosizes free-range humans into cattle for the private prisons who buy the crooked politicians that keep these insane satanic laws on the books. A quick Google search of prison and jail guards and drugs shows systematic instances, even locally, of guards turning into prison cattle just for worshiping the almighty dollar we tell people to worship, for trying to sell chattel that the monopolist commissaries refuse to even stock. It is despicable that the drug war is so bad that it is now turning third-party citizens who otherwise would be law-abiding into criminals.
It's kind of like the overdose deaths. The overdose deaths, I know there's a big push to be more progressive about who is incarcerated. The reality is many people that get arrested, their only chance to have an intervention or have some treatment is while they're incarcerated. By not having people incarcerated, there can be more people who overdose. And we've seen that in these recent surges. And the same thing can be true about gun violence. With fewer people getting charged with lower level, that where they become in front of a court and go through treatment plans and probations and other, non-incarceration type things that courts can do, the police can only do so much. So I think that's part of it. It's not related to the Black Lives Matter movement or to the protests. It's more related to what we're seeing as a community with gun violence and more time in your hands and less options that we can provide the public and people who are charged with a crime to have some type of court intervention in their life.
But in terms of how you think about problem sets, when I was a cadet, what's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
I was asked, when are you going to stop beating your wife kind of question, which is meaning not answerable necessarily by a simple yes or no. So I responded in what I thought was the most truthful or least untruthful manner by saying no.
Professor Dyson, I would hope that being asked if you beat your wife does require a very clear answer.
You compare the two, that Watergate pales really, in my view, as compared to what we're confronting now.
Without prior notification or approval, CIA personnel had conducted a search, that was John Brennan's word, of the committee computers at the off-site facility. This search involved not only a search of documents provided by the committee, by the CIA, but also a search of the standalone and walled-off committee network drive, containing the committee's own internal work product and communications. Based on what Director Brennan has informed us, I have grave concerns that the CIA's search may well have violated the separation of powers principles embodied in the United States Constitution, including the Speech and Debate Clause. It may have undermined the constitutional framework essential to effective congressional oversight of intelligence activities or any other government function.
Grinnell has done in 8 weeks. These people didn't do anything for 2.5 years. They should have been exposing this. But what am I doing? I'm fighting the deep state. I'm fighting the swamp. And I said I was doing it, and I'm exposing the swamp. I think if it keeps going the way I'm going, and Ratcliffe is fantastic, if it keeps going the way it's going, I have a chance to break the deep state. If this were President Obama, if this were a Democrat instead of a Republican, people would have been in jail for 2 years. Many people would have been in jail for 2 years already with a 50-year term, okay? 50 years. But we caught them. Now, hopefully Bill Barr is going to do something about it. And you know what? Other things are going to come out, too. And a lot of other things are going to come out. But you don't even need other things. What they've done is so corrupt. They've tried to take down a duly elected president of the United States, happens to be, in this case, me. They're spying on me. They're spied on me. And that's not being paranoid. That's being fact. Now it's up to Bill Barr and Bull Durham. Hopefully, Bull Durham has got an incredible reputation. I never met him. Never talked to him. I never met him purposely. Because if I did, they'll say, oh, Trump told him what to do. Not telling anybody what to do. It's up to Bill Barr and Bull Durham. I can tell you, from my standpoint, they're guilty on so many different things, but they're really guilty. You could call it treason. You could call it, there are a lot of names for it.
Serious issues with the constitutionally questionable mass surveillance we have witnessed in recent years. Perhaps the biggest threat to national security is the mass surveillance itself, as demonstrated by the stories of Edward Snowden and Reality Winner. The government has proven itself incapable of even securing this information. What is there to stop a rogue agent or a cabal from taking national security data and using it, perhaps with enough shell companies to engage in massive insider trading in the stock markets, destroying value and creating ill-gotten rents? Yet not a peep of this basic threat to society in the news. Information collected for national security may already be leaked to domestic policing apparatuses, like the DEA and IRS. Processes like parallel construction may be used to try to deny institutional protections to defendants, especially if there are no sua sponte duties to act or punishments when honorable acts are omitted. In a society where some like to say it's better 100 guilty go free than an innocent deprived of liberty, we might wonder, what about all the innocent that didn't get vindicated in their time, as demonstrated by the Innocence Project? Perhaps if national security data can be used to prevent innocents from being convicted while the rest of us are spied on like cattle, that may be good, at least from a teleological standpoint. Former CIA Director John Brennan spying on the Senate's Guantanamo torture investigation, and former DNI James Clapper's least untruthful answer in congressional testimony may be major threats to basic balance of powers among the legislative and executive branches. Given James Clapper's easygoing relationship with the truth, his flip-flop comments of Trump-Russia collusion being bigger than Watergate, but then a year later admitting he had no direct evidence, is mind-bending. A recent Inspector General report found that of 29 FISA applications studied, every application violated the standards, from a max of 65 improprieties to as low as 5. Everyone should be worried about this, but nary a peep in the press, apparently. Recent information on the Steele dossier that played a foundational role in launching Trump-Russian collusion investigation appears to show the FISA court may have been lied to and how accurate the information it was given was. Additionally, the investigations may have started earlier than the public has been told at this point. It was started on July 31st, 2016.
That's the terrible myth of organized society, that everything that's done through the established system is legal, and that word has a powerful psychological impact. It makes people believe that there is an order to life and an order to a system, and that a person that goes through this order and is convicted has gotten all that is due him, and therefore society can turn its conscience off and look to other things and other times. And that's the terrible thing about these past trials, is that they have this aura of legitimacy, this aura of legality. I suspect that better men than the world has known, and more of them, have gone to their death through a legal system than through all the illegalities in the history of man. 6 million people in Europe during the Third Reich, legal. Sacco Vanzetti, quite legal. The Haymarket defendants, legal. The hundreds of rape trials throughout the South, where black men were condemned to death, all legal. Jesus, legal. Socrates, legal. And that is the kaleidoscopic nature of what we live through here and in other places. Because all tyrants learn that it is far better to do this thing through some semblance of legality than to do it without that pretense.
Is that history is not static. We make choices all the time about how we choose to memorialize figures and how we choose to write our history. We're writing history now. And frankly, in some ways, I look at this issue as a parent. I don't have any good reason to share with my two children about why a man who has a record, I mean, it's clear in the history books, not as we were taught as kids,
Right.
but in the real history books, you know, that he murdered and enslaved and brutalized indigenous people. So how do we explain to our kids that we're uplifting and memorializing this man?
Government has a long sordid history of immoral acts. Government killed Jesus. Government killed Socrates. Government did the Trail of Tears. Government did the Holocaust. Government enables a kind of mass madness. It was not the anarchists behind the greatest known injustices of human history. The murder of people like Fred Hampton and the destruction of Black Wall Street may have set back the ability of people to voluntarily organize to improve the conditions of their lives. Indeed, the FBI, using money we were forced to pay for, may well have tried to catfish Martin Luther King Jr., pretending to write him from a disillusioned activist, complaining about personal conduct and encouraging Dr. King to commit suicide. In documents about Operation Mongoose, government agents openly contemplated murdering U.S. citizens to try to advance foreign policy interests. This video does not assert that 9/11/2001 did not occur in the manner the NIST report says. Instead, we bring up that quasi-public entities like the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District voted that there may be significant evidence of pre-planted explosives. Additionally, Institute of Northern Engineering at University of Alaska at Fairbanks, which presumably may receive FAFSA federal aid for student-supported funds, asserts that the NIST report on the collapse of Building 7 is wrong, and instead the building collapsed due to the nearly simultaneous failure of every column in the building, creating free fall. Again, I have no idea on 9/11/2001. I bring up this subject since the news doesn't seem to be covering all the data coming from all sources, instead manufacturing a reality which is unreal, while silencing certain information from the public sphere.
Buyers, your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. I'm going to crash the plane into the World Trade Center.
If we can't get to the FBI, we'll go public. With your testimony, we can break this conspiracy wide open. Bring Overlord down. The whole operation.
Dad, what is it?
God, I see myself in you. The same youthful enthusiasm, idealism. I was so angry at you for so long because I didn't want you to waste your life tilting at windmills. But I see now that you've got something I never had. You're a brave man, John.
You're not going to testify. You're going to let them cover this up.
They almost killed me twice. They won't fail a third time. My silence will keep me alive. And you. I know you and your friends are fighting for the American dream. Just don't expect to win.
The City of New York has issued over 2,700 death certificates related to the attacks on the World Trade Center on 9/11. In addition to the murder of over 2,000 innocent civilians, hundreds of first responders were also murdered on 9/11 while selflessly attempting to save others. Many more first responders have died subsequent to 9/11 as a result of their exposure to toxic and corrosive air contaminants and Ground Zero while participating in heroic rescue and recovery work. This petition presents evidence heretofore ignored by federal authorities that the World Trade Center Twin Towers, WTC-1 and WTC-2, and WTC Building 7 collapsed on 9/11 due to the detonation of pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries. This petition is intended to renew the investigation into these murders, raise awareness, and bring truth to light, and hold everyone responsible to account. Resolution. Whereas the attacks of September 11, 2001 are inextricably and forever tied to the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department. Whereas on September 11, 2001, while operating at the World Trade Center in New York City, firefighter Thomas J. Hetzel, badge number 290 of Hook and Ladder Company number 1, Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department of New York, was killed in performance of his duties, along with 2,976 other emergency responders and civilians. Whereas members of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department were called upon to assist in the subsequent rescue and recovery operations and cleanup of the World Trade Center site, afflicting many of them with life-threatening illnesses as a result of breathing the deadly toxins present at the site. Whereas the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District recognizes the significant and compelling nature of a petition before the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York reporting unprosecuted federal crimes at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, and calling upon the United States Attorney to present that petition to a special grand jury pursuant to the United States Constitution and 18 United States Constitution subsection 3332, paragraph A. Whereas the overwhelming evidence presented in said petition demonstrates beyond any doubt that pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries, not just airplanes and the ensuing fires, caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings, killing the vast majority of the victims who perished that day. Whereas the victims of 9/11, their families, the people of New York City, and our nation deserve that every crime related to the attacks of September 11, 2001 be investigated to the fullest, and that every person who was responsible face justice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District fully supports a comprehensive federal grand jury investigation and prosecution of every crime related to the attacks of September 11, 2001, as well as any and all efforts by other government entities to investigate and uncover the full truth surrounding the events of that horrible day.
I'm going to put the resolution to a vote. Commissioner Malloy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyons?
Aye.
Commissioner Zaragoza? Commissioner Doya?
Aye.
Commissioner Saltzman?
Aye.
Resolution passed.
Thank you.
In terms of this as a grassroots movement to push to combat against this issue, are these power players a priority for us right now? Can we even touch them? Or is this a pipe dream that we need to address in the future somehow?
You know, it's like everything. You know, it hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him. All of a sudden, someone said, BS. We're not afraid of you anymore, and what you're doing is not only wrong, it's illegal, it's, all those things. It's like a house of cards now. It's going to start tumbling, believe me. And these guys, if they don't leave the country, number one, they're going to get caught, and they're going and they, not only will they get caught, but they're going to be made examples of. And that's exactly what we should be doing with these guys, especially. In my opinion, if I know there's questions, but Epstein's a chicken shit for doing what he did.
It is unknown whether Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or was murdered, or perhaps he is in WITSEC to testify against possible co-conspirators. One interesting part of the narrative mess is that Epstein had already publicly provided indications of suicidal ideation. The U.S. government was able to force-feed Guantanamo detainees to prevent them from killing themselves in their pursuit of basic control over bodily autonomy. Additionally, the U.S. government prevented Chelsea Manning from committing suicide. Too bad Epstein couldn't get the treatment and protection of human life accused terrorists and intelligence leakers enjoyed.
This is the first time in our history that a conspiracist holds the highest office in the land.
CNN's Fareed Zakaria investigates. Could a conspiracy theory destroy the November election?
Voter fraud! Voter fraud!
The system is rigged.
It's a lie.
An interesting contemporary social phenomena is QAnon. The United States has a history of anonymous speech, going back to the founding white men Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison, during the ratification of the U.S. Constitution and the Federalist Papers. It is interesting how the Inspector General report from 2018 discussed possible crimes against children. Creepy pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell and Disney are among the interesting ideas that the QAnon narrative includes and posts by followers. Initially, I was not totally sure whether QAnon was endorsed by the Trump camp or might instead be a controlled op to try to discredit Trump supporters. Recently, signals of possible Trump support imply that likely Trump knows who is behind the QAnon stuff and at least trusts whoever it is. Or possibly, according to some theorists, Trump may be the Q+ entity of the QAnon phenomena. Very recently, Trump's son possibly endorsed Q by asking who was back on Twitter after the anonymous persona had made a new post. Just before that, Admiral Michael Flynn and presumably his family and friends posted a patriotic oath that is part of the QAnon subculture to Twitter, seeming to endorse the culture.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation. Or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully. Discharge the duties. Of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Where we go one, we go all.
As someone who isn't a big fan of politicians and arbitrary authority, I can't get how people seem to complain about Trump for not speaking in the most elegant manners, but keep in mind, he may well have never been able to become president if he didn't act shock jock. But I do not understand how some who critique Trump do not seem to be consistent in critiquing many shortcomings for the secretary. According to WikiLeaks' Pied Piper email, Hillary Clinton's campaign and the DNC colluded with the media to help elevate certain candidates, including President Trump, during the GOP primary, literally helping elect the president. Every person that voted for Clinton and the DNC in 2016 supported a candidate and a political party that literally helped elect the president, according to WikiLeaks. Yet many deluded Clinton voters hypocritically blame Trump's election on third-party voters who didn't support candidates and political parties that helped elect Trump. People might all say the past is the past, But with the joke candidate that is Biden, it really is not. Out of around 200 million adults in this country, it is amazing that super predator Biden is still the presumed candidate against Trump for next leader of the global hegemonic perpetual war incarceration complex. Biden seems to have very little contrast with the president. They both aren't spring chickens, they both say ridiculous stuff, and one might wonder if Democratic insiders are helping to re-elect the president after first helping elect him with no consequences in 2016. We see the two-face of public and private stances in the acts of many Hillary Clinton voters from 2016 who criticized Tulsi Gabbard for her anti-gay marriage stance. Tulsi switched her stance to endorse gay marriage in 2012, a year before Secretary Clinton followed suit. We also see a Democratic two-face in the 2020 Democratic primaries when how the debate rules were changed to permit public information privatization kleptocrat Michael Bloomberg into a debate, while different debates rules were changed. The remaining woman, non-white candidate in the race at the time, even after she had won delegates in the contest. Furthermore, Hillary Clinton collaborated with her former intelligence official to try to influence the presidential elections, with her campaign potentially paying for parts of the Steele dossier information. Perhaps the most despicable known public act of Secretary Clinton was, according to WikiLeaks, Clinton was informed that clandestine parts of the Qatari and Saudi governments may have been funding ISIL, yet despite this, she was happy enough to take money potentially from the funders of America's enemies for her personal family foundation, the Clinton Foundation.
No group in America has been more harmed by Hillary Clinton's policies than African Americans. No group. No group. If Hillary Clinton's goal was to inflict pain on the African American community, she could not have done a better job. It's a disgrace. Tonight, I'm asking for the vote of every single African American citizen in this country who wants to see a better future. Look how much African American communities have suffered under Democratic control. To those I say the following: what do you have to lose by trying something new like Trump? What do you have to lose? I say it again, what do you have to lose? Look, what do you have to lose? You're living in poverty, your schools are no good, you have no jobs, 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Kanye West's actions of late are very interesting and appear to potentially be trying to influence the Overton window, as his comments about him lacking the funds for change, but possessing a platform to disseminate a feasible alternative to the wider community, are very interesting.
Mark. Okay, you're my 20. You're John. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, no worries, no worries.
Feelings and information.
I know what it's like to family, man. Trying to get you taken care of.
Okay, so my feelings on police brutality is not everyone should go to the police force, first of all. So many people are in the police force that should be in the police force. They just want to have authority and action and power. Not only that, what you were saying about brainwashing, he's completely, obviously he's right. He's Kanye West. He's completely brainwashing people. Stuff like TikTok. We call it brainwashing little kids. People on here that are 3 years old watching TikTok.
There's enough. If you guys want to whisper, go outside and talk. We need absolute silence. We need absolute order. That is the only way
about this man, so I will not bear false witness. I need to educate myself more about these, but also these things is we pinpoint names. We pinpoint people we attack each other. We are all equal in God's eyes. Right. Sometimes people are controlled by demons. Right. Sometimes people are controlled by the environment that we are in. But we are all God's people. There's no bad people. There are lost people. But we are all God's people. There's no left, right, red, blue. That's why my hair is purple today. And everyone, I never got next to someone who didn't become more prosperous because of it. George Soros, I know, knows how to make homes in one day. Well, we're doing the same thing. We're making homeless shelters. So I would like to meet with George Soros on that. Mark Zuckerberg would like to bring the internet into Africa, which could make me, off of this speech alone, at zero tomorrow. But when God calls Moses, he has to leave his pumping job, working for the Egyptians, and free the people. And the freedom does not come from an election. The freedom comes from you not loading up pornography. The freedom comes from you not taking the Percocet. The freedom comes from you not downing your brother and your sister. The freedom comes from you putting that gun down and not shooting people at the gas station. It has nothing to do with this election. It only has to do with God and God's people. It has nothing to do with black, white, rich, poor, red, blue, Native American, pilgrim. It has to deal with being truthful to what God has. It is real at that point, says God. It is real that I don't give a fuck if I win presidency or not. You know what I'm saying? I don't care that it's homeless people in front of the Gucci store. I care that it's people that are in situations where they will never know how much North meant to be because the way society sets things up. I care about these things, and I am in service to God. I don't know, I might have been poisoned 7 times this week and nothing will happen to me. Because God has a plan for us as his people to be finally free. We have to stop disobeying. How do we disobey? How do we disobey? When we kill, we disobey. How else do we disobey? We steal. When we steal. How else? Lie. When we cheat. When we not love our neighbor. These are these things. Politics, America, Trump, Biden, nor Kanye West can free us. The only thing that can free us is by obeying the rules that were given to us for a promised land. She said, I don't have the funding. And first thing is, be quiet for a second, please. I do not have the funding for it, but I have the platform to present the idea for those who do. It's not simply a money situation. It is a people situation. It is a heart situation. It is a spirituality situation. It is a God situation. It is a family situation. Money can't fix it. Money's not even real. Is Bitcoin real? Does the gold back the money? At what point did someone just press the lever, turn the lights out, all the electricity? Did you guys see New York go dark? Did you guys see World Trade Center go down? Did you guys see all jobs stop for 6 months? Yeah. So no one can tell me what God can't do.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility.
The news site Deadspin recently produced a mashup video that went viral and unsettled many Americans.
Plaguing our country.
It exposed how America's largest broadcaster forced its local anchors to read an Orwellian script. The Sinclair Broadcasting Group demanded its local anchors recite the same lines, demonizing media and sowing distrust, with warnings like this.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
So the U.S. Agency for the International Development
the National Endowment for Democracy. It's called NED. Now, if you don't know who NED is, recently I got smeared by an online news site called Bellingcat. And they said that I took money from a pro-Assad group, and then later that year I said the gas attack was a false flag. So I did a little checking on who Bellingcat was, and they're funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, which is the fucking U.S. State Department's regime change wing. It's called NED. So the government is literally funding guys to write smear pieces on other U.S. citizens who are telling the truth about war.
Our society seems to lack a lot of free speech currently. Incentives against truth and accountability appear staggering, while various large sums of funds are used to advance certain political ideologies, while silencing others is very interesting. The post-commutation jailing of Chelsea Manning to try to coerce her into compelled speech against journalist Julian Assange may be worrying, especially if the speech was in regards to letting the public know about the nature of the military conflicts taxpayers are forced by the barrel of a gun to fund, especially if it involves the heroic revealing of the U.S. government murdering and then covering up the murder of Reuters journalists. Assange and Manning holding the government accountable for its actions is laudable. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting receives over $1 per person in the country per year, yet it never seems to find the time to cover subcultures like voluntarists or anarcho-capitalists or anybody who seek a world of peace and accountability. Instead, only those who espouse permissible worldviews seem to exist in government-supported media. The author of this video remembers calling into the Ann Fisher show a year or two ago on the local NPR station when they were discussing Syria. Soon after the screener heard my questions, the subject changed to some other issue without asking my questions. The only ideas allowed on that episode seemed to be that Trump was bad for refusing to create more chaos by deposing Assad. I honestly don't know enough about Syria. I think it would be better if I wasn't forced to pay to help one side in a conflict, but instead people needed to convince me before they got to use my money to murder humans. Perhaps that might be a better system. I had 2 questions concerning Syria for Ann Fisher and her guests. First, arguendo, assuming chemical weapons are so much worse than bleeding out from shrapnel that their use might justify interventions, could Fisher and her guests confidently assert that there would be less net chemical weapons attacks deaths if Assad were deposed? I quoted a November 2016 New York Times article, which by then had accounted 52 chemical weapons attacks in Syria and Iraq attributable to ISIS. Thus, by deposing Assad and presumably expanding territory for ISIS, there very well might be an increase in chemical weapons attacks deaths, which ironically were being shown as the pretense for justified intervention to remove Assad, hypothetically. Second, MIT professor Theodore Postal asserted that the White House assessment on a certain Syrian chemical weapons attack was not accurate and the American people were not being told the truth. I only was silenced by coercion-supported media. YouTuber Jimmy Dore, on the other hand, for criticizing pleas for Syrian intervention, was attacked by an outlet called Bellingcat. This entity receives money from the National Endowment for Democracy, which receives money collected by the barrel of a gun from the taxpayer. Thus, your tax dollars are literally being used to attack speakers who say things the power elite don't want said. Not only do Democrats seem to be totally content interfering in the primaries of other political parties, their lapdogs like Michael Bloomberg, who has his own personal media network, refuse to conduct basic journalism on any Democratic candidates, solely willing to hold only one political party to account. What a great news organization, and what great media ecology where the company still exists. Furthermore, SCOTUS has recently refused to hear the DNC fraud lawsuit, so now Democrats and other political parties have essentially been given a blank check to lie to the public, solicit donations enabled by those lies, and then act in a way contrary to the lie as discussed by Jared Beck in his book What Happened to Bernie Sanders. If people knew that Bernie was not going to be treated fairly in the 2016 race, who in their right mind would have donated to him? Lastly, Congressman Steve Stivers has helped bring light to how Ohio Democratic Party has taken Paycheck Protection Program funds to essentially use coercion-backed taxpayer money to advance political goals. It is sad that Ohio Democrats lack sufficient support in the community to not use violence, instead feel justified to force people to pay for their speech. Fortunately, Ohio Democratic Party eventually returned the money that was collected under threat of coercion.
Oh, say can you ride? There's trouble in a far-off nation. Time to get in love formation. Your love's more deadly than Saddam. That's why I gotta drop the bomb. Ponte, ponte!
Saying that. Wait, what was that? Uncle Sam? Let me play this backwards.
Join the Navy. Join the Navy.
They're recruiting people with subliminal messages. Otto, what are you doing?
I don't know. I just got an urge to join the Navy.
You're being brainwashed!
Congressman Steve Stivers says the Ohio Democratic Party may have violated the law when it accepted $333,000 in Paycheck Protection loans. That program was designed to help small businesses keep employees on the payroll during the pandemic and stay-at-home orders. And Steve Stivers says political parties did not qualify. Ted.
Well, and Darlene, both the Ohio and the Florida Democratic parties received PPP loans, according to documents released last week by the Small Business Administration. Florida Democrats, though, announced that they were giving the money back, and Republicans are calling on their counterparts here in Ohio to do the same. The Democratic Party says the funds were used to maintain its employee payroll. But Republican Congressman Steve Stivers says political parties were not included in the program.
I don't see how it would be legal for a political party to receive a Paycheck Protection Program loan.
Democrats, though, suggested there's plenty of political connections within the program. A spokesperson said to throw out baseless allegations when prominent Ohio GOP lobbying firms and political operatives paid by Steve Stivers have benefited from PPP loans is just reckless. But Stivers says there's a big difference between companies that do political work and the political parties themselves.
It is a huge, huge moral hazard to allow taxpayer money to subsidize one political party against another. And I hope they do the right thing.
In leveling criticism at the Ohio Democratic Party for taking a forgivable loan of $333,000 from the Paycheck Protection Program.
That money was for small businesses, not for political campaign activities. They should return the money.
Have been some other cities that have now reached out to us. I won't name what they are, just for confidential reasons, but they have reached out to us and they're interested in replicating the model, because I think they understand that, that definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, that's the way we've done the criminal justice system, and it's yielded no positive metric that actually makes us safer or has changed someone's life for the better. So asking and identifying and treating those root reasons for crime is the direction we need to take if we're going to make our community safe.
Third question, Chief, you want to take?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. Kevin, thank you for the question. This is really the question of the day. The heartbreaking realization that people are afraid when their children leave the house and may have an interaction with the police. During my retreat this month, it was actually in May 6th, 7th, 8th, and 11th. I opened the retreat with a theme. The theme was relational policing. And I started also with a quote from Einstein, that we cannot solve today's problems using the same thinking we used when we created them. So I challenged my staff to take the vision I was laying out, the Matrix report and the Mayor's Commission recommendations, to make substantive change, to focus on youth services, victim services, community services, things like the mobile clue that the Police Foundation is working with us on, and TAPS programs and citizen police academies, and ways to interact, engage, and create positive interactions with our youth. And during those interactions and conversation with our youth, have those tough conversations about how we both can interact together and still, both of us, police and the public, be safe, because there's a lot of uncertainties out there. There's a lot of unknown what is in somebody's mind or heart, and that puts everybody uneasy feeling. So having these conversations, building relational policing, is exactly how we're going to solve this problem in our community.
If you support the caging of our neighbors for nonviolent, victimless conduct, please explain why. If you think illicit drug dealers should be punished, but do not think alcohol drug dealers should be punished, please explain. If you think poverty is related to schools and crime, and just living a dignified life, will you please openly advocate that much, if not all, of the federal government be replaced by universal basic income, so that people can finally have what Dr. King called the weapon of cash to fight housing decay and a whole host of other collateral issues that King said an income floor might affect? Please either advocate Trump release all remaining JFK files, or explain how any theoretical threats to sources and methods 50 years ago can possibly outweigh the public's right to know what research we paid for claims reality to be. If they can murder and or cover up a conspiracy to murder a duly elected president and still not tell us about it after 50 years, how can one be confident that their vote even matters when they may be totally lied to about any issues they might consider in a voting booth? I understand that the news can be fake and corrupt, and so please answer when appropriate. The Overton window for many issues like drug legalization may not quite be appropriate yet, but it seems to be getting closer. Do you support treating illicit drugs differently than alcohol? Or should all drugs be treated based on how dangerous they are to human life? And if so, why do we have alcohol dealers all across our communities, even though so many of our families and friends die from DUIs and alcohol overdoses every year, yet we don't consider making alcohol illegal again? Are you QAnon or Q+? Do you know who it is if you are not that persona? Do you trust who it is if you don't know who it is if you are not that persona? Will you please offer citizenship or at least amnesty to all nonviolent people here in exchange for funding your wall? Will you please break the duopolist political parties and engage in debates that include Kanye West and or other non-major party candidates? This way, all large groups of political interest can receive representation with their taxation. Will you please end the tyrannical war on drugs and or at least help start a discussion of the incoherence of the war on drugs that couldn't be won against our great-grandparents for alcohol and continues to fail? Have you ever been to Jeffrey Epstein's island? Have you ever raped and or murdered a child? Did you rape and or murder a child on Epstein's plane? What did you do on Epstein's plane? Why did you kick Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago? Is there any basis to the supposed complaint from Katie Johnson or others like Tiffany Doe that may have accused you of child rape? If it becomes a fact the government murdered and or covered up a conspiracy to murder JFK, and that Eugene B. Dinkin or David F. Christensen had discovered real signals intelligence of the impending coup and tried to stop it, but were instead horrifyingly institutionalized, will you please award them and anyone else who attempted to act the Medal of Honor and or Medal of Freedom if appropriate? I'm sorry, but I don't think you're a real candidate. If you're still the Democratic candidate in October, I will send you questions. Please apologize for Pied Piper actions publicly. Though some in the community might hold #recall signs, I don't care. I think y'all do only as good of a job as required for you to continue to meet your goals subject to your utility functions. If we must engage in coercion-backed elections because for some reason, unlike the corporate world, consenting contracts is insufficient, then hopefully we can involve everyone. I don't want to silence Harding, Klein, and Ginther's voice, but I'm pretty tired of them silencing my other neighbors. As soon as possible, please put a charter amendment on the ballot to remove the monster's power, his name, and any other references to him from any public properties and anything that the charter can directly affect. While examining the state-sponsored visual and audio signals on the city's YouTube channel, not all city council meetings had an option to open transcripts, and no transcripts appeared to be in each council meeting's videos about section. At least the July 27th, 2015 and December 12th, 2016 council meetings transcripts were not available on YouTube. Interestingly, the earlier in time videos of June 3rd, 2013 City Council meeting and even earlier videos concerning sculptures, snow management, and Mayor Coleman all had transcripts available on YouTube, while the January 28th, 2013 City Council meeting had transcripts superimposed on the video. Contemporary videos all appear to have time transcripts that play along the video available, and many meetings even had multiple signers for the same meeting. The city appears to use at least 3 signers currently. Are these people employees? Are they ad hoc contracts, volunteering, what? In regards to time transcripts playing with the video, it could just be a YouTube issue, but posting the transcripts in the About section should help ameliorate such possibility if that be the cause. Will the city please add transcripts to all past city council meeting and any committee meetings within a reasonable time frame? Can the transcripts please be added to each video's About section, or at least a link in the About section? Can transcripts again be superimposed on top of videos, or at least what was the cost of that, and were we paying for it at the same time? Were there no transcripts available for the videos mentioned earlier? Please put a proportional representation charter amendment on the ballot that you finally have to listen to the 23 cities of voters you currently silence when you spend our money. Day 10 since non-consensual risk of infection event just so I could testify at a public meeting, and now they're saying Governor DeWine has COVID-19. So I must ask councilpersons Harding and Remy, who have refused to provide me evidence of a negative COVID test since the meeting. So now I'm wondering, is Governor DeWine and these persons' contact traces perhaps via Ginther and putting me in their contact traces now, or in the contact traces with others who have been infected? Perhaps it is unlikely we can continue rectifying injustices in the past until we have eliminated injustices in the present. We still live in a world where we condemn our youth to barely passing public schools just to protect the illegitimate interests of public teachers' unions. We live in a society where we have unlimited money for Congress and the Federal Reserve to pick winners and losers, and for perpetual pointless wars based on lies. But when it comes to the homeless on the street, there is only austerity. Perhaps we should demand Trump release all the JFK files, that poverty be abolished, at least to the extent we have large coercion-backed interventions, and perhaps we should stop caging our neighbors for nonviolent victimless conduct, like drugs and prostitution. And perhaps we should eliminate a system where we allow ourselves to be forced to pay for war against people halfway around the world. Perhaps if everyone who wants to fund war actually had to pay for it without getting subsidies from people at a barrel of a gun, then perhaps there wouldn't be ill incentives to create more human misery just for some coin for the gang in the military-industrial intelligence incarceration complex. Please keep an open mind and try to achieve a consistent worldview, if you do not have one already. The time is always right to do right, and I would like to live in a not totally insane world before I die if possible.
In life's labyrinth of choices, there is someone you can turn to.
Whilst out walking the other day, I was stopped in the street by someone from the Church of Life and Science. I was asked various questions, such as whether I lacked confidence or if I felt I wasn't reaching my full potential. After some tete-a-tete, I was invited to their open day to hear them discuss the hidden power of believing in oneself, whilst enjoying a free sausage sizzle. Believing in yourself. If you really put your mind to it, can you achieve your goals?
Everybody up! Everybody up! Everybody up! We are going to take away negative layers right now. Starting from 10 down to 1, everybody's hand in the air. I'm going to teach you to believe in your own abilities. First layer off. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My life mission, commemorating these politicians' silent betrayal. Should enough interest be gathered Every city named after other famous cities shall at no cost receive a free to the public, non-government supported statuary garden to silent betrayal, with some symbol commemorating the original enaction of Klein, Brown, and Hardin. Such statuary gardens in these cities will also include some major focal point homage to the original city for which the city's name references. So perhaps a Colosseum in Rome or a Pantheon in Athens. The cheapest way to get custom statues that commemorate the silent betrayal of councilpersons may be to 3D print a concrete or plaster mold of their faces. This video shows how to 3D print concrete molds for pots for plants. Additionally, there are some cool looking statues that aren't that much that may also be able to be modified for cheaper. Additionally, we can search Craigslist and other free groups for bricks or statues. We would also love to get a hold of the Old City Hall Columbus statue and finally supplement it with a commemoration for the Arawak victims of Christopher Columbus. A city video about bull sculptures full of trash is also very interesting, and is now a front-runner idea subject to cash for a sculpture for each politician who failed to keep us safe from the monster for at least another year. The statuary garden will be supplemented by digital information about each public official and their private actor enablers. We hope to export our digital information in a new, different statuary garden to Genoa, Italy. Just as Larry David's Spite Store was meant to serve a deterrent against bad customer service, the Silent Betrayal Garden will hopefully serve as a deterrent against the kind of tyrannical, imperialist garbage exemplified by the acts of various polyticks as an anthropomorphized ticks that suck on the lifeblood of freedom and representation. One month from the day this video is released, a sequel update will be released. It will provide a game plan for further possible collective actions to try to make the world less insane. If you or your organization was mentioned in this video, then you may submit a video explaining your stance on this video and the ideas in it of a length of up to 2 minutes, and I will include it in the follow-up sequel. The inclusion of these videos is to make it so that actors who are discussed can easily add to the discussion. Shh. Silence. Cities.